technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one, their bravery shining brighter than the sun. Fury, they'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Gentlemen, we are at BeefCon 1. I say again, we are at BeefCon 1. All of the mooing cow. No, fuck it, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. 1 minute. 1 minute. BeefCon 1. I say again, BeefCon 1. So, this is actually quite big, and I am somewhat surprised that more people haven't been talking about this. But essentially, a new community anti-cheat system has been revealed, unveiled, proposed to combat cheating in 40k. And on the one hand, it looks really good. On the other hand, it looks like utter madness. It looks like utter madness. And I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like it could be, like, badly abused. It could be badly abused. So what I want to look at today, inside this stream, along with all the usual chatting bollocks that we do. So it's a normal Mordian Glory stream, right? So we're going to chat some bollocks. We're going to have a good time. It's going to be awesome, right? But what I want to do in today's stream is actually look at this anti-cheat system. And what's kind of mad is that not only has this been revealed, but there is actually, like, it's actually going to be used at a tournament as well. So, okay. Oh, man. And when I say, like, okay, this thing could be abused, it's like, I mean, well, we'll get to it, right? We'll get to it. So it's interesting. I mean, I thought the usual system of fighting in the GW car park was already pretty good, but apparently apparently there's a new system. There's a new sheriff in town. So we'll be going through all of this later in the stream. But of course, like I said, anything goes. So we're going to be talking about 40k Old World Conflict 47. We're going to be talking about bolt action and probably BattleTech, probably War Machine if Trooper 202 is here. And we are going to be talking about competitive play, casual play, narrative play. We're going to talk about army lists, hobbying, all of that good stuff. Okay, so anything goes. But you know, I definitely want to have a look at this community anti-cheat system which has been proposed, because this would represent a historical moment. This would represent the first time in Warhammer 40k history where not only has a system been proposed, but looks like it's being implemented as well. All right, so let's. This is kind of exciting. It's kind of exciting, and honestly, it's definitely it's a historical moment in tabletop wargaming. This is, yeah. It's pretty big. It's long overdue as well. I don't know if I personally, not to give too much away, I personally don't know if this system is the right system, but having a system is long overdue. Long overdue. So whether we end up sticking with this one, which we'll get to at some point in the stream, or whether we end up going with another one, will remain to be seen. But the fact that this is even like starting to not just be talked about, but manifest itself is very, very significant. I mean, we've got, 40k has expanded and grown, and it's got to that point, I suppose, where people feel like something has to be done. Because whilst cheating isn't prolific, simply via the margins of 40k growing, and that tower exists, cheating is a problem. So I suppose we will have to. I've only skimmed Reddit, so we'll be getting into the nitty gritty when it happens, and we'll be seeing what the proposal is. But not just proposal, but seeing not only what the proposal is, but seeing what the actual the system is that is going to be used. And yeah, it's going to be interesting. All right, so we got some beef today. This is quite big. This is some big beef. You might be one day talking to some greenhorn and they were like, man, what do you think of this system? It's crazy. And you're like, guys, you have no idea what it used to be like. We didn't used to have any system. And they're like, what? No system? You might be standing at the point of tabletop history, gentlemen. Or maybe it'll be nothing, but we'll find out together. All right. So, with that said, now let us march ever onwards into today's stream. Of course, we must start with our traditions. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors. Traditions are very important on the Mordian Glory channel because they are what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. It's time for roll call, baby! Let's see who is in the stream tonight. Let's see who is ready to rock out with their car park knuckle dusters out. We have got Sabian Wilson, Jenny Bratz, Ashleaf, Spriggs, Mark Coyle. Spriggs. I don't mind a little bit, but no. This is too far. Too buku. Right, there we go. Chansey, don't. Chansey, I'm sorry. It's too late now. That's it. All right. We'll try again, shall we? Now that the reprobates have been taken out to the farm. We've got Mostly Harmless, Sabian Wilson, Jenny Bratz, Aj Relief, Mark Coyle, Spriggs, The Half-Inch Stream, Lower Decks, Captain Radius, Mostly Harmless, Stefan W, Sergeant Oddball, The Blonde Demon, The Harvest Stream, 8 Monkey 455, Daniel Simpson, Stuart Arty, Damn Legion, Welky Shippost, The Harvest Stream, Freedox, Hadrian, Tonk, Joe Camel, Tosh Beam Station, Gaza Git, Entropic Tyranny, Wolf 58, Razor 667, Papa Whiskey, Andy Stoker, Shifts Manica, The Towel Zun. We've also got Cuz 40k, Deanne Steen, Stuart Orty, Sergeant Sharp, Orksquigs Obai, Kraz Noludzi War. I've definitely said that one. Kraz! I'm not going to try and say it badly. Kraz, The Blonde Demon, Chicken Detonator, Ibram Gord, Christian Glover. I'm half in. You've done it like 10 times now. I'm sorry. You're going in timeout. We've got Revenga, Inquisitor, Astrobal, Squidfist, Bad Rabbits, say my name, baby. Wargame for Fun, Aletsky Weber, Atomic Tyranny, Simple Logic. We've got Tech Priest Gabriel, Cal E, Inquisitor Istrabel. Oh no. Oh, Cal, you're doing it too much. I'm sorry, Cal. I'm sorry. I'm being ruthless tonight. He who abuses the Emperor's roll call abuses earns a timeout. But Mountain, Jao Watt, Russ W, RK, MP Pros, Sir Newbie, Sergeant Sharp, Mango Shabronsky, Shifts Manica, The Blonde Demon, Forgotten Soldier, Boa Dog, Jack Handsome, John M, Sir Newbie, Eternal Rhombus, Damn Legion, Lee Wiles, Ken K, The Spartan King. We've also got Lee Wiles, Lewis, Bing, Gus, Scion, Stonely, Tonk, Baronessa, Airborne, Chicken Detonator, Russell W, Jar Watt, Scout Sergeant Zaku, Freedox, Andrew Stocker, Stacey Pierce, Bad Rabbit, Mountain Knife, Rodin, Trench Rat, David O'Hanlon, Aletsky Weber, Solar Steve. There we go. There we are. They only got timed out, by the way. No one got banned. It was no one got banned. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much to all of you guys for joining tonight. Don't forget to go ahead to smash the like button. Don't forget to go ahead and smash the like button and subscribe and all that kind of good stuff. It always is a big boost to the stream. It's always a really, really big help. So massive thank you to all you guys who've already done it. And a big thank you to all of you who are going to fucking do it. Please. Just give that like button a little kiss. A little smooch. Like it's your sister. I also want to say a big thank you to everyone that's got the stream popping up, baby! Coming in with the super chat and the member flex, the gift of memberships, all that kind of good stuff. And let's take a moment now to go through and say our thank yous and personally wank off the people that have gone above and beyond the call of duty. Starting off, we've got Russell W. Russell W, thank you for the gifted membership, baby! Yes! Thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Russell W. Russell W, thank you so much for some double Russell W. Double thank you. Thank you to the super chat, man. Happy Veterans Day, brothers and sisters. Happy Veterans Day. Happy Veterans Day. I hope, on all that kind of good stuff. I saw some good Veteran Day memes in stream discussion, so we can celebrate with some of them. Let's have a look. What is it? There you go. When I go home, people ask me, hey, Hoot, why do you do it, man? What? You some kind of war junkie? They won't understand why we do it. Don't understand that it's about the veteran discount and free meal at Applebee's. When the big titty goth waitress at Applebee's asks how my tendies and honey mustard taste. Me staring at the bartender at Applebee's when they cut me off after my 10th $1 margarita.
Mobile infantry.
Oh my god. And this one isn't Veteran Day related, but it's very, very true. Buy this FOMO. Shut your goosey app up thinking I'm going to buy FOMO. Made to order classic Empire State at Halberds. Buy this FOMO. Yes, sir. Glory to the Empire of Man. Amazing. It's so true. Well, actually, I was thinking of getting the Empire FOMO, but the truth is that they didn't have the 6th edition Empire State Troops. I have made my position very clear to you and to the Games Workshop Spy. If you release the 6th edition Empire State Troops with the Lion Shields, I will buy hundreds, plural, hundreds of them, and I will become a full-blown GW ball washer ship muncher. Ball washer and shiller. I'll be like, Warlord Games, never even heard of him. Conflict, never even heard of it. I only want one thing. Men only want one thing. And it's not money. And it's not power. It is a fully painted, perfect brick of 6th edition Empire State Troops with Lion Shields. It's that simple. It's that simple. All right. I want to say a big thank you next to Karl E. Karl E, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the gifted membership. Hey, Karl, amazing, man. Thank you so much for the gifted membership. Thank you for doing your part. We also had Meryl, my boy. Meryl, our #1 Ursus Shock Trooper. Thank you so much for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for doing your part, Meryl. And as always, I raise my glass to you, sir. There you are. There you are. Harfin, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes, it is the Giga Chat. The gaming stream was promised to me 30,000 years ago by the God Emperor. Harfin.
You heard me. I said cream.
You can't make jokes like that. All right. And secondly, I said we'd have it later in the week. I didn't say when. I didn't say when. All right. All right. Harfin, thank you for the support, man. Gaming stream will happen. It will happen. Don't worry. All right. I want to say a big thank you to Karl E. Karl E, thank you so much, Super Chat, man. What's beef? I mean, beef is this thing that you get from cows and you eat it and it's really nice. But the beef tonight is the fact that a community-led anti-cheating system has been proposed and implemented, and it has the potential to solve cheating or utterly destroy the Warhammer competitive community. There's no middle ground. It's like a Hadron Collider. So, yeah, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Don't you worry. We'll get to it. When we catch up with Super Chats, we'll get to it. Inquisitor Istrabal, thank you so much for Super Chat, bro. Writing a list. What do you think of the Navigator? Anywhere where there's a good point. Really enjoying the content. Istrabal, I think Navigators are good, but I don't think they're as necessary as they once were. So, oh, I'm gonna itchy nose. So, they used to, when enemy units could deep strike within 3 inches of you, Navigators were pretty fucking legit. Now, enemy units can only deep strike within 6 inches of you at best, and typically you're talking Imperial agents, and typically they'd probably deep strike about 9 inches away. If you're facing off against Death Guard with Death Shroud, then a Navigator is pretty legit. Otherwise, you can probably get away without it. If you're playing Imperial agents solo, like you're not allying them in, but you're talking, I am a pure agents player. Firstly, you're a brave, beautiful son of a bitch. Secondly, yeah, you probably want to consider a Navigator in that scenario. Yeah, get every advantage you can, right? Ape Monkey, thank you so much for the 36-month member flex. Triple X Force, baby! Ape Monkey has entered the Hall of Veterans. He has become a Longbeard, he's become a Grognard, and he's been supporting the channel for 3 years. He has got his plasma pistol badge now. What an absolute Giga Chad. What an absolute legend. Ape Monkey, thank you for your long-term support. Thank you for doing your part. Speaking of member flexes, I want to say a big thank you to Sergeant Sharp! Sergeant Sharp, who's coming with 25-month member flex. Yes, double X Force, baby! Yes! Bolter Sergeant. We've given you that Sergeant now. We're giving that Bolter now. Thank you so much, Sergeant Sharp, for supporting the channel for over 2 years. Thank you for doing your part. Wow, over 2 years. I got my Bolter now. I know, man. Time flies when you're holding the line. In his name. There we are. Baronessa, thank you for the 23-month member flex. Nearly 2 years. The X, it's nearly, well, it's single X Force. It's single X Force. It's not double X Force. Dude, thank you so much for the incredible support. Thank you for supporting the channel for nearly 2 years. You're an absolute fucking legend. You're a big dick swinging player. Thank you, Baronessa, for being an absolute giga chad and for more than doing your part, sir. We've also got Chicken Detonator. Chicken Detonator, thank you for the gifted membership, baby. Also, if in doubt, remember, I actually have a badge from Chicken Detonator. There we go. Thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for the night of the, what is it, the cloister of the chicken. Thank you for the paladin of the chicken. There you go. There you are. I want to say a big thank you to Leggett Chansey. Leggett Chansey, thank you so much for the super chat. My man, thank you for the super chat, bro. Sir, a message and stream discussion and a list review. Ooh, oh, I got a raging clue. What is it? What? I don't understand, Chansey. This isn't Conflict 47. Good evening, my lord. I'll be going to my last RTT for 2025 this Saturday, and my list submission is tomorrow. I'd like you, sir, to decide my list. In the blue corner, we have nothing more than a classic list, a serious list that one has no soul but may still do something. My dreams are no longer memes. Lord Solar Leontus, 5K, a KD command squad, a Kree command squad, a Luminous commander with grand strategist, 3 squads of 10 Kane shock troops, 1 squad 20 Deathcore Krieg, Kazakin, Deathrise, Basilisk, Hellhound, Executioner, Chimera, Taurox. Vindicare Assassin. Well, I wouldn't take the Vindicare. Taurox for the Kazakin. I don't know who the Chimeras are for. Maybe. Okay. If you go take Chimeras, then you need to have Catachans. So it should go Catachans and Chimeras. Kazakin and Taurox. One big blob of Deathcore with the Krieg Command Squad leading it. 1 10-man squad of Kane shock troops, the Canaan Command Squad, and the Lord Solar Leontus. That gives you 3 tank orders plus 2 more tank orders from the Rust Command. The 3 tank orders. So 6 tank orders there. And you've got 1, 2. Right. I don't like it. Chansey. I know that you have more tanks than this. Why are you fucking with me? Chansey? Right. Get rid of the Vindicare. You don't need it. Alright? You don't need it. Fuck off the Hellhound. I know. Fuck it off. Alright? Instead, we need more tanks. We need another Basilisk, at least. Do you get rid of the Vindicare? Or do you go artillery teams? Right, Chancey, you need 2 sources of indirect fire. And I want 2 more tanks. I don't. No, this is too far the other way. It's too far the other way. Right. What point size is this RTT? It better be 2,000. You vex me, Chansey. You vex me. I'm terribly vexed. How many chimeras do you have? I think that your list should be 2. I think you should take 3 Lemurous Vanquishers and a Lemurous Executioner. No. You got 6 tank orders, don't you? Yes. But you have a spare infantry order. Right. 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 You're making me do maths. I've got to fucking work this out now. Okay. Lord Solar. Command Squad. Infantry Squad. Tank Commander. 1, 2, 3 Vanquishers. 1 Executioner. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tanks, 6 orders. How many artillery teams or field ordnance batteries do you have, Chancey? It doesn't make a huge difference, actually. We're going to go 1 Basilisk. Well, it does a little bit, actually.
When it comes to fighting crime,
2 Fob 1 artillery. No, it's fine. 1 Basilisk. 1 artillery team. And then we're going to go Catachans in a Chimera. Catachans in a Chimera. Kazakin in a Taurox. Oh no, it's done 1, 2. Oh no, it's okay.
Forward,
Ugh.
you dogs, to victory!
God, it's so expensive now. I just look. It just makes me sad. Chansey, can't I just give you my last list? Right, I'm looking at the next. Right, I look at this and I'm like, there's no way that's 2,000 points. And then I add it up and I'm like, oh my god, it's 2,000 points. I've started to see why I've got off 40k recently. Guard's just been fucking bummed, hasn't it? So, what's the next list? I'm going to come back to this one in a minute. I don't like... What I want from this list is basically... I feel like you got too many tank orders. That's what's going through my head. So you got 3 orders here. 3 orders here. But then you've only got 1, 2, 3... 4 units that are really going to use those orders. So that's why it's been kind of like vexing me, because I'm like, well, where are the other fucking 2 orders going to go? Yeah. Yeah. So I'm going to come back to the normal list. I'm going to look at the meme list first. And in the red core list, some chest hair, some soul, and it's so much armor that wants to call itself a Milsim unit. 5 Cadian Command Squad, Lemur's Commander, Cadian Shock Troop. Is Lord Solar in here? I don't see a Lord Solar, so I can't... I mean, he must be, right? Taking the Bane Sword. Bane Sword, Hellhound, Rust Tank, Executor, Vanquisher. Did you forget to put the Lord Solar in? As in, like, physically in the list? I'm starting to suspect you did. Chansey, you can't afford him. Just drop the Hellhound, you mentalist. Just drop the hell. You're on 1990 points. Just drop the Hellhound and take Lord Solar. And then take the second list. Dude, Chansey. I am actually going to lose my fucking... I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Are you honestly saying that you would rather have 1 unit strip cover, then your Bane sword have take aim. What are we... What is going on here? What world are we living in? What world are we living in? Okay. What world? Ugh. I'm so vexed I can't even think of a humorous analogy. Okay. All right. The other option, if you want to try Chansey, if you want to what kind of Chansey do you want to win or not? Because the second, okay, it's an RTT. Bro, I'm not even going to, you know what? Bro. I'm not even going to think about it. I don't want you to run a proper list. Okay? I'm going to tell you why I don't want you to run a proper list. Because A, you won't enjoy it. That's not your way. It's not that I'm saying you're a shit player. You're not a shit player. But I know that you are a vibes guy. You're a vibes guy, right? And also at the end of the day, even if you run a good list, your dice will let you down. So you could run literally the world champion AdMech list and have 100 practice reps with it. And you'd still roll ones into fucking ones at every fucking turn, right? You know this. I know this. Everyone knows it. It's the Chansey effect. We all know this, right? So there's no point. There's no point. So there's that. Secondly, it's the last RTT of 2025, and it's also, like, you know, the end of 10th edition, where, like, it's already, like, soulless. It's already soulless, right? It's the end of the edition, man. So just take the fun list, have fun, and see the edition out, and see the year out with a bang. There you go. That's what I say. So second list, but drop the Hellhound, take the Lord Solar, and stop making me sad. Yeah, stop making me sad. Or how much chest hair are we thinking here, Chansey? How much chest hair are we thinking? But door number 3. 1 minute. Chansey, I know you got a lot of tanks. How many Russers do you got? How many Russers do you got? Enough. I mean, I'm thinking, can we get 12 Russers in a list? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Three Vanquishers, 3 Punishers, 3 Executioners, 2 Eradicators, and a Tank Commander. 1,970 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, who the fuck has Punishers and Eradicators? I know you got Volkite Russes. They can be your Eradicators. Punishers, well, yeah, we haven't got any of those. We haven't got any of those, unfortunately. Oh, man. Anyway. I think the second list. I think that, in all sense, go for the second list, but swap the Hellhound out for Leontus, and you will, you'll probably lose every game. No, I think you will lose some games. You might win one. And if you fucking lose them all, who gives a fuck, man? Literally, when you turn it with a meme list, you turn it with zero pressure and all the fun. That's the best bit about a meme list. You just get to turn up and do... You get to turn up and just... Everyone else is there sweating over wins. And you're just there like, I'm just happy to fucking be here. I'm here. You guys are stupid. They're going to be looking for tryhards. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. All right. I want to say a big thank you next to Lewis, my boy. Lewis, thank you so much for the 18-month member flex, baby. X-Force, baby. Thank you for supporting the channel for a year and a half, sir. Thank you for doing your part. I also want to say a big thank you to Chris K. Hail Mordian. Upcoming project in chat. Dude, thank you for the super chat. And just picked up this at Hey Wanna Play in Fort Lauderdale. Pardon me. Wish me luck with this upcoming project. I've never painted a knight. Fingers crossed. I'm thinking an Imperial Sword Knight Castellan variant. I don't want to get too involved with the Toaster Boys on Mars. Okay. I love it. I'm a big fan of the big knights. Contrary to what people might think. But the thing is, I like the harpoon one. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. The correct choice is the one with the magma lance and the big plasma gun. However, the obviously based choice and the one which the founding fathers intended is the fucking harpoon. Because it's a fucking harpoon. It shouldn't really need to be explained. And I'm not going to. So, I mean, I would magnetize. But for the memes, I would be team harpoon. There you go. I mean, on a serious note, definitely magnetize, right? Because you don't want to build, like, you don't want to spend like several $100s on a meme unit that you never end up using because the harpoon's not that good. But you want to have the option to be able to go whaling as well as the option to be able to go winning. All right? All right. Cool German dude. Thank you so much for the super chat, baby. Yes. Thank you for the super chat, man. Let's all give Conrad von Hotzendorf a big happy birthday. Hey! He surely is one of the guys of history. He is someone from history. This is true. In all seriousness, 07 with the 107th annual end of World War One and happy Veterans Day, USA. Hey! 07, boys. 07 boys and Cool German dude, thank you for your support and for the for the right words, the kind words. Absolutely. 07 from the end of World War One. The Great War, the war to end all wars. And yeah, happy Veterans Day. Amazing. There we are. Let's have a look. Okay. So, I don't mean to alarm you. We've caught up on some super chats. We're all rocking and cocking. And it's now time for the beef. Are you ready? Okay, it's time for beef. I'm going to blow my nose quickly. Turn my microphone off, don't worry. And actually, you can beef me. The first beef is mine because I've only got a little bit of drink left. And I think I'm poorly prepared for today's stream. I'm going to run downstairs and just grab a refill. I'm only going to be 30 seconds. I'm not even going to have a piss or anything like that. So I'm going to be a second, grab a drink, and then we can lock into the beef, okay? All right, so give me a second. I did go for a piss. I lied. I thought I didn't need it, but I did. Okay, so let me get me articles up and everything. All right. Gentlemen, there has been a development. So those of you who have been following the competitive scene for a little while now will know that there's been a few high-profile instances of cheating. Dun, dun, dun. But on a serious note, there has been some... It's not that cheating is prolific. It's not. The funny thing is, I don't think cheating is prolific. But there is a problem with cheaters just still cheating. So you've got examples. There's that Tau guy. And I'm going to avoid naming names just to err on the side of caution with this video. But if you know, you know. There's that Tau guy in the US who forged his own data sheets and then with made up stats on, and then went to a tournament with them, and then people asked, hey, can you show me that? He was like, yeah, here it is. And like, that's the level of cheating he did. Do you know what I mean? And that guy, despite getting caught, is still allowed at tournaments. You know, unless individual TOs decide to ban him, that guy's still allowed. You've got instances in the UK where people get, you know, banned for life from LGT, and then next year they just turn up. You've got issues, again, not trying to sort of paint everyone with the same brush, because it's not true, but you've got issues with, you know, there's another well-known Tau player in the UK who has, well, there's been some issues, shall we say, secret missions so secret that nobody knew about it but him, kind of thing. So there's a bit of, you know, there's been a few repeat offenders. This is the issue, right? It's not about, it's actually not about the factions at all. It's not. It's about the fact, you know, we all like to meme on, you know, cheating with Tau, but I don't think that's actually the issue. I think what the issue is that there's repeat offenders. And so if you've got someone who is a cheater who uses an army, well, then obviously it's not going to help, is it? Who uses a specific army most of the time, right? So the problem is that it's not necessarily that cheating is prolific. It's not. It's the fact that cheaters seem to just keep getting away with it. Right? Right. So someone has... and this has gone on for years. This has gone on for years. And everyone's kind of going, no, what can you do? What can you do? Kind of thing. And, well, someone has decided to do something about it. Introducing Fair Play 40k. So this is a community-led anti-cheat system, which allows cheaters to be reported and misconduct to be reported, and for that that misconduct to be logged against someone's name on something like BCP, right? So essentially, rather than you going to one tournament, essentially rather than a cheater going to one tournament and then, you know, getting banned there, but then going to another tournament and just getting away with it because that TO doesn't know that they're a bad person. Essentially, when they sign up on BCP, which like the vast majority of tournaments are on BCP, it means that TO can see like, hey, you've got someone who's signed up who's got like loads of misconduct reported against them. So, they can decide whether they want that person to play or not. Now, on the one hand, I think it's on the one hand, I do think that a system is needed. It is. A system is needed because it's been going on for years. And if Magic the Gathering can have a goddamn system with that, I mean, cheating does always happen, but every other competitive arena basically has some kind of anti-cheat, right? And I know that 40k isn't a tabletop sport, isn't a sport, but that's the direction they want to take it in. They want to make it a T-sport, right? Well, if you're going to have a T-sport, you've got to have an anti-cheating system. And this is what has been proposed. However, on the other hand, I think this is so unfathomably abusable that whilst I think a system is needed, I am not yet convinced that this system is needed. All right? So I've only skim read this, so I could be wrong, but let's find out what the system is. Hi everyone, there's been a lot of talk this year about prominent cases of cheating and bad behavior by players. With WCW over, the Warhammer Championship Worlds, I think it is, I'd like to announce a new 40k organization that is debuting for the 2026 ITC season. Fair Play 40k. This organization is aimed at improving the 40k community through our misconduct reporting system, as well as our sportsmanship shout-out programs to highlight great opponents. The 2026 season will serve as a test run for the system. We are a small group of experienced players/TOs local to Chicago and Milwaukee. Cosmic, are you in this? Fucking hell, Cosmic's in this! Partnering with interested TOs in the Midwestern US and hoping to further refine the system as it begins to roll out. If the system proves to be effective, I'd love to see it implemented more broadly, perhaps partnering with large organizations. If it works well, pipe dreams include a website app or integration with BCP down the line. You can read all about Fair Play 40k and its misconduct reporting system using the following links, although I've included a summary below as well. So at the moment, it's a local. So the one thing to say here is at the moment, this is a local system, but the intention is for it not to stay local. Right? That's the first thing. The second thing to say is before you all start guffawing and saying this system will never take off, I'd like to remind you that BCP didn't exist basically like 2-3 years ago. Maybe, didn't exist like 4 years ago. Like up until relatively very, very recently, no 40k tournaments were standardized on something like on a system. There was lots of little systems that happened, and there was Excel. And in fact, it was basically Excel. And that's why BCP took the scene by storm, because it wasn't that BCP was the best, but BCP was essentially the first. Not quite, but essentially the first. The first one to really give it a proper go and not just be a little like side project, right? So some people might say this is like not going to take off, but the fact that we're even getting a system like this, I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe it's not this system, but I wouldn't be surprised I wouldn't be surprised by the end of 11th edition if there's some standardized anti-cheat system, reporting system going on. And it might be this one. All right? So don't completely dismiss it. So why does Fair Play 40k exist? Up until now, the competitive Warhammer 40k community has had a bit of a Wild West feel to it when it comes to policing player conduct. The ITC and its Code of Conduct, now the FLG Code of Conduct, has been highly influential in changing the culture of Warhammer 40k over the past decade to reflect greater sportsmanship and camaraderie. I mean, I'm not going to get into the weeds there, but that was more of a new blood meets... I mean, I've explained this with the whole, what happened in 8th edition and like the new blood meeting the old blood, but sure. Sure, Frontline Gaming can take the credit for it. I don't care. This leaves individual... It happened on their turf, I suppose. This leaves individual TOs in the position of having to be the sole authority for identifying, adjudicating, and punishing players. Player misconduct at their events. Most TOs would tournaments for their enjoyment of the game and may feel uncomfortable with the punitive aspects of the job. In addition, it can be hard to accurately assess whether players are acting in bad faith or simply having a bad day based on one event alone. These factors mean that those players who do engage in misconduct often evade consequences and impact the experience of the community at large, whether intentionally or by not getting the feedback they need to realise the impact of their actions. Often consequences such as player bans only occur in response to public outcry or community action. Now that's very true. That's very true. Normally, I would say a lot of... So why does cheating happen? Or why do cheaters get away with cheating? Cheating happens because someone wants to win no matter what. But why do people get away with it? So people get away with it because typically war games are pretty non-confrontational. This is one thing that a lot of cheaters don't really know, don't really appreciate, don't really understand. But the person opposite them knows if you're like intentionally cheating. Like 9 times out of 10, they're gonna know because it's gonna smell off, right? It's gonna smell off. But most of the time, they just don't want to be confrontational about it. All right. So that's how people get away with it, and that's why most of the time something only happens if there's public outcry, because basically not only do the players not want to deal with it, but the TOs don't want to deal with it. Yeah. So this is good. This is good. This is a good assessment of the situation. Fair Play 40k aims to change that, as well as celebrate those players who act as beacons of friendliness and sportsmanship. We believe that most players who create negative player experiences, I feel like I came up with that term, but there you go, for their opponents aren't fully aware of the impact they're having. Oh no, they know, they just don't care. And our misconduct reporting system is designed to give them feedback prior to punitive action. For a few individuals out there who deliberately seek to mislead or cheat their opponents, the misconduct reporting system is also designed to identify those players and limit their ability to negatively impact the community. Conversely, the Sportsmanship Shoutouts program is designed to be a space for players to recognize opponents who live the 40k community's ideals of fun, friendly competition. Fair Play 40k is not a TOing/judging organization, but rather an organization that supports the TOs and judges who choose to have their events participate in the system. Right. So, what is the system? The Misconduct Reporting System Summary. Player misconduct works like points on a driver's license. 6 points to a monitoring period and 12 points to a ban. Okay, but if you... I guess ban... Okay, how do you... I suppose if you ban someone from your tournament and they try to sign up on, again, on like BCP, they have to use like a different name. They could do that, but a lot of people won't want to do that because the reason they're cheating because they're chasing the mythical ITC point. So it does work. Yeah, it does fuck people off. Yeah. Also, it gets inconvenient. It's just it's an inconvenience thing, isn't it? If someone has to like go through like 7 fucking emails to keep going to tournaments, at some point they're gonna have to give up. Players accrue points through misconduct reports submitted by opponents and TOs. I will say that again. Players accrue points through misconduct reports submitted by opponents and TOs. So this is where I think it starts to like stumble. Yeah, they need to remove opponents from that. It should be TO only. Player submitted in brackets unverified reports are 1 point. TO verified reports are more depending on a type of misconduct.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Do you know how many Okay. I need to think of a way of putting this that won't get me just like banned or have the UK police knocking on my door. So, me and my brother once signed up to this doubles tournament, and we always used to sign, it was in a local area, and we always used to sign up under the same name. We had our little team name. And we signed up to this doubles tournament, and amazingly for me, we had read the rules pack. And this doubles tournament, the TO had changed the rules pack because it was a local tournament, and so it's the same TO. This TO had changed the rules pack so that this time you didn't need to have two 1,000 point armies with the minimum 1 HQ and 2 troop choices, as was the case back in the day. But instead, between the two armies, you could fulfill the requirements of 1 HQ and 2 troop choices. So I turned up with my Imperial Guard, and my brother turned up with his Blood Angels. And I took the troops because I had loads of Imperial Guard infantry, and my brother took all the other stuff because he had Blood Angels, and so he had good smash caps and stuff like that. So we turned up, and the first opponents that we played against were these two other brothers. Now, I don't want to, again, I want to avoid language that will avoid me ending up in jail. But let's put it this way. These were two grown men, but their mum took them to the tournament. And when I say grown men, I'm talking 20s. One of them was 21, one's in the 20s, one's in the 30s. Their mum used to turn up to every single tournament. And it was very clear that the local gene pool was maybe more of a paddling pool. And so we told they turned up and they were like, hey, where's the troop choices in the Blood Angel army? And we said, oh, well, in the rules pack this time, it's changed. And these guys just, for over an absolute nothing burger, just fully flipped out. I'm talking full blown hoodie over the, jumper pulled up over the head, arms down by the side, reeing on the floor, meltdown. And the mum basically started having a go at the TO, saying that he was picking on her boys. If you had given those two access to this system, can you imagine what they would have done? Right? So, I don't think that opponents should be able to submit this. I don't think opponents should be able to submit this because I've told that story, and I bet that you have all in your time of playing Warhammer 40k come across multiple people that story has reminded you of. Right? Right. Moving on. Categories include problematic conduct, behavior / attitude, problematic play / angle shooting, rules / game issues, hate speech, intentional. Sorry. I live in the UK. I can't say that. Intentional cheating. I'm taking the piss, by the way. Intentional cheating, illegal activity. Max of 1 report per game. Gaining more than 6 points a single event is unlikely but possible. Reports must be submitted within 7 days of the end of the event in question. Players in a monitoring period will be flagged to participating TOs for active judging, but will not receive points for further unverified reports. First ban lasts 1 year with monitoring afterwards. Subsequent bans may be permanent. 24 months with no reports wipes away 6 points of past misconduct. Reports usually aren't contestable, but false reporting is severely punished. Reports aren't contestable,
Said Cree.
but false reporting is severely punished. How are you gonna know if it's a false report? It's gonna be he said, she said. Is this just gonna be like hashtag believe wargamers? Okay, what stops me from points someone never actually played? Because it has to be an opponent, and if this is through BCP, it'd be something you do via that. Or TO's pals gets a pass. If you can't contest, how would they know they're false? Exactly. You can't contest it, so how do you know it's false? Key features. Distinct from the TOs it supports. Works as an add-on that keeps TOs to the final word at their events. Attempts to minimize effort required by TOs to implement. Allows players to report directly, but players can't be banned based on unverified reports alone. Contents of reports are kept private and players' names are kept as private as possible. Reports are assessed by a conduct committee composed of experienced players. In an alpha testing stage and open to feedback. Reports are assessed by a conduct committee composed of experienced players. Okay, yeah, this is the power trip, right? So this is overcomplicated. Right? This is just overcomplicated. I think maybe it's a business. Do you know what this might be? This might be a business venture. Do you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of those companies that set out knowing they're going to get bought up by Google. Like knowing that, and then part of the business plan is, hey, if we do this, we have a product, then in 7 years' time, Google will buy us and we'll just sell out. Yeah. What you need is very, very simple. You need a system where TOs can submit a report, a private report that can only be seen by other TOs, saying why they have saying, hey, this player was at my event and I got multiple complaints about them about this. That's it. That's it. And then when someone signs up to your event as a TO, you can see if they've got any reports and then you can keep an eye on them. That's it. That's all it is. It's just an information sharing system. And you can see what event the report was submitted at. You can see how large the event was. That's all it needs to be. That's all it needs to be. And then TOs can decide, they can see, oh, this player's got a conduct flag next to them. Read report. Okay, yeah, like 6 months ago, this guy went to a tournament and he got, he basically like, spazzed out over like someone's dice being hot, but actually they were fine. And yeah, just the TOs reported it. But that was like 6 months ago. He's been to like 4 events since and no issues whatsoever. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's okay. Or it's like, okay, oh my God, this guy's been to like 4 events, 1 every weekend for the last month, and he's come away with a conduct report from the TO of every single one saying that he was difficult. Okay, yeah, no, I'm going to refund that guy's ticket. He's not allowed to register at my event. That's it. That's it. That's all it needs to be. That's all it needs to be. Just an information sharing database which allows TOs to make informed decisions if they want to. That's it. But we'll see. So I think this system, look, I appreciate, they definitely identified what the problems are. I think this is just so obviously fucked. Like player unverified reports. What happens when you have someone? What happens when you've got someone who just, this happens all the time, right? What happens if you've got like a well-known like content creator? I'm not talking about myself here, let's be clear. But what happens if let's have a think. What happens if like someone from like Vanguard Tactics or let's say like Stephen Box or something, what happens if someone just doesn't like him? What happens if someone just doesn't like Richard Siegler? What happens if someone just doesn't like a player or a YouTuber? People are not rational beings, and they get paired into them, and no matter what happens, they just go fuck you, and they just report you. Yeah, fuck you, because they know that if you get this reported against you, it will fuck your entire. That people will start going, because you know what the internet's like. It's gonna be like, oh, and did you know that Richard Siegler has got like 3 conduct reports against him? Oh my God, like I heard that he's a cheating piece of shit. And obviously that's not true, but it's just that you get jealous cunts. You just get fucking remedials. Yeah. That's what happens. So yeah, I think, yeah. Let's see what people are saying here. So, our first RTT using the Fair Play system has already been held. The first participating GT event is scheduled in 2 weeks at Second City Games. So, tournaments are signing up with this. Which is kind of crazy. P.S. Since this will probably come up, remember that public shaming civic player, blah, 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 blah. Edit. I see a number of people commenting on how unverified reports aren't accessible, so I'll address this in the main post. Allowing players to directly contest reports against them would be unworkable, as every single report would be contested. However, this system is not built. We don't want to do the hard work. Oh no. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that this was like the Grand fucking Council. I'm sorry, I thought this was like the Grand Council of the Jedi that was gonna like determine my fucking guilt. Wait, you don't want to do the fucking work? You don't want to do the fucking work? Then what the fuck even is this then? What the fuck even is this? Okay. I want you to read every single report. At the very least, get an AI to do it. As every single report would be contested. However, this system is not built around the idea that each player's report is 100% accurate. The conduct committee will review reports' validity regardless of whether the offender wishes to contest it, and further scrutiny will be given to reports that describe vastly different or contrary behaviour. Oh my God. In addition, the worst consequence of players' reports is a monitoring period, and the TOs who have more information on the situation have full discretion as how they monitor. A player unfairly reported will likely not progress beyond a monitoring period, and the system has potential for abuse. Any system has potential for abuse, and the goal here is to provide more benefit to the community than harm. I mean, you can have that goal. Great. The goal here is to provide more benefit to you. Just saying it doesn't make it happen. Yeah. Part of this year's goal is to see how this actually works in the actual use and adjust system to find that balance between sensitivity and false positives. Okay, so I want to make something clear. I absolutely support the idea of an anti-cheat system. I absolutely fucking do. I know, not personally, like not on a friendly basis, but I am aware of, shall we say, in a acute capacity of several repeat offenders in the UK that really, that something needs to happen, because they've been doing this for fucking years, and they're getting more and more and more bold about it because they realize that there's nothing that's ever going to change. Nothing's ever going to happen to them, right? So we need a system. I'm just not convinced about this. Is Mordian. Don't tell yourself. Ah! There you go. Yeah. I like the idea, but how are false reports punished if reports... Oh, sorry, I was reading something in chat. The Republic will be reorganized the First Galactic spreadsheet. I like the idea, but how are false reports punished if reports are contestable? I feel TO should have the ability to remove a player report if it was at their event. Help salty people from lying. While I agree in theory, wasn't part of the issue report proves was that some people may have been cheating with friends with TOs and thus weren't properly removed from events. You can't ever so the thing is, you can't, any system is open to abuse. So rather than trying to, in my opinion, any system is open to abuse. And what it feels like to me is rather than trying to, rather than just either A, shrugging your shoulders and just go, well, any system open to abuse, or rather than having trying to like have weird decisions on like which kind of abuse we're going to try and manage and which ones we're not. You just you design a system which isn't, how to put this? You design a system where if it is abused, it doesn't lead to major fucky wookie. Right? So that's why I suggest, fuck me, just twat my elbow. That's why I suggested like have a system where, you know, TOs can submit reports, but it's just an information sharing system. That's it. It's just an information sharing system that allows TOs to be armed with information, because that way the TO can say, hey, I can see you've, you know, I'm going to let you, you know, that's it. That it's that simple. It's just gives the TOs the information, and then the TOs decide what to do with it. That's what I that's the way I think I would do it. So let's address the obvious £800 gorilla. Say my opponent name is Michael Smith. What stops him from being reported under his name, and then saying he is Mike Smith the next event he goes to Dodge System, or giving the name Richard Siegler. That's so good. That's so true. What if someone just signs up under a tournament under someone else's name? That is so true. Can you imagine? Oh my god, I would get instantly fucking permabanned because all of you guys would think it would be hilarious to sign up to events under my name. Or what a bunch of you would do is, yeah. Oh, do you know, I've actually thought of another system, and you'd be like, Mordian's gonna be so funny when Mordian gets banned. It's like, also, what if someone uses that as like a defense? Like, oh, that wasn't me. Someone signed up to an event under my name. That's AI. That's AI generated. Oh, man. Yeah. 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 I'm just not sure. I don't know. I want there to be a system, but I fucking hope this is not the system that gets picked up. Jesus wept. Right, let's have a look. They've got some documents here. I don't know if this is some of this already has been described. Sportsmanship shoutouts. Fair Play 40K also offers a way to commend your opponents for great sportsmanship. If you play a tournament game against an opponent you think had exceptional sportsmanship, you can give that player a shout out using the Google form found here or the QR code below. Shoutouts are for opponents, not bystanders or others. At the end of the season, all players who receive shoutouts will be commended, and the player with the most shoutouts will receive a medal officially certifying them as a champion of congeniality. Giving shoutouts is completely optional and is something to consider if you walk with them going, wow, that person was a treat to play. I want to see what that QR code does. Oh my god, it actually works. Oh wait, does that link to BCP? No, it's Google Forms. So if you use that QR code, you can put your. I'll show you. There's no. Make sure I'm not got any sensitive information on here. My email's on there, but it's the channel one, so that's fine. There's no. I'm not going to be doxing myself or anything. Right. So look at this. Right. So you put your email in, your name in, your opponent's name, and in as many or as few words as necessary, what makes the person an awesome opponent. I don't mean to alarm anyone, but there are definitely people out there that would abuse that as well. It would be extremely possible to go on the paid version of BCP. Not even that. It'd be extremely possible to go on BCP and submit using... How does this work? So you could go on BCP, see who your opponents were, type their names in, make an email address, and then say, yeah, this guy was great, and then submit it. And it's like, oh my god, like this guy has got like hundreds of accolades for being best player. Like, or even if you just did it like, oh my god. I know, and you know, that there would be someone who would be like, someone who would like shill their like coaching service or their YouTube channel and be like, 2026's voted sportsmanship champion via Fair Play 40k, and they just submit themselves a bunch of fucking reports, and they didn't get checked or verified by anyone, because it's like, no one's gonna fucking check that shit. If this got big, no one would check that. And also someone who could be like, hey, it says that I've got like a misconduct report against me, but Pussy Slayer 9000 said that I was the best person he'd ever played against. Look at the report that he submitted. It's like, how do we know that's legit? It's just, yeah. Yeah. And the funny thing is, the people that will abuse this system, will be the cheaters themselves. That's the ironic thing, right? Because I wouldn't do it. You guys wouldn't do it. All right. But the kind of person that's going to go full-blown repeat cheating scumbag is absolutely the kind of person that will submit false reviews about themselves. Right? The people that are going to abuse this are the exact fucking people that are going to be the ones getting reported by the system. Oh, no. Right, what's this one then? Misconduct reporting. Okay. 12 points system to track misconduct, accruing 6 points through the system, triggers a monitoring period, accruing 12 points, triggers a 1-year ban participating every 24 months, but no reports made, reduces existing points by 6. Misconduct reports are private, will not be broadcast to the larger community. Offending players will be notified once they accrue 2 misconduct points, 2 unverified reports, or 1 report verified by a TO. Identity reporting players will not be shared with a reported player, although anonymity will frequently not be possible and a conflict was apparent at the table. Monitoring periods will be known to participating TOs and discussed with the offending player. Bans and ban length will be public, but the nature of the ban will not... Oh my God. Brilliant. Bans and ban Lend the Republic, but the nature of the ban will not. Oh, brilliant. So, oh yeah, I've been banned. I don't know why. Reportable actions. The system only applies to official competitive events listed in BCP. For problematic conduct or play to be reportable, it is typically present in multiple systems throughout the game or for a significant period of time. However, people are occasionally to get rules and measurements wrong or get frustrated at bad luck. However, players might consider participating particularly significant single actions as reportable. Hate speech or verifiable cheating are reportable based on a single instance and should be brought to a TO/judge for the confirmation immediately. The following descriptions are examples of reportable actions, but not an exhaustive list. It is impossible to fully account for every iteration of problematic conduct. Oh, brilliant! Oh, brilliant! So it's just... Oh, brilliant. So it's if someone's fifis are hurt. Oh, joy. Problematic conduct, antagonistic behavior towards opponents, belligerence/name calling, displays of violence at the table, personal attacks that don't qualify as hate speech, other unsportsmanlike behavior that doesn't impact gameplay but makes for a negative play experience, behavior that causes problems to the event venue, excessive intoxication that... Well, that's fucked then in Britain, isn't it? How am I meant to play at the tournament if I'm not rat-assed? What the hell, man? This is racist. It's racist against British people. I don't think they Jesus Christ. My God. You can pry my pint from my cold dead hand. What's wrong with a fight in the car park? This is not cover simply being standoffish/low energy or getting frustrated at bad dice/losing, unless that frustration is directed at the opponent. Oh man, yeah. It says does not, but honestly, I'm always really tired in the first round of an event because it's not my usual sleeping pattern, and yeah. I would definitely. I'd be copping unverified reports constantly. And obviously, also, I would abuse the system because anytime someone signed up to my event with Tau, I would report them for problematic play. Problematic conduct is a Tau player. Yeah. Problematic play, angle shooting, rolling dice without declaring the purpose of the roll, picking up dice without the opponent being able to verify, through overly fast rolling or dice behind terrain / out of sight, repeated and egregiously sloppy model movement resulting in extra movement, repeatedly misplaying rules for personal benefit, weaponizing the clock. Okay, fair, I like that one. This covers situations where there's problematic play, but there's no clear identifiable intent to cheat. However, problematic play that is confirmed across multiple games as a single event or continues after a TO warning may be upgraded to intentional cheating at the discretion of TO. Hate speech, insulting and demeaning a player using their race, ethnicity, sex, gender, identity, religion, disability status, or neurodivergence. This covers both indirect and direct references to these characteristics. I don't know, man. I shouldn't get too. This one is just like supercharged. You know. I think we're back again. Woo! Woo! I start talking. The UK government spat on me, boys. I start talking about that. They're like, heard you were talking about hate speech. No, that sounds fine. It's easy. Look, it's easy for me, a kid of like the 90s and early 2000s, to like, you know, hear words like hate speech and like neurodivergence and be like, wanky. But at the end of the day, it's just the language. It's the language of the day, right? It's not. It's like, okay, look. Let's just use language that people that is fairly common parlance by today's standards. So, you know, it's fine. I'm actually not gonna get hung up on that. I just have to realize that it's no longer 1993. Intentional cheating in game, using loaded or tricked dice to manipulate data cards / game aids, deliberately representing misrepresenting or lying about rules, concealing game information in response to direct questions, or lying about the game state, egregious measurements, rules, or dice errors that demonstrate clear intent to cheat, problematic play that occurs across multiple games at a single event, or continues after a warning from TO must be confirmed by TO at the time that it happens, or with demonstrable proof after the fact, such as stream footage. The TO judge makes final determination on whether clear intent to cheat is present. Without clear intent, the act typically falls under problematic play. It says all cheating out of game conclusion or attempt to conclusion between players to agree to an outcome beforehand or manipulate game results to the benefit of both players. Playing units do not list in one's army list. Illegal activity. Stealing from an LGS event or player. Selling hard drugs such as cocaine. That's a somewhat specific example. Everyone knows. No one does cocaine at Warhammer events. It's all about the ketamine. During an event, sexual misconduct of any kind. That's it. All you horn dogs. All you sexual tyrannosaurs, you're out. Table misconduct points per offense. Wow. So they give you 12 points for illegal activity. Oh, man. Who's selling it? Yeah. If I can't get K-hold at an event, I ain't going. I thought it was America. Oh my god. How will I grope the Warlord Titans to get my way? Exactly. Oh my god. It's a pretty... Yeah. There you go. So it is entirely... So what I want to know... One-year ban. They will be immediately banned from all participating events for a period of 12 months from the date of the ban. If misconduct at a recurring yearly event triggered the ban, this period will always include next year's event. The only cause for immediate ban is illegal activity. The player responsible for maintaining the ban and attempts to evade the 1-year ban will result in a lifetime ban. If the ban player is interested in addressing the behavior that led to the ban, conduct committee members and or TOs will be available for conversations with the player to develop a plan to prevent further offences. Seems pretty... It sounds a little bit like a struggle session. So... The reports are uncontestable, right? What happens? And I know that this is... I know that this would never, ever, ever happen. But what happens if a TO is a bad person? And what happens if a TO just says, oh yeah, he was doing drugs in the toilets? I mean, that's just an immediate ban that you can't contest. And even if you did contest it, why would they fucking risk it? Why would they go out on a limb and risk it? They'd be like, oh, no, man, like he's been reported for like doing something really dodgy at an event. What do we do? Do we, risk the guy that's been accused of the dodgy shit being legit? Or do we just basically side with the TO? You can take that to court. Artie Chad, I feel very strongly like no one would bother taking it to court because you'd be... Your Honor, they banned me from the Warhammer tournament. What the fuck are you on about? They won't let me go to the Warhammer tournament. It's like, do you know what I mean? You're not going to take it to court. Okay, actually, to be fair, that apparently... America is home of the brave, land of the lawsuit. So I don't know. Maybe you would. But no one's going to. No one's going to. Yeah, yeah. I mean, guys, going to court isn't free. All right? Going to court isn't free. Remember that. You know? Slander's very difficult to prove, remember? Slander and libel are some of the hardest court cases to prove, which is why a lot of them get settled outside of court. Think about that. That's why it was such a big deal when like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard actually went to court over like slander and libel. Remember? That was like it was a really big deal because it's really hard to prove, but I think it was Amber Heard basically started it, but then it kind of opened, she kind of like opened herself up to the countersuit and all that kind of stuff, right? Is it small claims? It's basically free. It's not free. You have to give up your time to go. Small claims court is not free. There's time involved. And going to court is not free. It's that simple. It's that simple. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Like, player conflict arbitration. If two players experience repeated conflict during tournaments to the point where the problematic report multiple times, either players who reports for the sources, both players can choose to opt into conflict arbitration rather than continue accruing misconduct points from each other. They can talk with the conflict committee and relevant TOs to work through the differences and find mutually agreeable solution. Any confirmed harassment when it can by a player towards another based on reports, whether towards a reporting player, blah, 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 blah. I mean, oh no! Wesley, no! No! Oh. You have shamed us, sir! You have disgraced us, sir! Oh, man. Shout thoughts players with misconduct points. Everyone has bad days. Everyone makes decisions at some point. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know. Right. We've basically seen it, right? What do we think? What do we think? My thoughts are that I think having a system is good, but I think if this system became widespread, it would be so abusable. So abusable. And I think the best system is to have an information sharing system. That's it. It's to have an information sharing system rather than the problem is the problem is oh, you earn points and breakdown and all that kind of stuff. That's the problem. Yeah. I think if they made it very simply, like reports could be submitted by TOs to participating tournaments so that you know if someone turns up to your tournament, if someone's got a bad rap, that would be simple. That would be the simple information sharing system. Yeah, yeah. What do you get? What's the question for the poll? Do you support this? Do you support this? The fair play 40k system? Yes. No. There we go. Let's have a look. Great question from Jubacabra. Showing it with weed would be legal in my state would be illegal in most neighboring states. We ban people having weed. That's true. But I suppose you just have it for... It's, you know, illegal activity. I think this kind of forgets that this is... PCP is used internationally. Something that's illegal in one country may not be illegal in another country. So, or even state to state. Yeah. I think that I am a big proponent of like coming up with some kind of anti-cheat system, but I think this one has tried to overly complicate it. It's tried to like have these like hard factors involved in a funny sort of way. If you're smoking weed in the tournament building, you shouldn't be there. I am not someone who participates in any of the substances of Slanesh, shall we say. Okay? But my understanding would be, look, if someone was in front of me and they smoked up a giant fucking doobie right in front of me, inside, that would vex me. But that would fall under poor player conduct. Yeah. That would fall under poor player conduct. If someone went out, if someone on their lunch round went out and smoked a fat fucking doobie and then came in and they were like obviously stoned, but firstly, I feel like I wouldn't complain because then I'm probably going to win the game. And second, because they're going to be like, oh man, I forgot to use my stratagem. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, then you see the stones of Floyd and you laugh knowing you're probably going to use the game. Look, I have absolutely played against some big fucking stoners, right? And let me tell you, I'm just going to say something. I've never had a bad game versus a stoner. All right, and it's funny because someone turned at the table and they were like a little bit out of it, and I was like, but I knew them quite well, and I was like, how are you feeling? They were like, oh, I'm just a bit out of it, and I was like, and they went, yeah, I just had a little smoke down in the alley, and I was like, cool, man.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping his streets safe.
But anyway, we're not getting into the topic of drugs and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm not high. I'm extremely long COVID. The point is, it only really matters if it's going to affect the. It only really matters if it's going to affect the game. I think it should fall in some. Weed really stinks. No chance. I really don't want to get into it. Can we all agree just to move on from this topic? Because we're going to end up in a weed versus alcohol versus is this substance okay and this substance okay and so on and so forth and blah, 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 blah. And I don't think it's really like the point of it, okay? You know, I don't think that's really, you know, we're kind of getting lost for the woods, the trees. And look, I'm neither endorsing nor condoning any behavior, okay? Any behavior, all right? I'm neither endorsing nor condoning. That's just not what this channel's about, right? Right. And it was funny to laugh at the idea of someone getting stoned at a Warhammer game, but I think it's going to dominate the entire conversation. So let us agree to disagree. You guys can have one stance, other people can have another stance, and that's how we'll do it, okay? Because otherwise we're just going to be here fucking chatting shit about it, right? All right. So, long story short, we'll see what the results are coming in. 33% of people support the system. 67% of people don't support the system. Interesting. That's quite a lot of people who don't support it. The 67% of people in here are cheaters. That's what it is. You've all self-reported. Now I know. There we go. Yeah. Carsten Yule, I support the system, but not its current state. Yeah, exactly. I support the idea of the system. I don't support this specific system. I would absolutely support the system if it was like, hey, if you're a TO on BCP and you have a bad player, you can submit a report that goes to basically, that goes against that person's name. It stays there for 6 months and it says, hey, this person did this tournament. And so other TOs can then choose to act on that information in some way. But there's no like point system which can be abused. There's no, there's no, I think that's as simple as it gets. Now you've always got issues where obviously someone could like sign up on BCP and as a TO, because anyone can do that, and could then like access the system. But I think the simple way you do it is you don't have, maybe there's like one central admin or one central admin like system who can can see all of it. But I would say you don't go in and everyone can see it. You can only if you're a TO, if someone signs up to your event, then you can see reports against players associated with your event, right? So to give it, because otherwise someone could, I could right now go BCP TO version, sign up, player conduct reports, boom, watch more, and I can be like, oh my god, have you seen so and so, blah 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 blah, and there's that's just endless drama. But instead, what it happens is you sign up as a TO, and then let's say you'd run an RTT, let's say 12 people sign up, and sign up, and then one or two of them you say, oh, it says they've got a player conduct report against them. Okay, click on that. What's the player conduct report? And it gives you the history of that person over the last 6 months, and that's it. Just the last 6 months, and then basically you TO can go, okay, yeah. What did it say? This TO said. The player got really angry over bad dice. Other than that, was perfectly fine. Do you see what I mean? Or this person was an absolute mega bastard cheater. Highly recommend you don't highly recommend that you keep an eye on them at the event. That's it. That's as far as it goes. You just make sure that the TO reports don't have anything like, do not allow this person at the event. You can't be having that. It's just like, this is the information. And then the TOs who are running events can see, like, if they want that person to know. Because someone's been to 6 events in 6 different places on BC, all on BCP. And every single event they've been to, 6 independent TOs have said, this guy's a knobhead. Well, then you can go, all right, I might let this guy out of my tournament, or I might just go, no, refund ticket, or, unregister, whatever it may be. This person's not allowed to register for my event. Yeah, drop them from my event. Yeah, it's that simple. And yeah, someone could sign up with a Smurf account, like a blank account. Yeah, they could, but they could do that under, there's always going to be a loophole in the system. And at the end of the day, there's probably a certain level of inconvenience that comes with. There's a certain level of inconvenience, and a lot of people just don't want to be inconvenienced. Yeah, it's that simple. Yeah, most people like to sign up. Most people like to sign up for an event with their BCP account because that links to their ITC points, and they get to go around wanking themselves off saying they're the best player in like the UK, or the best player of orcs in the US, or something like that, right? So most people don't want to keep creating new accounts because they're the kind of people that they want to have those bragging rights, right? It still relies on TOs to be truthful, but it doesn't allow TOs to ban anyone on from someone else's event. It means that another TO can make a decision based on the information that they've got. It's that simple. Yeah. It's that simple. Yeah. All right. Anyway, that's what I think. Let's see what people say. Let's see what people are saying. Got some super chats coming in here. Got a lot of super chats coming in about this. Rider of Angmar, thank you for the 8-month member flex. This could have saved many from Bill the Bastard. That's true. A system like this could save people from Bill the Bastard, but I think, you know, the thing is that Bill the Bastard, he just runs his own events now, and he can't be banned from his own event. Yeah, you guys may not know that, but Bill the Bastard still exists, but now he just runs his own events. Yeah, and people, I think a lot of people that sign up don't know. They don't know. Yeah. Tech Priest Gabriel, thank you for the 14-month member flex. X-Force, baby! I'm back, Mordy. Full message in Discord. Hey! Tech Priest, let's have a look, man. Let's have a look. Hello, Meat Sacks. Did you all miss me? Of course, Tech Priest, of course, man. I was away from the channel for a bit, but I decided to come back to spend not just Memorial Day, but also the day before my anniversary, birthday. Hey! Nice. Here with you all. Happy birthday, mate. A lot's happened since I last showed up. I'm now in college. All my cadence were transferred. My local bot action community disappeared after the local game store closed down, which means Project Oberkommando Vest is officially kaput. Oh, that's a shame. That is a shame. But who knows? I wouldn't get rid of them just yet. I wouldn't get rid of them just yet. You know, Conflict 47 could be making a big surge. So if anyone wants 1k points to win to Germans, come find me after Mordian waffles on about this male cow byproduct. I think can you not get beef from female cows? I actually don't know. Is it only male cows? Probably you keep the female cows for milking and the male cows get turned into meat. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, and don't worry, a new game store took its place, and I may have agreed to join the local 40k community to LVO 2026 without securing a 2k army list. Fortunately, I'm working on acquiring a new 2k army list. Unfortunately, acquiring a new army costs money, some that is in short supply now that I'm a college student. Oh well. Anyway, back to you, Mordian. One more thing. AdMech supremacy! The flesh is weak, meatbags! Yes! Fuck you, Elder, you knife-eared glass bitches. Oh, man. Tech Priest, it's good to have you here, buddy. It's good to have you here. I'm sorry to hear that you're, it sounds like you've sold your guard and your local bot action community unfortunately went away. But, which is, that's not good news. But good news is going to college. Well done. Hope you smash it. Hope you do very, very well. And other good news is that you're looking at getting in. I mean, you've got to get the AdMech, right? It's just going to be a case of getting AdMech without it costing you an arm and a leg. So maybe not official GW models, but there's lots of third-party models you could probably take advantage of that would allow you to play without losing a kidney or two. There you go. Great to have you back, Tech Priest. X-Force, baby. Amazing, man. Inquisitor Ishtabal, thank you for super chat, bro. How do you stop a salty false report in that other system? You can't. You can't stop it, and you can't contest it. This is the problem. This is the problem. Yeah, that's why a lot of people were like, you know. The thing is, though, it is important to note that I think 99% I think 9 out of 10 games that you would play would be totally okay. But the problem is not the 9 out of 10. The problem is it only takes a few people to abuse the system for a system to start falling down. Yeah. Inquisitor Ishtabal, thank you for super chat. Thank you for another super chat, man. Maybe an opponent needs to submit it and the TO approve it. True, but then you're asking TOs to do more work. And the TOs are all volunteers who I mean, some of them get paid. Most of them run it for, you know, like as part of like a store or something. But TOing is all sort of semi-volunteer, semi-paid kind of shit. Yeah. And most TOs will just go, I can't. I mean, guys. I know I'm not the best, like, person to use as an example here, but look how many messages I have got outstanding just on Discord. If I was a TO, I probably couldn't be bothered reading any of them. So, you can all lambast me for that. And I want you all, you know, you're all fully free to judge me as a lazy scumbag. But, you know, I don't think my behavior is particularly uncommon, shall we say. CJ, lovely. Thank you for super chat, man. The Banzai, lovely non-crime game incidents. Yeah, I think that's, yeah. Yeah, it's non-crime game incidents. Yeah. Getting triggered with that. Getting triggered, yeah. But yeah, that's basically, you've hit the nail on the head there, CJ. Yeah. The Lower Decks, thank you for super chat, man. Why is the dynasty so wealthy, yet so broke? In-stream discussion. Let's have a look. Sir, I have been released from my confinement. I was brought to what I suspect was their leader. The Xenos are all speaking Imperial Gothic in strange, if understandable ways. The robed and helmed Eldar had a lot of stones floating around it, introducing itself as Palathaes, an Eldar who sees far over the horizon. A Farseer. They began to talk about history, destiny, and prophecy. And I zoned out, sir. As the Xenos... as you should do. The only way to protect yourself from their lies is to daydream. As the Xenos spoke and their rock collection zoomed around the room, I ran through a shopping list of thoughts. Can a misconduct system really work if it is player reported only? Did this not cause the great unkindness in the car park that destroyed the city of Croydon in M2? Does Admiral Bricks put his socks on before he puts his pants on? No, he walks around like an insect. Does Admiral Brick? Why do beautiful women with undiagnosed psychological problems seem drawn to me? I would like to say opposites attract, but in your case, I don't think that's the case. If an adept of the Mechanicus gets an erection, do they call it a robo-boner? Yes. I came out the days to see Palanthes looking at me expectantly. I gave a non-committal shrug. It took for acceptance of whatever proposal I had made. What did I just agree to? Whatever you agreed to, under the sacred tenets of the dynasty, you can always just break your commitment. There you are. The Talzun, thank you for the Baneblade. Yes, it is the Baneblade. Thank you so much for the generous super chat, my man. Comrade Neckbeard has reported you to the KGWB for disloyalty to the rules. There will be no trial. To the gulag with you. Straight to jail. Straight, Talzun, straight to jail. Straight to jail. It's bullshit. You brought a skeulets against me. That's poor player conduct. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man. Totally agree. Yeah. Jared, man, thank you for the super chat. Beef! With the USA versus UK debate, USA definitely came late to World War I and World War II. UK chocolate is way better. Oh my God. I don't think we can start this beef again. Jared, as much as I want to, and as much as I agree with you, you know, even just mentioning it, the chat is now going to fill. I predict the chat is now going to fill with a bunch of Americans spamming USA, US flags, Tea and Harbor, you know, and all sorts of other things, and it's basically just going to be a shit show. Everyone's going to be. I knew it. I knew it. It's happening. Oh my god. Look, Jared, man. The best thing to do with Americans, it's very simple. There's one rule when it comes to dealing with Americans, all right? It's a very important rule. And all the Americans in chat are going to get very upset when I say this. Okay? Don't touch their boats. All the Americans in chat are now like, who said boats? Who said they're going to touch our boats? Are you touching Mordian? Are you going to touch the boats? Like, no, I said don't just touch the boats. He's touching the boats! He is touching the boats! Don't touch our boats! No boat touching. I'm gonna touch the boats more than 25. Get away with the fucking boats! That's the only rule you have. Just don't, when it comes to Americans, just don't touch the boats. All right. All right. Inquisitor Ishtabel, thank you for the super chat, man. List of you weren't ready. No rush. Sorry if I'm annoying. Dude, you're not. Inquisitor Ishtabel, never apologize. Thank you for supporting the stream. Why would I be annoyed with you for supporting the stream? The point of the stream is for us to interact with each other, and I'm very grateful that you have decided to do a super chat. I never ever get annoyed with people doing lots of super chats. Why the fuck would I? A, it makes the stream more interesting, and B, I like the support. Of course I do. Right? So, please, do not apologize. Let's have a look for the list of you, man. Where did you say it was? Is it in stream discussion, or is it in email? It might be an email. Email, that's okay, man. I'll check it out now. Okay, Imperial Agents. I don't need to review this list. Because nothing I say will change it. Will change its chances. Oh my god. I'm only teasing. It is actually very possible to win games with Imperial Agents. Let's have a look. It's just a meme. It's just a meme. You know, Imperial Agents, it's like Tau players have to deal with everyone hating Tau, and Imperial Agents players have to deal with everyone saying that their army is shit, but actually it's all just part of the banter. So, Karl's Assassin, Glex Assassin, Eversor Assassin, Vindicate Assassin, all 4 Assassins. Ooh! Inquisitor, Mistborn Priest, Navigator, Watch Captain Artemis, Aquila Kill Team. I don't even know what an Aquila Kill Team is. Is that the new one? That's the new one. Okay. I like the loadouts you've gone for on the Aquila Kill Team. Imperial Navy Breachers, fine. There's some shit munchers. Vigilant Squad, fine. Rhino, Grey Knight, Sister Battle, Warglaive. Okay, so couple of things. Firstly, I think you're quite character heavy. You've got one. Obviously, that's a big nature of that is the assassins. Secondly, I feel like I have a plan for how to run Imperial Agents. And I don't know if it's a good plan, but I have a plan for how I would want to run Imperial Agents. I think the way you do it is you basically run a Death Watch army that's got access to ship munchers. This is something that I think a lot of people dismiss Imperial Agents, but I don't think that's right. I think if you take Imperial Agents, in some ways you actually have a... It's quite interesting because you can take essentially a Death Watch army that has access to the equivalent of like chapter serfs, right? So I quite like the idea of where you take an Imperial Agents army that's mostly Death Watch, but maybe you end up with like 4 or 5 squads of like ship munchers. Yeah, so I'd love to run that arm. That's my thinking. And my only concern with this army is you haven't really got any of the good Death Watch units, as it were. But it's a bit difficult because the good Death Watch units are the old veterans, which are basically going away. So I can't in good conscience tell you to buy those. You know, if you could kit bash them or if you already own them, that'd be a different story. But yeah. So that's just what's going through my head. Overall, I think... I'm just going to blow my nose first. 1 minute. I got a stuffy nose right now. Sorry about that. I just don't want to keep going like into like the into the mic. So my thinking, Inquisitor, is that the power, the punch of your list comes from your Death Watch units. The fact that you could take the best part of the Death Watch, in my opinion, which is the veterans, because of how loaded up you can make those squads, and then have some cheap infantry basically doing its thing on like screening and stuff behind that, or in front of that, it actually makes a really interesting army. But the problem is that I'm just worried that if you went out and bought a load of stuff to make that happen, 11th edition might come around and your army becomes... Oh, I don't know. I don't know. It's a horrible thing to think about, but your army may not exist in 11th edition. Not as a sole entity. Like, it may be that Death Watch exists, Sister Battle exists, and Grey Knights exists, but we don't know what happens with 11th edition, but there's a chance that a niche army like Imperial Agents could struggle a little bit. So that's why I'm like, I can't really say, hey, go out and buy a bunch of this stuff, because we don't know if that's going to be a bad thing. And I don't like talking like that, because obviously I don't want to yuck your yum as an Agents player and someone telling you your army's fucked. Like, no one wants to hear that. No one does. It's just a really shitty thing to say. But I also don't want to be like, yeah, go out and buy 30 Death Watch veterans, the old firstborn ones. That's what you need for your army. Because I feel like in a funny sort of way, that's even worse. Yeah. So my advice to you, Inquisitor, would be this. Start thinking about how you can, but you don't necessarily have to start chucking loads of money at it. Start thinking about, if you had to, how could you make your army be like more of a Sisters army, or more of a Grey Knights army, or more of like a normal Death Watch army, not just based on Death Watch veterans. Yeah. I mean, that's really good of you. I'm conflict confirmed. Fair enough. So as long as you've got, you know, something going on, if you know what I mean, Inquisitor, but that's the important thing. Yeah. But your specific list, I think, to give you feedback on your specific list, I think it's somewhat character heavy, but I think that's the whole point because you've taken the Veil Blade Elimination Force, right? So, yeah. My main criticism with it isn't, it's not a bug, it's a feature from where you are with your list building, right? So, yeah. There you go. Derek M, thank you for super chat. I find MG's towel jive problematic. It's a shame I have to report him for having his models on 28mm bases rather than 28.5mm bases. Well, you know what? That's actually funny. I'd totally get done for that. I would totally get done with that because I refuse to change my base sizes. I just refuse. I'm just like, look, I just don't care. If someone uses wrong size heavy weapon teams against me, I don't care. Like, it really... I've played so many games of Warhammer 40k where one side or the other has had things with the wrong base size, and I don't even mention it as a joke. I don't even think about it. Just like, those gene stealers should be on larger bases. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I refuse. I hate it. I hate that Games Workshop is... Because they change the base sizes all the fucking time, and it's just annoying. You know what I mean? It's just annoying. I just don't care. So yeah, I mean, I'd have a bunch of yeah, people would definitely, I would definitely get done for that. I definitely would. I've been to super majors where all of my heavy weapon teams are on the wrong base size. There you go. I've been to tournaments where all my Tyranids are on the wrong base size. Oh no, I'm a naughty boy. I'm not rebasing 300 Tyranids. Get fucked. It's more than 300. It's 400. I'm not doing it. Anthony Williams, thank you for the super chat. I agree with the information system. However, this fair play won't work. It will always come down to a person who has honor and integrity. Yeah, that's it. It's... You can't... The fair play system won't work. You just need an info... All you need is an information sharing system. That's it. Totally agree, Anthony Williams. 100%. Yeah. It's just sometimes I feel like you can over-engine. Sometimes you just got to keep it simple. Keep it simple. Yeah. Blackstone Chapter Master, thank you for super chat. Buttered sausage in stream discussion. Let's have a look. I see this meme all the time, but I have no idea what it is. Let me have a look. Let's have a look. My mind is mush for work, so buttered sausage.
Let's talk about your cable aid.
Let's have a look. What even is buttered sausage? For 1 minute, I'm going to Google that first. It's not even a thing. It's not even a thing. Right.
Let's talk about your cable ace award.
Let's talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face. What about buttered sausage?
That's not your jam. It's not your thing. You don't like it?
It's not my jam. I don't buy jam. I buy honey, and I kiss it on the lips.
Let's talk about your cable ace award.
Let's talk about buttered sausage.
It's
talk
not
about
real.
Buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it
It's
doing
Guy
what it's
Busey.
doing?
Just
Get
watch
it. Out
it.
of my face. What about buttered?
It's a deep fake. It's not
buttered
real.
Sausage.
That's not your jam. It's not your thing. You don't like it?
It's not my jam. I don't buy jam. I buy honey.
It's not
and I kiss it
real.
on the lips.
It's fake. It's fake. Let's talk about buzz. Yeah, it's a deep fake. Yeah. People thought, yeah, it's not real. You underestimate Guy Busey? A fucking alien. No, I don't underestimate Guy Busey. Oh, what's this one? What the fuck? What? Are you okay, Black Zone Chapter Master? Oh, man. Ratchet Crusade, 23-month member flex. This is what you were doing. I read your message out earlier, but dude, thank you for the 23-month member flex. X-Force, baby! Double X-Force, nearly, baby! Amazing, man. Yeah. Thank you so much, bro, for your support. Thank you for doing your part. Inquisitor Instabel, thank you for the super chat, man. Throw the game and I won't report you. Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. I didn't even... Dude. If you report me, I swear to God, I will report you. Oh. Yeah, people threatening to report each other. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, it's so true. It's so... Yeah. If you do that, I'm going to report you to Fair Play 40k. What? If you do that, I'm going to report you. Well, if you report me, I'll fucking report you. Fine. Like two players like reported each other. I'm going to report you harder. If you section me, Mark, then so help me God, I will section you right back. I think we've had our fun with the sectioning, guys. Yeah. Because it could be done up to 7 days afterwards. So if someone finds out that they get a report, do you know what they're going to do? They're going to be like, well, fuck you guys then. And I'm pretty certain it was this guy. I'm going to report him for bad player conduct. It can be done up to 7 days afterwards. So you don't even need to look your opponent in the fucking eye. I'm going to report myself for being a fucking legend. Woo! Not sure we'll get a peep show reference. You got it, Tonk. I dropped them in for the people who know. They know. There you are. There you are. They sent one of yours to hospital, so you sent one of yours to the morgue. It's one of... 1 minute. They sent one of yours to hospital. You send one of yours to the morgue. Why you sending your own guys to the morgue? I'm pretty certain it's meant to be you sent one of theirs to the morgue. Jawa. Yeah, Jawa. I can't believe Mordian the Bay Harbor Beyblade. Love that. If only the TOs can see, I think it will be manageable. If everyone can see, you've already said what will happen. So I think you can be. Everyone can see if you've been reported, but they can't see why you were reported. Only the TOs can see why you were reported. Honestly. I think, you know what's interesting? I genuinely think, and I think this is really important to actually talk about, right? And it's really interesting. As time goes on, more and more people are voting that they do support the Fair Play 40k system. I do wonder that's a lot of people that just think, oh, well, of course I support Fair Play in 40k, but they don't necessarily know that it means the cheating system. So there's an element of that. But I also think there's an element of, you know, if you don't support the system, does that mean you support cheating? Because, you know, that's what a lot of people think like these days. And it's like, no, I support a system, just not this system. Yeah. Like, fuck cheating, but how salty is the community to report this? Yeah, and a lot of people will say, oh, okay, we're avoiding real life stuff, right? Right? We are avoiding real life stuff.
Forward, you
But-
dogs, to victory!
Let us just... We'll talk in vague terms, right? We'll talk in vague terms. How many people do you know, and admit it, you know, and how many times have you yourself, you don't have to out yourself for anything, but how many people do you know went along with something because they wanted to seem like they were doing the right thing? And how many times have you said that you support something because you're worried that if you don't, people will misunderstand your point of view and will go, oh, well, then you're a dickhead on a topic, right? And how many times have you gone along with something because you're like, oh, I don't want to kick up a fuss, right? That's the problem with something like this, because it's almost like if you say you don't go along with it, then does that mean that you are like a cheater? And obviously that's not the case. Yeah. Obviously that's not the case, right? So I think that's the issue with something like this. And I will say this until I am blue in the face. I absolutely support the idea of an anti-cheating system. Absolutely support the idea of an anti-cheating system. But I don't think this one that has been proposed is the right way to go about it. I think, I'm just repeating myself at this point, I think a TO information sharing system which flags up information specifically about players that sign up to your event as a TO, and you just can't go into the central database that like farming drama from it, that is the system that I would want to see. Yeah. That's the system that I would want to see. Yeah. Mordy, why not start up your own? Because I'm lazy and I can't be bothered. Okay, that's not true. That's a silly, memey, facetious answer. That it basically comes down to the fact that I don't have the time to do that. It's that simple. That's it. I don't have the time and the idea, and I don't find the idea of building a system like that interesting for me personally. Let me explain something. I find the idea of the system really good, and I find the idea of a system like that very valuable. But I'm also, I know that I wouldn't really enjoy building a system like that because it's not the kind of thing that I'm interested in. I'm not one of those people that was like, that's built like games or anything like that. I don't really mod any of the games that I own for like PC or anything like that. It's just not the kind of thing which interests me. So I'm someone that would love to use that system, but I'm not someone that would really enjoy or really be the best person to, or has really any experience with designing a system like that. That's the sensible answer. It's just not something that I know I would be. I know my limitations, and that's something I know I wouldn't be particularly good at. Yeah. Yeah. Then you run the risk of TOs getting power hungry. I don't think you do. I mean, yes, you do, but the TOs can't ban any. The problem with the current system is that it just bans people from like BCP. It could just ban people from like signing up on BCP, which would be insane. That's the problem. That's where it ends up, right? The problem is that the system can be abused. If you have a information sharing system, then you've still got a human who is able to make the decisions. And also, it's a lot less work, the system I'm proposing as well. It's just, hey, you have a problem with a player. This is where you report it, and it goes against. And here's a link to their BCP account. Yeah. It's that simple. And you report them via the account that they signed up to your event on. So you're not having to do any extra work. It's all just within BCP. It's like a little TO report button against the name. There you go. What have we got next? The Talzun. Talzun! Thank you for the big super chat, man. Dude, smashing it, bro. I am 0% surprised that people from Illinois believe that they can make a system in which 0 elected officials can, without bias and have complete fairness, enforce rules on the presumption of guilt. Well, Talzun, that sounds like an American political issue, and I am going to move swiftly on. I read it out, all right? I read it out. No comment. Russell W., thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes. YouTube doesn't like my language. Message in stream discussion. Let's have a look here. People are saying me get off the fence. It's not for me to comment on. Like, no, like seriously, I don't live in the US. The most annoying thing in the world is when someone from outside of your country comments on your country because they've read about stuff on the internet and they take it seriously and they think that's what your country's like. Okay? So, I am not going to comment on it because I'm a limey cunt. So, I shouldn't comment on it. You guys can fucking comment on it, but I'm not going to comment on it. All right. Russ W. Because YouTube doesn't like the language I use, the best way to solving cheating is to beat cheaters with a pillowcase full of doorknobs. Now, it also says, if Put Mountain wasn't joking about betting on the Warhammer Championships, the World Championships of Warhammer, TOs and GW are going to come up with a system to counteracting cheating, especially when real money starts getting involved. Also, let's all match report more so we can get more old world K47 and bolt action tournament reports. Yeah, so, I mean, I don't really want to talk too much about it because obviously, you know, gambling is a thing and it can ruin lives and all that kind of stuff. But apparently you were able to bet on the outcome of the World Championships. And oh my fucking God, that is... Warhammer's made it to the big leagues. Warhammer's made it to the big leagues because I guarantee you people would throw games if you know, like on the 4th round you go down, okay? All right. On turn 4 you go down, all right? I wonder if that happens already, actually. Yeah. And there's I wonder if people with inside information could bet on... I bet you can bet on anything these days. Okay, I bet that AdMech are going to get nerfed in the next Minotaur Field Manual. But if you have insider knowledge, you can make a very solid bet on that. Yeah. You can bet on under 14s rugby, betting on Warhammer games, like that. Yeah, you can bet on anything. Next Guy Ritchie movie is going to be Jason Statham and his sidekick from Snatch having to throw a 40k tournament. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh my fucking God. That's crazy. That's actually crazy, man. Imagine you're personally trying to lose, but you rolled too high. Oh, sick. You got a 6 with there. CP reroll. Why are you rerolling your 6? I don't want it. You know when people have an ability that's like explode, is like sustained hits or lethal hits on 5-ups. And so they and let's say they hit on 3s, but they still rather than just rerolling the 1s and 2s, they still reroll the 3s and 4s as well because they want to try and get more lethal hits and stuff. Imagine if someone was like, I'm going to reroll all my hits into misses to try and get less hits so I can throw this game. Why are you rerolling all those hits, bro? I've got a system. I got a system. be so bad. Can you actually CP a successful dice roll? I think you can CP any dice roll. Not any dice roll. It just says a reroll of the specific list of things you can reroll, but I don't think it says a failed dice roll. I'd have to check. I'd have to check. I've got a bet on how many times Mordian annoys the community this year. Yeah, put higher. 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 Chansey is playing the long con. Yeah, Chansey, let me borrow your dice. People bringing dice. Because the thing is, you bring a bunch of like weighted dice that roll ones. Because no one is going, and then you just mix them into your dice. Because no one is going to, no one's going to suspect you of having weighted dice if your dice are weighted to your disadvantage. People only really suspect if you've got weighted dice if you keep rolling high. So, I'm cheating to lose? Sport, what is it, like bet fixing, whatever it is? Inside of betting, but to lose? Oh my god. Yeah, that's crazy. All right. Trench Rat, thank you for the super chat, man. Quick shout out in stream discussion. Ah, dude. Yeah, man. So firstly, they look amazing. Secondly, oh my god, glow in the dark paint on the Tesla stuff is just awesome. Oh man. Oh man, it looks so good, bro. It looks so fucking legit. So cool. So cool. Trench Rat, I love it. I love it, man. That's 10 out of 10. That's great. That's awesome. That's actually awesome, man. Anthony Williams, thank you for super chat, man. MG should be a TO. I have been a TO in the past. I have organized tournaments for Warhammer 40k and Bolt Action. But I've got some annoying. My nose just. Well, 1 minute. I've got a blowy nose again. I have been a TO for Warhammer 40k and for Bolt Action, and yeah, I enjoyed it. Really good. Happy to do it again. I was happy to be a. I'm more. I find it easier to be like a judge rather than a TO. Because I can't be bothered to organize the tournament, but I don't mind like making rulings on the day. Yeah. And those apocalypse events don't run themselves. That's a good point, Whitey. Yeah. I have to make a lot of decisions at the apocalypse events. Trench Rat, I've just seen your message. Happy Veterans Day to all of you high-speed, low-drag motherfuckers, especially to all you sexy 11 bang bangs and 0311 brothers. I don't know what that means, but I presume it's some sort of military lingo. The Marines, probably. We all have our scars, surface or deeper. Hang in there, everyone, and stay strong. Isn't just for the Americans. I saw you downrange too, NATO allies. For those of you here, sound off with your unit, branch, and or job/motto. Follow me. Also finished my US K-47 box. Nice. I mean, if you want to do a shout out, then go for it. But obviously, don't like dox yourself or anything like that, guys. Yeah. Rifleman, it means infantry. Fair enough. I just always presume it's something to do with the Marines in America. I always presume it's something to do with that advert, that commercial with the dude fighting the dragon. I mean, I think that pretty much like filled out Marine recruitment numbers for like a decade, right? All right. What have we got here? Ishmael, my boy. Thank you, super chat, man. Going to sell my Tau and Space Marine Army to cut the cost of the entire Milwaukee M18 tool line in half. Bro, models are like a freaking investment nowadays. So This is actually Ishmael Thompson. There's a video that I want to watch on the stream today, which is actually weirdly related to what you're talking about. It's like buying models actually an investment? And I think it's got to that point where if you buy, like, put it this way, when you used to buy Warhammer, it was always under the assumption that, you know, if you sold it on later, you wouldn't make as much money off it as you bought it for. But with the fact that there's basically 2 price rises a year, every year these days, like, I put it this way, I bought these chimeras here for £20 each. How much are chimeras now? Let's have a look. £40. £40. So if I sold my chimera for £30, I'd still make a 50% profit on what I still make 50% on what I paid for it. And someone would absolutely buy that chimera for 30 quid, because it's not like an eBay repair job where it's all broken or it's caked in awful paint that needs stripping down. Worst case scenario, you just reprime over it. Best case scenario, the paint job's good enough that you just end up using it, because it's not a bad paint job. It's not like a Golden Demon paint job, but it's not a bad paint job. You get more because they're painted? Sometimes. Sometimes. It depends. Not always. Yeah, not always. So it's one of those where, you know, even if I have got, Warhammer is getting to that point where it's an investment. The only risk in the investment is if GW discontinues something. That's the only risk. Yeah, I pay less for paints. I need to repaint. Exactly. Most people. It depends on. It depends entirely on how good the paint job is, and if it. There's 2 angles to look at here, and if the color scheme it matches your color scheme, right? This is one of the sort of big unspoken thing about Space Marines that a lot of people don't really appreciate, is you can buy most of your models pre-painted, because if someone is selling Ultramarines and you collect Ultramarines, then typically you're going to have a pretty similar paint job on those models, and there might need to be a little bit of repainting done, but typically it's all you have to do is rebase them, and they'll look similar enough you can get away with it. It's that simple. Not always the case. Not always the case. But, you know, if I went on eBay now and someone was selling more Blood Ravens or someone was selling Black Templars, I could probably just buy those and just add them to my collection without even and just have to think about how I'd base them. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, Space Marines are pretty standard in colors. Exactly. So it really does depend on whether you've got a custom color scheme or a standard color scheme. Yeah. And how fussy you are about it as well. At the end of the day, you only get penalized for having unpainted models, not for having differently painted models. Yeah. And also, you know, that's if you open the box up. You can, if I can sell a Chimera new on sprue, I can probably sell, if GW is selling it for 40, what's like Wayland Gaines selling it for example? $32. So yeah, if I'm selling it for 30, I'm even undercutting those people. Yeah. So yeah, either way, I'm making 50%. This is where it kind of comes to the point, like, is 40k too expensive. Speaking of which, I'm actually just going to switch. It's actually kind of funny. Someone is selling models.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping it
Someone's selling Blood Ravens.
while keeping it real.
Must resist. Must resist. To be fair, a lot of it's easy to resist because it's Primaris bollocks. But there's some there's a lot of Terminators here. Tim, do not buy my Blood Ravens. I'm just looking. I'm just looking. Oh. I'm just looking. There are some things that I do need. But I'm just looking. Just looking. Space Marines have got a ridiculous aftermarket. Got such a good second-hand fucking options. I'm just looking. I don't need it. I don't need it. I definitely don't need it. Must resist. Must resist. Don't want to resist. I'm just looking. I might not be just looking. 1 minute. Someone is selling an old metal Predator and an old metal Razorback for under £40. And it comes... Wait, is there more? Oh my god. Oh. And it comes with... Oh my fucking god. In total, it comes with a metal Predator, a metal Razorback, a Land Speeder, old one, not a new one, the old Warhammer 40k Ruins, you know the ones that came in the 3rd edition starter set, and about 20 tactical Marines, but some of them 20 tactical Marines, but there's like 1, 2, 3, 4 guys on bike as well. A couple of Tech Marines and what looks like to be a limited edition, this guy probably doesn't know it, but limited edition Black Templar character. And it comes with a carry case. And it comes with the carry case for £37. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Like, that's a good deal, yo. That's a good deal, yo. I put a bid on it. It might go up. I put a bid on it. Oh. No, that one's too much. That one's too much. Bidding with Mordian. Let's go eBaying. Ah, dang it. Ah, dang it. Ah, dang it. Oh, there's another one here now. There's another one. Chat, there's another one. Land speeder, attack bike. $22 power armored guys. Mixture of bolter, missile launcher, flamer, plasma cannon. There's a captain in there. So 22 power armored bodies, an attack 22 power armor bodies, one biker guy, one land speeder, and 5 terminators. £16.50. It'd be rude not to. Right? It'd be rude not to. I'm just gonna... That one's going on backup. I'm just having a look. I'm just gonna keep looking. What the fuck is this one? Oh, no way. Oh my god, someone is selling. It's like, it's proper vintage. So you know the old Tyranid Warriors, the ones that are like from 2nd edition? Someone's selling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them, plus about 15 of the old Gene Stealers from like that from 2nd edition. And 4 of the metal Necron Warriors when they were called like Chaos Androids. And some other random shit for a tenner. I mean, I don't really need any of that stuff. I have an infinite amount of Gene Stealers and whatnot. But it's still pretty wild. It's still pretty wild, that, isn't it? This is the problem when I go on eBay. I just buy everything. I'm just buying everything. No, I must resist. Why? Why are you letting me do this, chat? Okay, this one can't be real. This one has to actually be a fucking scam. How many? 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57. 57 Marines. £42. Don't know if that's actually as good as I thought it was. But maybe I'm just being... Maybe my perception has just been skewed. Just Firstborn Tactical Marine style bodies. I'm going to stop looking in a moment. I have to. For my own sanity. For my sake. I have to stop looking in a moment. I'm just... that's got Primaris in it, hasn't it? Oh, no. No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. But that's no, none of those are of any interest to me. Well, I say none of those are of any interest to me. But it is £5 for about 20 Tactical Marines. I mean, £5 is £5 fucking pounds, right? 10 scouts with snipers, 10 tactical marines, a limited edition Dark Angels captain, and a command squad for a £5 with free postage. I mean, I have to submit a bid, but I put a tenner on it and I got outbid straight away, so it's out of reach, boys. It's out of reach. Can't do it. I've tried going up to £15. It's still out of reach. Yeah, no. It's out of reach. Someone just got in there and slapped on like 50 quid. Yeah. Nope, that's a bag of shit. $15 Terminators. I don't need 15 Terminators. I'll put a bid on it. 50 Terminator for £20? Yeah, I'll bid on that. If I get outbid on my minimum bid, that's fine. Done. Done. There we go. There we go. It's 15 Terminators for 20 quid. If you fail, you don't give a fuck. If you make it, you get 15 Terminators for nothing. It's great. All right. Okay. But I've stopped now, though. I have stopped now. I've closed all the tabs. All right. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Ishmael Thompson, your whole... I need to get... Ishmael Thompson, that was all based off your super chat about selling tower space marines. Fucking hell. Jared Van, thank you for super chat. I support a fair play system, just not this one. Leave social credit scores out of wargaming. Agreed. Agreed. It smacks of it being open to abuse on all sides. Yeah. Anthony Williams, thank you for the super chat. I want a TO in full dress commissariat uniform with the power to ban, ridicule, and shame and broadcast the megaphone the offender. Just kidding. I mean, in a narrative event, that's totally fine. In a competitive event, people will just probably get annoyed with you because they don't know how to have fun. John Shepherd, thank you for the super chat. Army thoughts, discussion for Conflict 47. I'm wanting to run. Okay, let's have a look, mate. I was chatting about last night. I fancy doing a full German bot action army for K-47. I want to play as a Rebel Reich army, fanatical SS troops trying to launch up rising against the Green Vault. Do it. Like, Warlord Games has said themselves. Warlord Games has said themselves that they believe that there will be like Nazi holdouts and all that kind of stuff. So it fits within the lore, and it sounds like it would be a cool army. So yeah, there you are. Fun Jacob. Reason 307, you should move to the US, posted in stream discussion. Let's have a look. This past Friday, I went to Medieval Times with a bunch of friends. Consider this an additional reason you should move to Florida. We just have these places lying around in the state. You can go to them anytime. You get a whole half chicken to eat and are legally allowed to chant "Kill the King" to your assigned knight. Red Knight is best knight. At the end of the show, I met the one dude. I don't know what his title was. I kept calling Robert the Bruce, and his most convincing English accent I've ever heard. He definitely wasn't acting. He said that was the nicest thing anyone has ever called him. Well, Robert the Bruce was Scottish, and whilst I have no issue with it, if you tell Scottish people that their accent sounds like an English accent, they will kill you. Oh, man. Is this guy saying something? Let me have a listen. Yay! That is pretty cool. I mean, we do have real castles here, just some polos, but we don't have anything like this. That looks cool as fuck. That looks so cool, man. Nice. Nice. That's cool. Yeah, we do some of them. I suppose that's true. I just feel like the whole getting half a chicken, that's pretty cool. That's what sold me on it. Yeah. We do reenactments. It is important to mention we do a lot of reenacting in the UK. That is true. We do a lot of that. But does the castle have a parking lot for my truck? Gee, so many steps in this castle. You'd think they put an escalator in. Sorry, not sorry. Inquisitor Ishtabel, thank you for the super chat. Don't buy it and betray the Green Vault. It's okay. I'm definitely not betraying the Green Vault. I have a box of about 20 Style Trooper next to me. plus 10 Schwert, plus I have a box of about 40 German power armor guys right next to me that I'm going to be priming and painting soon. The Green Vault definitely hasn't been betrayed. Andy Williams, thank you for the super chat. Get it? I did. I saw your super chat come in, man, and I was like, it's got to be done. It's got to be done. Cosmic Drew, what's fair play? And bye. Cosmic, actually, that's a good point. I should probably end the poll at this point because we've kind of moved on from the topic, haven't we? Okay. So the fair play system, I'll link you guys to the post, but basically people want to introduce a like anti-cheat system essentially into 40k. And whilst I agree with the idea of the anti-cheat system, the problem is that your opponent can do what's called an unverified report, where your opponent can report you, and it doesn't get verified, and it still goes against your record. And the problem is that if you get like 12 points, then you get banned. And they want to integrate this into like BCP and stuff. So you could have like, I mean, it's unlikely, but you know, the idea is that this system would actually ban you from being able to participate with tournaments. But the problem is that then, can I just report my opponent and then make 70 alternate accounts to keep opponent? Cosmic Drew, yes. Yes, you can. So you have hit the nail on the head. Yeah. So whilst I support fair play in 40k, I don't support that system. I believe that if you're going to have a system like that, and I think if you're going to have a system, it should be for TOs only, and it should just be an information sharing system where if a TO has a problem with a player at their event, then they could submit a report against that player saying what the problem was. And then when that player signs, that report goes into like a back-end database, but you can't just go and see the whole database of stuff. That information only shows up when that player signs it to another tournament. So for example, let's say Cosmic's running an event and I'm running an event and Mad Larkin's a dirty cheating scumbag, right? So what happens is Mad Larkin goes to Cosmic's event, gets caught being a dirty and cheating scumbag. Cosmic goes, on his TO version of the BCP app, and he goes, Mad Larkin did XYZ in the event, and he didn't even say that he liked octopuses. He submits that report. Now, when Mad Larkin, that report basically goes into the back end. It's not publicly facing in any way, shape, or form. But then when Mad Larkin signs up to my tournament, I see that he's signed up, and it will have like a check mark next to him, or an explanation, or a flag of some kind, and it says Mad Larkin has a report, and I go and look on that, and it says that it has the feedback from Cosmic. Now, it doesn't do anything other than just give me Cosmic's report. I then, as the TO, I've got information, and I can decide what I want to do with that information. Maybe I choose to not have this person at my event. Maybe I just choose to stand next to that person's tables whilst they're playing to verify for myself. But all it is an information sharing system, and all it does is show the last 6 months. Because that way, if someone has if someone is going to tournaments all the time and they're being a knob all the time, it'll pop up. But it's not like it's there permanently. It's like it shows the 6 months history essentially. Maybe you can have a year's history, but I think 6 months is enough. And you could have it as a reporting system not only for bad players, but you could have it as a system for good players as well. It could be you submit positive report or negative report. I mean, that's the way I would do it. And that way, it's an information sharing system that TOs can decide what they want to do with. But there's no oh, you got 12 unverified reports, so you're just gone. That's it, GG, you're not signing up anymore. It's like, well, they're all unverified. And you can't contest these reports, by the way. That's the annoying thing. Like, the only way you could contest it is if you know you've been reported against, and then you go and talk to the TO about it. But You can't contest it, and this can be... It's just too abusable. It's too abusable when it's like 12 points, done. Yeah. I think information sharing system that allows TOs to make informed decisions is the best way. Having having a council of players ruling on, because the council, like, there's a whole like council involved and everything. And it's just like, nah, like fuck that noise. So yeah, that's it, Cosmic. Yeah. Ishmael, thank you so much, man. In-stream discussion. I think 2 to 2.5k American. What's a good price? Because I'm not really wanting to sell. I mean, if you don't really want to sell it, then don't sell it, man. Let's have a look. So you've got a lot of the Infernus Marines, Hell Blasters, Sternguard Veterans. Loads of, you've got 2 Dreadnoughts and the Jumpy Dudes and a Repulsor. Terminator. Loads of shit there, man. Loads and loads of stuff. I have no idea on American prices. I have no idea if that would sell for 2k or not. Probably best breaking it down. If you're going to sell it, you're probably best breaking it down into multiple lots.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
Yeah. What you're I would say probably breaking it down to multiple lots, but there's more. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. Oh, whoops. Okay, wait. There's a lot more. There's a lot more. Okay, so that's another tray. That's another tray. That's another tray. Is there more? Okay, no, it's just a close up on that stuff. Okay. So we're looking at, I mean, probably 2k American sounds about fair for that, to be fair. We're looking at 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, roughly 50 infantry there. Another, let's say 50 infantry with those guys involved, plus 3 vehicles, plus all the, I mean, there's loads, man. And then another, I mean, we're talking probably close to 150 Marines, right? More boxes below. Yeah, I think 2k American, yeah, you're pretty safe with that. It's just a case of Ishmael, everything you have there is not going to go out of date. Because it's all Primaris stuff. All recent, relevant Primaris stuff. My advice to you is this. Sit on it for 6 months to 6 to 12 months. If you still have no desire to do anything with it, then sell it. But I wouldn't sell it before 11th edition. I wouldn't sell it. Right now we're in 40k fatigue. You're not going to get it what it's worth. You're not going to get what it's worth. If you wait until 11th edition, when the hype's popping off, you're going to get a lot more money for it because everyone's going to be buying. Like, the market's going to be, the demand is going to be high. Right now, demand isn't high. Beginning of 11th edition, demand will be very, very high. Yeah. Yeah. When you say the Milwaukee line, do you mean like the tools? Is that what you mean? Or am I getting mixed up? I feel like Milwaukee's like a line of power tools, right? Yeah, you could probably get more for it in... If you could probably get a lot more for it in... yeah, the tools. You could probably get a lot more for it in like 5 months. 5-6 months. I don't know if you get... You might get 5k for it. I don't know for sure. But... I mean, maybe 3 or 4. Yeah. Yeah. So, but you won't get... Let's put it this way. You won't get any less for it. You know? You won't get any less for it. Yeah. I mean, think about it. By the time 11th edition comes out, we'll probably have 2 more price rises. There'll be one at the beginning of next year. And I bet there'll be one around the launch of 11th edition. So, that only plays into your favor.
Infantry, sir.
There you go.
Good for you.
Mobile
infantry made me the man I am
at the very least, we'll have one more price rise between now and then. And that plays into your favor. So, yeah. Yeah, people don't want to hear it, but we get 2 price rises a year now. Beginning of the year, end of the year. Every time. We get a minimum of 1. Not minimum of 1 more than once we've had 2. Yeah. Way more than once we've had 2. In a year. Crucible 76, thank you for the 40-month member flex, man. X-Force, baby. Double X-Force, triple X-Force. Dude, 40 months. Thank you. This eBay makes me think of a rescue I bought. Let's have a look, man. I bought the cheapest repulsor execution on Marketplace. It was all kinds of messed up, poor construction, missing opponents, the lot, but it was cheap. When I got it, I decided it was better off ripping it apart and starting again. Still got to sort out the grab plates, but bits, box, and 3D printer go. Nice. I mean, if it's cheap, then yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, if that's the way it came, yeah, man. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, rip it apart. Glue it back, rip it apart, glue it back together. Yeah. Hey, that's wow. Dude, you can't even recognize it, man. Yeah, nice. Yeah, yeah, very, very nice. Yeah, you'll be able to get some grab plates, even if you just have it like. I mean, honestly, it doesn't look that bad, but you could definitely 3D print some grab plates for it, and you're good to go, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, good old rescuing. Good old rescuing. That's what I'm going to do with... I've got 10 Tactical Marines. And I'm going to get... I got 10 Tactical Marines and a bunch of other stuff that I want to get done for my Blood Ravens. And I'm just going to... I'm going to get a bunch of secondhand stuff and then eBay... a lot of them are like eBay rescues. I'm just going to try and like color match them to the existing color scheme as best as I can. It should be fairly easy to do. Yeah. That's the way though. You can save so much money on 40k buying secondhand. Yeah. Gary, thank you for super chat, man. What you are talking about sounds great. How come no one has started it? At least this person's making an effort, and just like anything else, would mature over time. So, Gary, I want to make something clear. I absolutely support the idea of that fair play is going for. I support the intent behind it, but I think the people that have come up with this system are very competitive tournament players. And so they are going to think about things like a competitive 40k player is going to think about them, which is numbers, data, math hammer, that kind of stuff, right? Which is why, and they're going to think of how competitive 40 players like to, really competitive 40k players like to think, and think about how the game has changed over time to like accommodate them. There's no maybes now. There's only absolutes. Right, so it makes sense that the way that these people think, and this is not a derogatory thing or anything whatsoever, but they're going to gravitate naturally toward a points-based system and all this kind of stuff, and a system of rules and blah 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 blah. And it's like you've actually overcomplicated it. All it needs to be is an information-based system. So I applaud the effort, but I think they're approaching it from the wrong direction. But yeah, now. Fair play intent and wanting to help the community is awesome, but how they want to achieve it is not the best way. Exactly. So, regarding the system that I just came up with off the fly there, someone could come up with that. So if someone took that idea and ran with it, that would be awesome. If it happened to be that they were inspired by the random bullshit that I've said on the stream, then I would like I'd like at least an accolade. You know, I'd like an accolade, but you know, that's fine. As long as I can get a, you know, inspired by Mordian glory, then that's fine. You know, that's cool. That's all I want, baby. That's all I want. I don't care about the money unless it's a lot of money, and then maybe just, you know, cut me a check to shut the fuck up. But yeah, I mean, it's an idea. If someone wants to run with it, go for it. That's what I say. Chaos, thank you for the super chat. What do you use to travel your minis on a plane? I just tend to, last time I took my minis on a plane and I took my guard, I borrowed a KR multi-case from Simon. And I believe I took it in my hand luggage. Yeah. So KR multi-case that I borrowed off Simon, and Simon swears by them, and he uses them for transporting all of his stuff. I'm not sponsored by KR multi-case, but I've heard about their things for years, and the occasional time that I've used them, I've been very impressed. Commander HHL, thank you for the gift of membership, baby. Amazing, man. Thank you. Blackstone Chapter Master, thank you for the super chat. My answer on how I'm doing right now in stream discussion. Let's have a look. To answer your question, yes, I'm doing fine, but the funny answer is no, my mind is mush right now. Now have some memes. Okay. I get the mind being mush thing, man. Why, though? That looks like really tasty, and you've just, like, grabbed it like a fucking caveman. Why, though?
Reporting for duty.
Craig, what's going on in there? We're being hunted by Predator, Jerry. I love that. I love the Predator, the first two Predator films, and Predators. The first three were fine, but they've got a bit squiffy since then. But I love that Seinfeld meme. Yeah.
I have some Permatex anti-seize here. This stuff is pretty toxic and cancer-causing, so I'm going to use a silicone hand here.
Wait, Wait.
I have some Permatex anti-seize here. This stuff is pretty toxic and cancer-causing, so I'm going to use a silicone hand here. I have some Permatex anti-seize here. This stuff is pretty toxic and cancer-causing, so I'm going to use a silicone hand here.
For the sake of my own sanity, I'm going to presume it's a bit. Because if it's not a bit, then it saddens me greatly. Woo! Woo! That's actually pretty good. That one's actually pretty good. Yeah. Black Show Chapter Master, I love it, man. Amazing. That's actually pretty good. Yeah. I didn't see the explosion coming at the end. Top memesmanship, sir. Best memes you sent me yet, I would say. Very, very good. Yeah. Commander HHL, thank you for the super chat. But can it fit the whole piece of paper? God damn it. My faith in your ability to troll me cannot fit through a hole in a piece of paper, because I have great faith in your ability to do that. I'm back, baby! Oh, man. Inquisitor Istrabal, thank you for the super chat, man. Conflict 47 list review in emails. Oh, okay. Okay. I love a K47 list review. Let's have a look. 1 minute, I have to reply to something first. Um, 1 minute. I had another email which was very quick to reply to. I just did it. Let's have a look. So, British Commonwealth, 10 ore dice, but only 4 rift dice? Ooh! Okay, let's have a look. Platoon commander, officer in Galahad armor, heavy Tesla rifle. Okay, that's good. Automated infantry squad with MMGs. Okay. Mark II. Okay. Rifle squad. All right. Bren carrier. I presume for the officer, right? Yeah. I probably wouldn't bother with the Bren. Only because it fires 2. Oh, it's got a hull mounted MMG. Okay, it's a little bit better. I'm pretty certain it's only meant to have an LMG, but I'd have to check that. Merlin. Nice. Hornet. Nice. Jackal. Nice. All of those are good. Artillery platoon. Commander and light AT gun. Okay, so the only thing I would probably change is make that a light howitzer. I don't know if you want to bother with light AT guns. But also make him inexperienced, save 9 points. Other than that, I'm not sure of the value of the Bren carrier. I'm not sure of the value of a random inexperienced infantry squad. I'm worried about a lack of pen in your army. There's no K-47 community in my areas, so I'm scared of heavy power armor. There is bot action. I mean, you can get bot action to play Conflict 47 pretty easily. Yeah, I would be tempted. I would frankly get a light howitzer here, drop the Bren carrier, get a second light howitzer. That'll actually save you 5 points. Then I would take this platoon commander as inexperienced. That'll save you 9 points. So you got 14 points saved. And then I'd be seriously tempted to do something about that rifle squad. I think you're better off taking a squad of grenadiers. I think you're better off with 5 grenadiers with a Tesla rifle than a 10-man inexperienced rifle squad. It'll come out to basically the same points as well. I don't know what you spend the extra 14 points on, but plus you had some points left over, didn't you? 8. So 22 points left over. Would you look for something an anti-tank or an AT gun? Not very much K-47, just by action. So the reason I'm not that bothered about anti-tank guns in your army is because you have a Merlin who has got a heavy AT gun and can also beat the shit out of vehicles because he is a heavy vehicle with fists. And you've got the Hornet, who is a medium vehicle with fists. So you should not have a problem dealing with enemy vehicles. Also, I think the light anti-tank gun, it's a lot of points for a bit of a potentially shit shot, but the HE from the light howitzer would be kind of interesting. Yeah. I kind of want you to have HMGs on your Mark 1 infantry as well, personally. And your Mark 1 automated. Although I don't know how many points. I think it's like 10 points per guy to do that, and I don't know how we find the points for that without getting rid of the artillery in general. Yeah. So I would swap the rifle squad down to a grenadier squad with Tesla and rifle grenades. I'd swap the Bren out for another light howitzer. And I would scrounge some points elsewhere. Maybe even consider dropping one of the guys out of the platoon commander's unit and make sure you Mark 1 guys get HMGs. That's what I would do. You want to try and make sure you've got some pen. And, you know, these guys have got pen because of the officer. These guys will have pen because I have HMGs. These guys have got pen because they're going to have autocannons. The grenadiers will have pen between the Tesla and the rifle grenades. Merlin's got pen. Hornet's got pen. Jackal will have pen. I'd be seriously tempted to try and find a Guardian as well, but I'm not sure the points allow it. And then obviously this stuff would have pen. Yeah. That's the way I would think about it. I hope that helps. Pen is great. The more penetration, the better. Matron. Inquisitor Intrabel, thank you for the super chat, bro. Will you run K-47 events before I move to Finland about March-May? I mean, I'm running a K-47 event in June, I think. So I have to remember when I booked it for. I could look at running some K-47 events. I could do. Running tournaments is actually really, really intensive unless you run them via BCP. And I don't know if BCP basically accepts... I don't think BCP accepts Conflict 47 at this time. So, yeah, I want to... I need an automated system. I need an automated system to be able to run the tournaments, because I used to run a lot of bot action tournaments, but they were so paperwork intensive with like putting the points and everything that it was just it actually made running the events the events themselves were fun. The admin was a nightmare. Yeah. How do you get to buy models with HMGs unless I'm missing something? I think I'd just proxy them for the time being. It's just armor-piercing ammo. There you go.
When it comes to fighting crime,
That's what I would do.
one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
I don't think it matters too much. As long as you're consistent with it, I don't think it matters too much. Mad Larkins are... Wait, 1 minute. 1 minute. Margaret Taliban, thank you for the super chat. Desto! I'm applying to be the BBC's new chief editor. Fuck's sake. Right, what is this? Mad Larkin's a dirty, cheating scumbag, right? So what happens is... No. You forgot to take 2 different clips and put them together. That's how the BBC does it. Inquisitor, also, if you're near the Greater Manchester area, there's a bolt. The Element Games, you're near Element Games, right? That's in Stockport. There's a bolt action group there, And a lot of those guys are conflict curious. So you absolutely would have no drama whatsoever with getting some K47 going at Element Games. No dramas whatsoever. Yeah. So there you go. That's where I'm going to end up playing a lot of K47, I reckon. In fact, yeah. Oh shit! No, that's okay. All right. Let's have a look here. Who wants some? Okay, so I've got some. We've covered the beef. I do have something else I actually want to have a look at. So Ishmael talked about like prices and like is 40k an investment and stuff. And there is actually a video that came out. It was 4 days ago, and it's from the man, the myth, the legend, Olden Demon. And so I watched one of his videos recently. I was very, 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 very impressed with it. And I have pre-watched this one already. And again, I thought it was very, very good. But what's interesting is in the last video, I agreed with a lot of what he says. In this video, I agree with some of what he says, but I think he does miss out on a couple of bits. So what I want to do is actually watch this video and add a bit of context to it as well. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to get a refill, have a comfort break, have a snack, and then we're going to come back. We're going to watch this and have a look at it. And some of the prices you're going to see in this video are going to make you very, very, very beefy towards Games Workshop. All right? I kid you not. Very, very beefy indeed. So hold on to your butts, because some of these numbers you're not going to believe. But give me 2 or 3 minutes, and then we'll watch it. All right?
Infantry, sir.
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
There we go. Disconnected, but it should be reconnected now. There we go. I'm back. Sorry for the delay. I've got a peanut butter sandwich. I'm going to eat that, and we're going to crack on. A little dry. I didn't spread it very well. And Quiz at Instabel, thank you for the gift of membership, mate. Amazing. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the support. I'll say it a bit clearer. Yeah, I didn't have any jam. Thank you, Rogodom. It's fine. I wanted a snack, but I needed I don't want to eat like crisps or chocolate or cake or anything like that. And I was like, this is the next. This is at least one step up. You know, it feels like it's not as empty calories. You know. I feel like you really can't get too unhealthy with 2 slices of bread from a reputable brand of bread maker, and some peanut butter from a reputable peanut butter brand. Like, it's not good for you, but it's not going to be bad for you, right? Although what's kind of interesting, it could all be propaganda. It could all be fake news, but I've been seeing a lot of people talking about like various experiments that have been done, where it's like calories in, calories out kind of thing, and people that are like, you know, there's like guys, some like several people have done things like they only ate like junk food, but they counted the calories, and between, you know, counted the calories and burning the calories, they always made sure they were like a 600 calorie deficit a day, and they lost weight from it, and they were perfectly fine. You know, they weren't like, didn't have like high cholesterol and stuff like that, but who knows if it's all bollocks, you know. John Chipman, I love putting a spoonful of peanut butter onto instant noodles. John, you should get help. Stop. Get help. Got to think of that sugar intake. I mean, I guess. It's probably more about like, it's not even really about sugar. I bet it's more about like getting the right vitamins and stuff. But I wonder if I wonder. I wonder if it's just everything gets turned into energy and the body makes use of it. I'm not sure. I've never done a lot of exercise in my life. I've never done a lot of exercise. Well, that's not true. In the last 10 years of my life, I've not done a huge amount of exercise. And whilst my fitness has definitely suffered, I haven't gained a huge amount of weight. My weight has fluctuated for the last 10 years or so. Let me put this into American units. For the last 10 years or so, with doing very little exercise, my weight has basically fluctuated, give or take, let's say like 10 pounds, about 150 pounds. So basically I've been a steady like 11 stone. Which is in kilograms. I've been a steady 70 kilograms. I've been an average, not steady, I've been an average of 70 kilograms for like 10 years. So, and I don't do a huge amount of exercise, but I just don't eat too much. But I do wonder like if I'm getting all the vitamins and stuff I should be getting. It's hard to know. A stone is 14 pounds. Yeah. Yeah. Exercise is more about muscle growth and heart health than fat loss. That's true. Yeah. But I guess if I'm whenever I have to go and physically exert myself, I am able to do that. So this is kind of interesting, right? Yeah, so I know we're a little bit off topic here, but just bear with me for 5 minutes. I can do no exercise for like 6 months. And then go and run. I can do a no exercise for 6 months. And then, well, this is actually something that happened. I didn't do any exercise for 6 months. And then I went up. I went and did a big hike. And when I say like a big hike, like, it wasn't like the most, I'm not talking like going up Mount Everest or anything, but I went up, I think it was, is it Mount Snowdon? And I went up the different, there's like 3 routes, 3 public, there's loads of routes at Mount Snowdon, but there's like 3 routes, you know, each one of them's basically just a jaunt. One of them just, it's like, it's the most gentle incline ever. One of them's like a bit of a mixture, and one of them's actually semi, like you're gonna be doing a bit of scrambling and stuff like that. And I went up there. I think it's called the Miners Trail. I'll find which one it is. It might be the Pig Trail or the Miners Trail. I can't remember. Mount Snowdon routes. Oh, there's 6 Snowdon routes. Okay, which one did I do then? The Miners Track. There you go. Miners Track. Hard/strenuous. Is what it's... No, wait, no, that's not that one. No, I did the Pig Track. That was it. I did the Pig Track. I think I did the Pig Track on the way up and the Miners Track on the way down, I think. Anyway, long story short, I went and did this like 8-mile, 9-mile hike with absolutely 0 physical problems whatsoever. So, I really don't know if... And that's after doing like no exercise. And I just did it, and I did it on a cold day in shirt and jeans. And you're meant to be, you know, it was like, it was cold, but when you're moving, you're hot, right? When you know, it says like, oh, you're cold. When you're moving around, you're hot, right? So, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's just, maybe it's just, people say all these things, and I can't help but think like, I can't help but think a lot of it is bollocks. Not like all of it's bollocks, but like a lot of it is bollocks. Like, I don't eat too much. I know I don't do a lot of exercise, so I don't eat a huge amount. And then I've gone and, you know, and then whenever I go and have, I ran a 10K. It's not a huge amount, but I ran a 10K in an hour with no practice. I hadn't done any exercise in like a year at that point. And yeah, I was a bit sore the day after. But that was kind of it. So, I don't know. And I ran the whole way. I didn't walk. So, I really don't know if it's... I really don't know. I don't do a lot of training. Yeah. But somewhat greater minds than mine. Greater minds than mine will be able to explain it. Yeah. I wonder if it's just a case of maybe I'm just fortunate. Yeah. No, neither of those. Snowdon is, I know to fitness geeks, Snowdon isn't a big deal, and a 10K isn't a big deal. But I think that I feel like after doing 0 exercise, I shouldn't have been able to do them. You know? That's why I think sometimes this stuff is like overblown. Like, if you do not exercise, you will die. And it's like, fuck. You know? I can't help, yeah. Greater minds can explain it. Liar. I mean, I can go and get you the medal if you want. I got a medal for running the 10K. I got pictures of me being at the top of Snowdon. I got a witness. I did it with Mrs. Mordian. Mrs. Mordian got really angry with me. Because she was like, how are you just like breezing that? She kept wanting to stop for breaks. I didn't let her. Like, people are going to say that I'm a bad partner, but I was like, I'm not stopping. Just keep going. And she was like, I'm going to die. I was like, you're not going to die. Just keep going. Because she was like, we need to stop. And I was like, you don't want to stop. The reason, and she was like, why? And I went, if you stop, you're getting out of the rhythm. So you just want to keep a nice, steady pace up, and then you sort of just get into the rhythm of it, and then you just don't feel tired when you're in the rhythm. And so I basically, like, I was like, did you mount? Like, get up the fucking thing. We weren't rushing it. We took our time going up there, but I was like, I said to her, like, please, can we stop stopping? Because if we keep stopping, then the stopping is killing me. The stopping is killing me. So can we, like, just keep a nice steady pace up? And then we did, and we got into it, and we actually just like smashed like the 3/4 of it in like one go on the way up, which is pretty good. But yeah, it was just one of those things where I find that as long as I'm in like a rhythm, I'm okay, kind of thing. But who knows? Maybe I'm just playing. Maybe I've just got like, I don't know if this is how it works, but maybe I've got a lot in the bank. Maybe I've got a lot in the bank because I did do rugby at a decent level from the age of 5 to the age of 18. So like 13 years. So maybe like that's like I got 13 years of, I put 13 years in, and then I've been cruising on that for like 13 years, maybe. I don't know. 13 years in the bank, right? That counts. That's how it works, right? I put the time in as a kid, and now I just gotta bank off that fitness for like, I gotta like sup off that fitness for like, for at this point 14 years. Yeah, I'm sure that's how science works, right? John Shepherd, Union or League? Union, obviously. I'm not gay. Oh, I'm gonna lie down on the ground and roll the ball behind me. Oh, yeah, that's rugby league. The Americans are very confused right now about the difference between rugby union and rugby league. Rugby union is what, I'll explain it to the Americans. When you watch rugby on TV, you're watching rugby union. There you go. There you are. Right, so got some super chats coming in here. Let's have let's do those, and then let's. You're just mad that Australia flogged England at league. I have never watched rugby league for longer than 5 minutes. Zamti, I could not give a flying fuck. I could not give a flying fuck if Australia bummed the entire England rugby union league team. I would not see that as an achievement. I would not give one. I don't give a fuck that Australia beat England at rugby league. If they beat us at rugby union, then I'll give a fuck, and they will do at some point. Of course, they all, England doesn't have the best rugby team in the world, of course not. But I'm just saying, league has less breaks. That's because it's less strenuous. I haven't watched rugby in like 2 years, by the way. I haven't. When is the Rugby World Cup? I think I watched the last one. It's not for a couple of years. Was the last one in 2023? Or was it every year? I think it's every 4 years, isn't it? Right? Yeah. So that's why. So the last time I watched rugby was 2 years ago when it was the World Cup. Yeah, exactly. There you are. Darren Thiel, bullshit. Darren. I'm obviously shitting on league because I prefer union. My bias should be very obvious. West Ham, my beloved West Ham, don't you say anything about my Gunners. That's Arsenal. Yeah. Mordy, hands on hip. That's fine. You have your hands on your hips. Just like a disgruntled housewife, because it's only women that play league. Way! Getting cancelled tonight and dunking on the leagueies. That's the way I like to roll. I censor unsubscribe in my future. Oh, man. There we go. I want to say a big... Got the super chats, right. I want to say a big thank you to Inquisitor Ishtabal. You could have a guard's starch block. Oh, for my break. Yeah. Do you know what I want to do? I want to eat... Speaking of, like, guard starch blocks, I want to eat an MRE. I want to eat an MRE because... I want to eat one of those really dodgy Chinese ones, which are always off. I don't want to eat it, but I just want to see one. So, you know, I've had rat packs in the past. I know what MREs are like. But don't forget, guys, I was a child soldier. I love saying that. That really upsets a lot of people. It's true, though. Technically true. So the point is that I want to try one because I've been watching a lot of Steve MRE. There you go. Yeah, hello, fellow Steve MRE watcher. He's done another Chinese one recently. I need to watch it. They've been getting better over the years. I'm finally wondering if they've cracked the case. Kazakin 40k, thank you for the super chat, man. Had duos this weekend, Tower Storm Surge, and my Hammer the Emperor. After going against so much T4, I've started considering if the Punisher could be good, crazy, or. But if you're facing a lot of toughness 4, why wouldn't you? Firstly, Kazakin 40k, before I go off on a rant. Firstly, well, I hope you had fun. Hope you, if you didn't win, at least walked away having some lessons learned. I hope you had a great time. So 2 thumbs up, okay? Secondly, if you're playing a lot of T4, just take Leman Russ Executioners. Obviously, make sure you've got the order to support them. But the answer to Toughness 4 is not the Punisher. The answer to Toughness 4 is a Leman Russ Executioner with 2 Plasma Cannon sponsons. Because the amount of blast plasma at high AP you're going to get is actually probably going to be more than a Punisher tank. And more effective and more damage. So yeah, that's... Don't even think about... The answer to Toughness 4 is plasma. Lots of plasma. That would be my advice for you, buddy. Commander HHL, thank you for the super chat, man. Can we see Lich find a general army again? Which one? The Chaos Dwarves? Kazakin 40k, the blasted pick up a lot. To be fair, I was rolling atrociously though. I mean, you can't do much about that. If you're rolling badly, you're rolling badly. I mean, at the end of the day, bro, the good way of thinking about this way, Kazakin 40k, is the Punisher cannon and the plasma and the execution plasma cannon are only 1 turret swap away, right? And then even in the current GW kit, so it's not like, you know, why don't you try out the Punishers, and if it doesn't go well, go for the plasmas? There you go. It's like it's not like you have to buy 2 different kits, same kit, so you can try both out and find which one you prefer. Yeah. Lich Fan General, my Chorf reveal got smacked by UK Internet yesterday. Oh, did it? I did go back and show it off, Lich Fan General, but I'm happy to show it off again because of the UK Internet disruptions. I profusely wanked you off then, and I shall profusely wank you off now. Dude, I love this, man. The green balefire is actually like legit. It's actually fucking legit. And the brass. I fucking love brass. You don't see enough of it these days. Yes. I quite like that is like a big, it's like a big axey thing. I can imagine him like, it kind of reminds me a bit like an executioner sword. It reminds me a little bit of the Urukai swords in Lord of the Rings. It reminds me a little bit of that. Yeah. It's very, very cool. Doom rockets, baby. Yeah, man. Big fan. Big fan. Love that shit. And these are like the Iron Guard guys, aren't they? Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, man. That's cool. And the whole force together. Lich Fan General. Very, very good effort. Love the color scheme. Love the weapons. Love the models. Nice. Nice. There we are. And then we've got Inquisitor Intrabel. Thank you for the super chat, man. I'm good at... I don't know what you're saying here, Inquisitor Intrabel. I'm good at maintaining X spices. If what to come up to some Cumbria fell, give me a shout, Mordian. We had a great time and some light game afterwards. Oh, so I get it. So mountaineering. I'm good at mountaineering experiences. If you want to come up to do some Cumbrian ones, up to Cumbria fell, give me a shout, Mordian. We could have a great time afterwards and a light game afterwards. Nice. Yeah, dude. To be fair, I don't do a lot of hiking. It's like I've been up Snowdon, I think once. The point of the story was I don't do a lot of exercise. And when I did do it, I felt like I was fine. But I do appreciate the offer, man. Thank you for the support, dude. Nice. And Chaos, my boy. Got a list for you to try in a tree discussion for your recon coming. Let's have a look. Here's a list I got to try. Pushing 12 Sentinels on objectives will be hard to handle for a lot of factions. And the Stormsword right behind them. Can't wait to see your list. We've got Lord Solar, Cadian Command Squad, Commissar, Tech Priest, 10 Cadian Shock Troops, 20 Cadian Shock Troops, Catachans, Death Corps, Artillery Team, many Sentinels, and a Storm Sword. Okay, so wait. You've got Storm Sword, 12 Sentinels, Artillery Team, and you're still managing to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 infantry squads, essentially. 70 infantry. I quite like it. I'm surprised you can squeeze so much in. The big problem I have with that list is you've hardly got any orders. I mean, you've literally got 4. And yet you've got 1, 2... I mean, minimum you've got 6 squads of Sentinels. And the Storm Swords, that's 7. And the Artillery Team, that's 8. So I like the list, but I think it's probably one of those where we need a few more orders. But the general principle of the Sentinel spam is kind of interesting. The wall, Sentinel, the can wall. I think the can wall would work a lot better if we could take fucking squads of 3 Sentinels than of 2. But the general principle, I think, is quite interesting. Food for thought. Food for thought, indeed. Let's have a look here. So, big shout out, big thank you to Chaos, Inquisitor Inchbell, Commander HL, Kazakin 40k. Thank you to all of you guys, Inquisitor Inchbell again and again for all the support. Thank you for support, guys. Thank you for super chats. Awesome, awesome. Let's take a look at that video. Let's take a look at that video. Right. So, are you ready? I'm going to put a link to it down in chat now. For those of you who want to watch it, maybe without my bullshit commentary, I understand. I am offended, of course, but I understand. So, give me a second here. 1 minute. YouTube's having a bit of a mare. Come on. Come on, YouTube. There we go. All right. Right. So. Oh, my fucking God. It's like watching piss boil. Right, here we go. So. Here we are. So I saw a video the other day. And I really wanted to show it off on stream. Because I thought it was really good. And I thought it was really eye-opening, but there's also one or two bits that I thought I could add to the context of the video. So this is Warhammer Prices 1998 versus now by Old Demon. I have to say, I've recently been getting into Old Demon, and I think he does some really, really, really good content, and I definitely recommend him and definitely recommend that you check it out. So this is going to be all about Warhammer Prices in 1998 versus now. And it delves into there are going to be a lot of numbers in this, comparing, you know, like inflation and all that kind of stuff, taking into account inflation, all that kind of stuff. And some of it I absolutely agree with. Some of it, I think there's one or two bits that's not been taken into account, shall we say. So let's have a listen. Let's have a look. And I will add my own 2 cents where appropriate, shall we say.
Is Warhammer really a rip-off? Is a Big Mac
Yes.
better value?
Right, that's it. Video's over, boys. Okay, let's go. All right.
Elder Avatar? Were you right to quit Warhammer 30 years ago and never look back because you were sure it was too expensive and the company was run by the devil?
I mean, not to get particularly crude, but if this person was the face of Games Workshop, I would have a lot less criticisms.
Incarnate? Or was the smart play to have just given in to your darkest urges and bought more Warhammer?
Yes! Yes! Mordian Iron Guard, baby! Chimera, baby! Griffin! Griffin. Now, there is one thing I want to point out. I'm going to turn my face off 1 second. Notice this Eldar jet bike sold as a box of 1. Okay. No, that's something that I'm going to... That's a little hint for some stuff that I'm going to be adding and, you know, context I'm going to be adding later on. Also, notice the blister packs down at the bottom. Also, that whirlwind design, I still love that whirlwind design.
Instead, is Warhammer actually getting more expensive, or are you just getting poorer and you just didn't notice it? The answer is...
Bit of column A, bit of column B.
Complicated. But today I am going to try and tackle all of those questions and more. So be prepared to look...
Is the volume okay, guys? Or do you want me to turn it up a little bit?
Period of time, me in the shower. What
we
have to do is to take
I'll turn it up a little bit.
How the value of various different types of model kit...
Look at those beauts. Look at those beauts. Guardians having actual like chainmail is actually kind of crazy. I don't think they have the chainmail anymore, do they? Yeah. Nah, man, sorry, Modern Guardians better. I'm not saying Modern Guardians are worse than these. I'm just saying that these models are beautiful and are kind of cool. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. It's not even a matter of tastes. I can fully accept. Do you want my face up here as well, guys? Face, let me know in chat, face, top or bottom. And is the volume okay? Yeah. That whirlwind's rubbish. Sound good? Yeah, building the whirlwind was bad. But it looked cool. All right.
Have risen since the late 90s. We are going to be looking at
glam rock. I love those Dark Elder Warriors. They look like they belong in a glam rock band.
plastic squads, characters, monsters.
Ah,
a wide
look at Mardian's Calgar, man. That is Mardian's Calgar. He's like the size of a tactical marine. I don't even think he's in Terminator armor. I think he's just got like a 3-up save. It might be an artificer armor from back in the day. Yeah.
basket of lots of different stuff to see what's actually been happening. Now, obviously, because this is involving finance and money, there are going to be some caveats with what I'm doing here. And to explain some caveats, I'm going to eat some caviar.
See, I see you going full time on YouTube has done you very well, Olden Demon.
going to base these values on English pounds and use publications of the time to get the prices. I'm well aware that the prices in the UK are different around the world. I see you viewing from Australia and I feel...
Wow. So the Australians pay $86, which is £42. But that's actually is that £4 higher than the British price? It's £4 higher than the conversion, but 86 is still a lot.
Salty. Also, I am taking the current prices directly after the October 2025 price rise, when
Makes
they will
sense.
be the most expensive in comparison to inflation.
This is so
In the case
stupid.
of the plastic squads, the sprues are
Look at the layout, man. Assault Marines versus Jump Pack Intercessors. Call me crazy. Call me crazy, but I like these more because they're so fucking simple. Oh, where's the head for the model? Oh, it's here. Where's the body? It's here. No jumping around. No, does this leg go with this leg or with this leg? Look at that random fucking bit missing there. Like, ugh. Yeah. Old sprues. Look, maybe the poses are a bit less dynamic, but they were a lot easier to build.
more efficiently tooled these days to give you extra multi-build options and extra weapons, whereas in the 90s you'd be searching through a mail order catalogue or an extra blister packs to buy.
We're going to come to this in a moment. Yes, they come with the options now. And right now in 10th edition, you know, having the option to, you know, build your guys' special weapons is something you always want to do. But bear in mind two things. Secondly, you can buy this for £3. So if you want one special weapon guy, it's going to cost you £3. You don't have to buy a whole box, which is going to cost you £30 or £40. Sure, maybe buying the whole box on a per model basis is going to give you a better deal, but what if you only need one model? And secondly, remember that war gear was basically optional back in the day because you paid points for it. So you might buy an Assault Marine box and you only want the bolt pistol and chainsword guys. So when you take that into account, you don't go and buy the special weapons, so you're actually saving money. And think about all the bits. Your Cajun squad comes with 4 special weapons, but you can only ever build 2 of them. So you're getting a lot of weapons that kind of get wasted. Now, I'm not really complaining about having more bits than I can use. That's the beauty of the bits box, of course. But it's not quite as cut and dry as, oh, you had to go and buy the special weapon separately.
A trooper armed with exactly the heavy weapon that you wanted.
Yeah, but you got to pick exactly what you wanted. And you got to pick the quantity that you wanted. And really, is it all that different? You know, if GW changed the rules and you wanted to, and they were like, okay, you can put 5 plasma pistols on jump back intercessors, but only 2 come in the box. Well, you've still got to go and find those extra plasma pistols, right? Obviously, that goes against the current policy of what is in the box is what you could build, and you don't get any options outside of that, but you get the point. That's looking at it through the lens of a what's the case right now and not looking at like the bigger picture on what was before or what may change in the future.
Tax deductible. I'm going to start in and around October 1998, as this was the start
It's an
of
expense.
3rd edition 40K
It's an
set.
expense.
Space Marines at 15 points per model, which is comparable with today's in-game points cost. Another scoop down the hatch.
I do have to push back on that. Current Tactical Marines are 14 points per model, but that includes all the special weapons. In 3rd edition, Space Marines were 15 points per model, but you only got the bolters. And if you wanted to buy the Sergeant, a plasma pistol, and a power sword, those were roughly 10 points each. And then a special weapon and a heavy weapon would probably come to at least 10 to 15 points each as well. So you're actually looking at, in realistic terms, for a 10-man tactical squad, if you're comparing likely war gear in 10th to the same points cost in like 3rd, you're looking at actually about, it's roughly, you're looking at more like it was 200 points. So the costs aren't directly comparable in terms of in-game costs. And also you've got to take into account that the game was played at 1,500 points. So the squads were realistically more expensive and the game was played at a smaller points level. Both of these things are factors you should take into account when determining, is modern 40k more expensive or less expensive. Modern 40k armies are significantly bigger than mid-hammer and old hammer 40k armies. It's that simple. Now, I'm not against the armies being bigger, but the problem is, and in fact, in some ways, armies have got smaller. I did run 365 conscripts in, like, I think it was 8th or 9th edition, for example, but they're still bigger than where they were. And so it's one of those where you've got to take into account these extra factors. Otherwise, you're missing part of the puzzle.
I will, where appropriate, mention the change in materials and the change in contents, as well as the scale increases since 1998.
That's a really cool picture there.
Now I have significantly less caviar, and I'm actually quite sad about that, because it's really not bad.
Should I get some caviar, chat?
Very rich, though. Final point.
Should I get some caviar?
In existence has increased in value since 1998. This can't be a surprise to you. It's called inflation, and inflation is very, very weird. We'll get into that later, just after I've put the remains of this in the fridge. So, that...
Quick super chat coming in here. That's very relevant as well. Inquisitor Ishtabal, but the edition didn't change for like 4 or 5 years. That's very true. And there was a lot more stability in the game back in the day. This was a very double-edged sword, because on the one hand, if something was broken, it stayed broken. But on the other hand, when you bought something, it tended to be something that you used for a lot longer. Now people will buy something and, you know, there's a chance, in an extreme way, it'll be out of date in 3 months. Realistically, you've got about 6 to 12 months out of a unit before you probably want to change things out. And best case scenario, you're looking at about 3 years. Although you have you have to be careful not to over exaggerate these kind of things, because, you know, I still use a lot of the Lehman Russes that I used from many years ago. So it's not true for every unit, but there are definitely some units that go in and out of favor over shorter periods of times, and there are some units which tend to be evergreen. Lehman Russ battle tanks, pretty much evergreen. Lehman Russ Vanquishers, very much coming in and out of favor on a seasonal basis, especially from edition to edition.
Being said, in 1998, the venerable Space Marine Tactical Squad clocked in at a princely sum of just 10 of your English pounds.
I will give you all a moment in chat. I'll give you all a moment in chat to 10 Tactical Marines for £10. Yes, these are multi-part models. They are not monopose. They are not snap fit. They are not easy to build. Yes, they did come with a special weapon and a heavy weapon included in the box. Now, it was only a flamer and a missile launcher, so I know that that's not the most optimum loadout, don't get me wrong. but it's still not coming with no special weapons. I would buy. That loadout is genuinely not the worst loadout. You could take it by 10th edition standards. You could take a 10-man tactical squad, have 5 men with the missile launcher as an objective holder, and 5 blokes with the sergeant and the flamer as like loaded up in like a razorback or something, and they could go out and take objectives. It's like, as someone who's been using a lot of Firstborn recently, it's surprisingly, look, I could work with it. All right. I'm not saying it's meta defining, but I could work with it. Yeah.
Squad clocked in at a princely sum of just 10 of your English pounds. God bless the Queen, because it was the Queen back then. The first all-plastic Space Marine Assault Squad was released a few months later at the launch price of £10 as well.
£10. So you got half the Marines, but they were much more expensive in game. A Assault Marine was over £20, over 20 points in game, and you know you've got the fact that they come with the bigger, bulkier jump packs. I don't think that really matters, but they do. If you notice, they are coming with, in some ways, better equipment, because the sergeant is coming with a plasma pistol, and I think there was you know, you got a 5-man squad, enough for, and you know, you're getting some plasma pistols in there. That's not bad at all. At least 1 plasma pistol, maybe more. Again, £10. Now, obviously, that was in you know, 1998 or whatever it was, but still, I'd take that. You had seriously 3 box, 3 plasma pistols in the box. That's pretty good. You buy a box of these guys and a box of tactical Marines. Maybe you don't want all plasma pistols on all those plasma pistols on your assault squad. Maybe you can give that sergeant a plasma pistol. Suddenly, you got a 5-man squad with a plasma pistol and a flamer assaulting forward, and you got a 5-man squad with a missile launcher holding back. Just saying.
Now, skipping forward to today, as a result of the latest round of price rises, a 10-man tactical squad is currently £38, which is relatively in line with other products like an Intercessor squad at £40, Guardian Defenders at £38, and Orc Boys sitting at £35.50. Meanwhile, the Jump Pack Intercessor...
Those Orc Boys, by the way,
Orc Boys
are fucking awful, because you have to build them as you see them on that picture. So when you build a squad of Orc Boys, you have to take a guy with the big shooter, which is not the end of the world. But what is the end of the world is that it comes with 3 guys with basic shooters, and then 6 guys with sluggers, or 5 guys with sluggers. So, you know, the exact thing you don't want to do, which is like have like random weapon Orc squads, rather than having all your slugger boys or your shooter boys, you having to, you know, yeah, it's bad. It's bad, yeah.
Sitting at £35.50. Meanwhile, the Jump Pack Intercessor box also clocks in at £38. Now, if I were being lazy, I would say that prices should have doubled, however Games Workshop prices have nearly quadrupled. I would then mention something about anti-consumer policies, insist that Games Workshop is the great Satan, the board, or...
No, the other devil was better.
That kind of thing. I'd mention something about BlackRock and then appeal for...
I love that he touched on this, because I'm not going to get into it. We don't do politics on this channel. But I love that he touched on this. I think this is very funny.
To sign up to my Patreon. But I'm not going to do that, because the reality of the situation is actually much more complicated and interesting. Also, there is plenty of pandering rage bait content on YouTube already, and for the pacing purposes, my Ko-fi advert is coming up a bit later. So, in order to give you a better idea of what's been going on, we need to split the models that Games Workshop sells into multiple different categories. But before we can do that, I need to explain inflation to you. In The Big Short, Margot Robbie explained the stock market
I
while
love
drinking
this bit.
champagne in a bar.
I love
As
this
a
bit.
tribute, I will explain inflation while drinking a whiskey and coke in the shower. What causes inflation is...
Actually goated bit. I love it.
complex. It's a number of factors, including but not limited to, when central banks create more money, the value of each dollar can drop, which pushes prices up. As people earn higher wages, businesses actually pass on higher costs through an increase in prices. And also, if people expect inflation, they may raise prices.
Fuck's sake.
Doing so causing inflation. Cheers.
Cheers.
Now, don't say you never...
How much warm shower water do you think ended up in that whiskey and coke? And how, like, tepid do you think it was when he actually got to drink it?
Never learn anything on YouTube. If you want to see more or less of me in the shower, you can sign up to my Ko-fi account and vote on it right now. At the gold tier, you get your name on
Shower
this awesome board
referendum.
here, which I'm sure you can
All
all
right.
agree.
We're going to skip
prophecies
ahead
that
this
the
little
characters
bit.
Try to avoid, but can't. Now, you may not like inflation, but A, it's the system we've got, and B, it's the best of two bad options, because if prices decrease over time, you end up with deflation, which is very, very bad. Now, I have simplified inflation here, but for the purposes of this video, financial institutions try to keep it at 2% each year, and 2% compounded since 1998 is around 95%. The UK's Office for National Statistics' Consumer Price Index tracks prices at 95.7% higher now than in 1998. The Retail Price Index shows that prices are about
This is a lot of numbers.
150.3% higher. But let's look at
Man,
some
I'm bad at
lovely
math.
plastic crack and see how it ranks.
Yes.
So
Explain this. Look, if you... I don't understand this. I just about understand this. Please explain it to me through the lens of Warhammer.
let's look at some lovely plastic crack and see how it ranks up. So the first up to get the treatment is the multi-part plastic squads. The
Yes. Now, it is worth mentioning, and I'm sure he'll mention this in a moment, so I'm just repeating myself in some ways, but the new Space Marines aren't the exact same models as the old ones. And the new Space Marines do come with more options than Missile Launcher and Flamer. So there are more options in there. But remember, back in the day, you had all the weapon options. You just had the choice of whether you wanted to buy them or not. So are you really getting a bet? The big question I want to ask chat, and some people will say yes straight away. Some people might say no. But the big question I want to ask chat is, are you really getting a better deal if you get a bunch of bits that you're very unlikely to use? Now, obviously, those bits can go in the bits box, and maybe in the fullness of time, they will do well. But are you... What is a better system? Getting a bunch of stuff you might use, or buying stuff you definitely will use, but it might cost a little bit more. But it's kind of difficult to explain. Because on the one hand, you're spending £40 and you're getting all the weapon options. Or you can spend £10 and get some weapon options. But if you wanted to, you could go and buy like a melter gun separately. I think it is 6 of one, half a dozen of another. I think that having a lot of bits that can end up in the bits box, and when the meta shifts, if grav guns become suddenly OP, we can, if you've got an extensive bits box, you can take advantage of that, I guess. But you're kind of hedging your bets, because what if grav guns never become good again? Like a good example of this is in 7th edition, grav was the go-to weapon. Okay. Since the Great Reset of 8th edition, all through 8th, all through 9th, and all through 10th, grav guns have been a non-optimal choice. No one really takes them. It's always plasma or melter, right? So, in theory, you get a good deal with the Warhammer Space Marine, the new Warhammer Space Marine Tactical Squad, because, oh look, you can have a combi grav guy, and a grav pistol, and a grav gun. You know, you're getting all these options, but the reality is that anyone who's bought this, so there's a difference between theory and reality, right? The reality is anyone who's bought a Tactical Marine Squad who's waiting for those grav gun stonks to go up, it's probably never going to happen. In fact, we're getting to the point where the Tactical Marines are going to, like, go away. And if they do go away, then I'm sure you could use them as intercessors at that point. I think that's one of the reasons why GW's not taken Tactical Marines away, because they know, holy shit, all of those legacy Tactical Marines that we sold, people will just stick them on 32 bases and they'll be intercessors. So they can't get rid of the Tactical Squad and put it away, but I think they still will do. But all those people that have bought Tactical Marines and waiting for those grav stocks to go up, the reality is they probably never will. So, and there's loads of bits like that. There's loads and loads of bits like that in the new Space Marine Tactical Squad box. If you look at the old Tactical Marine box, you could build everybody with just a bolter. There were enough bits where everyone could get a bolter. You had the option for the missile guy, you had the option for the flamer guy, but everyone just got a bolter. And in some cases, you know, at the end of the day, you paid for the base kit, and then you didn't pay for bits you didn't end up using in many ways. So, in my experience, if you were to twist my arm on this, I would probably prefer a basic kit which I could then buy stuff for, extra bits for as and when I felt like I needed them, rather than a kit with a whole bunch of shit I end up just not using. Now, a big spanner in the works to my own argument here is fixed war gear. Because in fixed war gear, well, you're always going to end up, having those extra bits is pretty good. Because it's not a case of, I'm just going to build 10 basic twos of bolters. You're going to want some of those extra bits. So it doesn't completely derail my argument, but there's definitely a bit of a weakness there. But it's just important, like, I still think you're better off with a base kit, which you can add stuff onto. But with non-granular points, it muddies the waters a little bit. Yeah.
For these has undoubtedly shot up, as we have already discussed, from £10 to £38, a 280% increase. But there is a catch to the maths here. You see, in 1998, a price of £10 for one of these squads was an amazing deal. This is considering 4 years earlier, in 1994, a squad of monopose plastic Space Marines was priced at £9.99. In fact, £1 a model in 1998 was undercutting almost everything else in the catalogue, including the older metal and plastic Space Marine squads, which were still advertised at £20 a pop. This
that's crazy.
Wasn't exclusive to Space Marines either. The Dark Elder box set contains 16 Dark Elder Warriors for £10. That's 62 pence a model. The Space Marine...
I do think that can be fairly easily explained by material costs. Plastic injection molding is just so much cheaper. I think it can also be explained by the fact that some of those kits, if you go back and look at those Space Marines, you can see that there's hand flamers and power swords and plasma pistols and power fists. Those are things that you didn't get in the old box. So people would still buy the more expensive Space Marine assault squads, because if they wanted to, they would get a lot of special weapons out of them. As for the
Space Marine squads, which were still advertised at £20 a pop. This great deal wasn't exclusive to Space Marines.
Okay. There was something about Blood Angels as well that I saw. There you go. Now, straight up, the fact that the new ones came out were just a great improvement over the old ones, and you didn't get an extra cost is amazing. But is it in some ways not to try and get like to use like an emotional argument rather than a logical one, but in some ways isn't that kind of what a good business should do? Like if I look at let me give you an example. If I look at Warlord Games, I know everyone collectively grown, but if I look at Warlord Games, when the new Japanese infantry box came out, it still contained the same amount of models as the old Japanese infantry box. So they both contained 30 infantry. They both cost £37. But the selling point of the new one is it costs the same as the old one, but it's much, much better. That's just called refining the product, improving the product. So just because something has gone, just because something has got like better doesn't necessarily mean that the price has to go up. And I know that sounds very illogical. Well, if it's better, it should cost more. Yes, but also no. Because part of that is you're improving your product to make it more sellable. That's part of the selling point. If you improve the product and it's better, but then it's really, really, you make it massively more expensive, that can put a lot of people off. But I understand there's a little bit of, like I said, it's more of an emotional argument rather than a logical one. And I can can see there being gaps, but hopefully you guys are sort of picking up what I'm putting down there.
Either. The Dark Elder box set contains 16 Dark Elder Warriors for £10. That's 62 pence a model. The Space Marines advertised in White Dwarf when Rogue Trader was released a decade beforehand were 83 pence per model, and the nearest comparable price was 4 Space Orcs for £2.50. The original price for multi-part models was a freakishly good deal.
I know I'm pausing the video a lot, but you have to think about production volumes, though. A lot of these models would be in metal. So that's a different production. You producing them in metal casters produces a different volume. And the material that it takes that you're using to build them also is more expensive. So it's not really a totally fair comparison.
The original price for multi-part models was a freakishly good deal and simply couldn't stand up. The next multi-part squads to arrive were released at £12, and in the year 2000, the price for tactical squads increased to £12 as well. A couple of years later, the price increased from £12 to £15. In April 2000, later, price for multi-part squads to arrive were released.
Okay. Yes, this is £12, but there are 60, it just says it right there. There are 60 models there. Yes, this is £12, but there are 60 models there. Yes, this is £12, but there are 12 models there. And I do believe that the stick bomb upgrades here were actually metal upgrades. Again, chat, correct me if I am wrong. Now, I understand that you could compare these to the Dark Elder ones. That is very, very true. But these are still much lower, and they're still much lower even when taking into account inflation.
Released at £12, and in the year 2000, the price for tactical squads increased to £12 as well. A couple of years later, the price increased from £12 to £15. In April 2005, they increased from £15 to £18. That meant an 80% increase in the first 7 years of their existence. Now,
I'm wondering what he's going to say here, but I don't really see this as a defense of GW's modern prices. I see this as an example of them having started to be greedy and continuously being greedy. Oh, well, they kept increasing the prices back in the day. Yeah, That's kind of the point, though, isn't it? Just because they did it back in the day doesn't make it okay to do it now. It was annoying how much they increased things back in the day. It's annoying how much they increase things now.
This feels steep, but it put the plastic squads closer to the £2 per model ratio of the metal units that were still being produced at this time.
That's
now,
crazy.
If we track the prices...
So the plastic squads went up in cost, but the metal squads didn't. Huh. That's actually kind of wild. And also, I think these are different sculpts now. I think these are different models. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they definitely are. So them going up, those are. I'm pretty certain those are because you got the you can see the loincloth stuff that you didn't get in the other one, right? I don't think so anyway. So I'm pretty certain this is a new kit, a more detailed kit. Again, I'm not saying like, you know, sometimes the product should just get better for the same price because that's called like refining your product, offering a better product to market because there's like competition. But I guess GW doesn't have to worry about that because they've never had any like competition. Bit of War Machine, but yeah. Interesting. I don't really have an answer for that. But I feel like what we saw here was Games Workshop starting, especially on the plastic stuff, Games Workshop started the process of, let's see how much we can, let's see if we keep increasing the price, they'll keep buying it.
The metal units that were still being produced at this time. Now, if we track the prices from 2005 to 2025, they only show a 111% increase, whereas cumulative inflation from that period was about 90%. So it's still more.
It's still more, yeah.
Or the trouble is that when you went to buy a bunch of heavy weapons troopers and specialists to fill out the squads with your preferred loadout, the price for them started to balloon. But talking about those metal...
I don't know when the new Dark Elder models came out. So I think that this comparison, I'm going to trust Old and Demon here. I think this comparison is fair. But I will refer to my previous argument of, but these upgrades were optional. Very optional. So, no, the price of the box, the price of the squad didn't balloon because a lot of the time you were totally okay with just the plastic bits that came in the box. Like Space Marines, you just give your Tactical Marines bolters. That was fine. So, in theory, the box ballooned. The reality is they didn't.
With your preferred loadout, the price for them started to balloon. But talking about those metal or metal and plastic squads, let's look at them next. As we have already discussed here, the pricing here was really weird. In spite of the deal on plastic box sets, most 10-man metal and plastic squad boxes had been clocking in at £20, which were terrible deals at the time when matched up with the plastics, but still pretty good with today's inflation rates. For example,
and they also stuck around, so they ended up being fine. Yeah.
£17.
Wow, look at that, boys. Look at that. £17. And you got at £17, man. I was gonna say you get a special weapon and a heavy weapon included, but you get all the weapons that in today's boxes. So yeah.
And today, a regiment of shock troops or death corpsmen comes to £32.50, which is only a 91.2% increase under the rate of inflation, but you aren't getting a heavy weapon in there. On the topic of Imperial Guard, if you held on a couple of years, you'd get one of the best deals ever. 20 plastic Katagen Jungle Fighters for £12.
I'm gonna let him play that again. Listen to this.
the best deals ever. 20 plastic Catachan jungle fighters for £12.
20 Catachan jungle fighters for £12. Do you guys want to know something else which is crazy? You used to be able to buy 20 Cajun shock troops. I think they came out at £15, but they may have been £12 when they first released as well.
So the downside was they looked like that. If you want
Army of Rambo, baby! I don't see a goddamn thing wrong with those models. Timeless. Absolutely timeless. Infallible. They've not replaced them because you can't improve upon perfection. It's just that simple.
wanted game pieces and didn't care what they looked like, you'd have beaten inflation. In fact, you can still buy them, 10 for the price of £25. You aren't going to, and I honestly wouldn't advise it, but you're still...
Fuck, I'd pay £12 for that. Exactly.
Now, the outliers come when you get 5-man squads of semi-elite infantry. So we're talking Fire Dragons, Swooping Hawks, and Dire Avengers. These were sold at 3 per £5 blister.
That is going to fuck people off so much. So about £1.15. No. Not £1. £1.65 per model. And they were made out of metal, a more expensive material. So they've made them out of plastic, which is cheaper, and they've increased the price by a bazillion.
Exarchs were £4 per blister, Dark Reapers were £3 per blister, and Warp Spiders were £4 each. So in those prices, a 10-man unit of Fire Dragons and Swooping Hawks would have been £14. They are now £80.
Oh, damn. Now, I ain't saying the models don't look better. I ain't saying the models don't look better. But the question you have to ask yourself,
171.4.
Are they 471.4% better? Are they 471.4% increased in quality? That's the question you have to ask. Siriade, his math is wrong. It should be £19. Three squads at £4 each. It should be £19. He has... No. Oh, yeah. 3 miniatures per blister. Okay. So... Siriade, are they 400% increased in quality? It's more than. Are they about 410% increase in quality? I think even if you compare £19 to £80 and then take inflation into account, it's still not great. Is it only 300%? 300%, my bad. Or 310 roughly? There you go.
4% increase. 10 Dire Avengers will set you back £59, a 321.4% increase. 10 Dark Reapers have increased from £31 to £80, a 158.1% increase. 10 Warp Spiders have increased...
Absolute deal! Absolute deal. Yeah, man.
Increased from £40 to £80, a 100% increase, but they are also in the current Combat Patrol set at a discount. So
Fair.
we...
Big thing to bear in mind, though, is remember, this is in pounds. If you're in America, you're going to be taking that America tax on top of that. So you guys, you know, it's probably more like if they were, you know, add an extra 20% on to a lot of the prices, right? Yeah.
Have some cases where there was a fantastic deal that was slowly taken away, some cases where infantry has massively increased in price, and some where it has kept parity while now being available in upscaled plastic. But just when you thought I was giving Games Workshop an easy deal of it, Look what's coming
I don't
next.
think
It's characters.
the character situation is diabolical. I mean, some of you guys are not going to believe what's coming next. I think this is something I want to mention. I'll mention it at this point, right? I know I'm going back quite a lot. I'll make sure I go forward as well. I know we're at the character bit, right? So, one of the big things that doesn't get taken into account is that now you have to buy the models in a certain amount. So back in the day, you could buy a pack of 3 Howling Banshees for £5. And remember, because squad sizes weren't fixed at like 5 and 10 like they are now, if you bought a pack of 3 and then you bought another pack of 3 and you had 6, that was totally okay, because it wasn't like you had to try and strive for the 10-man squad like you do now. You just ran a squad of 6 and you paid for 6. Unlike in 10th edition, where if you run a squad of 6, you pay the points for a squad of 10, right? So a big thing that gets missed out is how important like variable squad sizes were. And like now, if I want to run a squad of 10 like Howling, if I want to run a bigger squad of these special troops, I have to buy them in boxes of 5, rather than, you know, I can run, you know, I can take 6 regular Howling Banshees and then maybe add an Exarch in there for an extra £4 if I want to. So there's that. The second thing to take into account is that because you're having to buy 10 of these, you know, like, because you're having to buy things like Intercessor squads in boxes of 10, whereas you used to be able to buy the Space Marine Tactical Squad Combat Squad where you could buy 5 at a time. There's none of this like pocket money level stuff anymore. This is one of the reasons why 40k feels so expensive. There's no pocket money boxes. You know, I've told the story before, and so I'll keep it brief, but one of the core memories that I have as a kid is when it was like summer holidays or something, or when it was the weekend. If when I was a kid, you know, sort of single digit, like, you know, between the age of like 5 and like 10 or whatever it was, 5 and 9, maybe even a little bit after that. If my mum was going into town to like do some jobs, she wouldn't leave me at home on my own. She was like, "No, I'm not leaving you on the house on your own. You'll brain yourself on a kitchen corner or something. So you're coming into town with me." And you know, we weren't particularly wealthy. Like, growing up, we weren't poor, but we were by no means not poor. If that makes sense. So, you know, we were fine. We were totally middle of the road, right? Middle of the road. But the point is that my mum would take me into town with her, and she would, you know, if I was a good boy and I behaved myself and I wasn't running around like an ADHD riddled child and all that kind of stuff, then she would the reward would be, we would go to Games Workshop, or we would go to the local hobby shop, depending on which town or village we would get in particular bits and bobs from. And I would be allowed to pick up like one blister, right? Now, those blisters, you know, those blisters, you know, if I went in there and wanted like a big, like 40, if I wanted to buy like a £40 box, or even by like today's, even if I wanted to buy like a 10, even like a £15 box by those standards, what would be like a £30 box today, it probably would have been a bit much, like every weekend that, you know, my mum would, you know, do the weekly shop with me and stuff like that. Like, it'd be a bit much. But going in and me being able to pick up like, hey, look, it's a goblin shaman, and it's like £3 or £4. Even if you double that by today's standards and it's like £8, it's still like pocket money level, right? It's pocket money level. And one of the reasons 40k feels so expensive is there's no little bits. You can't buy one Space Marine bike for a $5, a $10 by today's standards. You have to buy 3, and it's going to cost you £40. So there's a myriad of factors why 40k, I think, has finally crossed the threshold of too expensive. It's always been expensive, but I think now it is too expensive. And a big reason for that is because not only has the prices gone up, but they've pulled some ladders up at the same time. So you've had prices go up and ladders pulled up.
You heard me.
So I think there's multiple angles that need to be taken into account with this. Going back to where we were with characters. I think that's right. 1 minute. Oh, no, I went back to the beginning of the video. Sorry, guys. I pressed the wrong button. But don't worry. We can find it.
Easy deal of it. Look what's coming next. It's characters. So there is no getting around it. The pricing of character models has significantly shifted.
This is going to
upwards.
fuck you guys off.
From metal models through fine cast to injection molded plastic should, if we were comparing the infantry kits, kept pace with inflation and therefore doubled. Instead, they have in many cases quintupled. For balance sake, there is still one old 40k character.
Look at this, guys.
General sale on Games Workshop's website.
This is amazing.
Ezekiel, Grand Master of Librarians, can still be bought for.
Look. It's the exact same model. The only thing that has changed is the backpack they give you. Okay? So he used to get a backpack and you used to have to put the paper banner on. Now he comes with the backpack with his sort of plastic banner or whatever, or metal banner, whatever it'll be, molded on. All right? So he costs this model cost £20.50 by today's standard.
Or £20.50. In 1998, that exact same sculpt was £6, which is...
Do you think that maybe GW's made the money back yet on the R&D costs and the costs of the sculpt and the tooling? I think they might have done. After 27 years, I think they might start getting into the green with this model.
A 241.7% increase. But
that's the best number you're going to see. It only gets worse from here.
You want to know what the rest of the characters have done, don't you?
Yeah, we do.
Space Marine librarians, captains, and chaplains were £4. They
£4?
Are now 26 or £27.
Now, yeah, the models are different.
Or 575.
The models are very, very different now. They're much bigger, but remember, they were made out of metal. So you say, oh, but they're so much bigger now. Yeah, but they were made out of metal before. So, I mean, very, very, very roughly, smaller model, but more expensive material, larger model, but cheaper material. Maybe that balances out. Maybe that balances out.
5% increase. Blood Angels Chaplain Les Marts was
still love that librarian.
Now £29.
Still love that chaplain model.
80% increase. The Space Marine Terminator Captain model was £6.
Still holds up.
Also £29.
It still holds up. The old one still holds up.
Percent increase. Now there is no getting around it. These are huge increases across the board that outpace inflation. Although inflation is like for like, and these models aren't really.
Exactly.
Plastic single characters are weird ones. Injection of these models.
They're not like for like. But look at the plastic sprue. Now, it might sound a little hypocritical of me here, but in some ways, I love that. Is that the chaplain model, is it? I think that's the chaplain model. In some ways, I love that chaplain model. Because it's actually super easy to build and I don't need the instructions. So, in some ways, big win, GW. I always say one of the things I hate about your models is they're really hard to build. That one's actually pretty easy to build, so sick, right? But it's really easy to build It's not an overly complex sprue. It only comes with very limited weapon options. So why has this gone up so much? If essentially, with some of the other kits, we could make the argument, oh, well, they've gone up because you're getting more options. This one's gone up and we're getting no more options. In fact, from a rules point of view, we're getting a lot less options.
Aren't really. Plastic single characters are weird ones. Injection molded plastic is typically only used for products where you make it once and then sell tens of thousands of them. And although Games Workshop is probably churning 10,000 Space Marine captains.
One thing to mention, they only make one like chaplain sculpt, but back in the day, there was literally 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sculpts? So they used to sell 8 different kinds of chaplain model, and now they only sell like 1. I guess maybe 1 or 2 if you take into account maybe some of like the like Blood Angel ones and stuff like that. But it's a fact. It's just I'm just pointing it out. I'm just pointing it out. There's
A cycle. I can't imagine
there
a
were
world
4
where they sell that many Hexmark destroyers or
I'll trust you.
Stealer cult sanctuses, let alone the obscure characters they make for Age of Sigmar.
Yeah.
But nevertheless,
They choose to make everything out of plastic. So they choose to make everything out of plastic for some reason. Now, there is an argument that maybe they make everything out of plastic because Games Workshop has grown to the point where even something they don't sell, relatively speaking, that much of, they still sell in enough volume that making it out of metal will be more expensive. But I think there is an argument for having the right material for the right job.
they have committed to doing everything in plastic, where no other miniature game company has. I'd love to know the actual price of creating an injection molded plastic sprue to try and work out the economy around it. If you are in the position of being able to tell me, please let me know either in the comments.
I've had Warlord Games tell me it can cost. I think Warlord Games told me it cost like 50 grand to do an injection molded sprue, like between 50 and 100 grand to make the first one. But after that, it's pennies.
Or via email. Meanwhile, if you are a customer, I would suggest treating characters like a treat, because they kind of are. But if there is one benefit to turning their entire catalogue into injection molded plastic, it comes in the range of giant robot.
Okay. I know why the characters cost so much. It's actually really, really, really simple. Okay. The characters cost so much to artificially inflate discounts. So when you buy a combat patrol, this is one of the big things that people were fucking up when they were looking at like the Krieg artillery platoon. They were like, oh my God, it's like you're only getting like a 20 or 30% discount on like buying these things separately. And it's like, yes, but if you're just comparing the numbers, like percentage to percentage, well, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics, right? The reason the characters cost so much is when they put them in a box set, it looks like the discount is higher than it is. They don't actually expect many people to buy these characters separately. If they do, they're fucking chumps. But they don't expect many people to buy the characters separately. If you take £150 box set, if you take a let's say a combat patrol that's worth about £100, and you put £100 worth of models in there, and then add a £30 character on, it looks like you're getting like a 30% discount. But you're not. Because that character costs nothing for them to make. And what often actually happens is you're getting one good unit in that bundle, one trash unit in that bundle, and then the character. So Games Workshop encourages you to buy something you don't even really want because you're thinking you're getting a good deal in terms of percentage numbers, but the reality is you're not. You're actually spending more on something than on the thing you actually want. And they're shifting plastic, which they might be struggling to shift.
dreadnoughts and monsters that Games Workshop currently produces. Space Marine dreadnoughts, the original metal ones that could be put in a sock and used as a weapon, clocked in at a whopping £25. And although the original model has vanished,
Made out of metal,
Invincible
though.
Dreadnought can still be bought for £40, which is only a 60% increase. In
True.
fact, the recent classic Beyond the Fell handed
That
made
is true.
order came to, I believe, £47.50, which is only a 90% increase for an almost like-for-like model. It is missing the back banner though, which is a bit of a pain. Orc Dreadnoughts and Hive Tyrants were £20 and are now £40. That's a 100%.
So, in a weird kind of way, this is all fine. This is all fine. Like, these things are keeping price with inflation, and the kit's an improvement over the old ones. This, I have no issue with. It sounds crazy. I have no issue spending £40 on a Hive Tyrant by today's standards. It's a big monster model. It's a key component of your army. Like, yeah, no dramas with that whatsoever. And I'm basically spending in line with inflation, and the quality of the kit that I am getting is significantly higher. This is all fine. If GW did this across the board, if GW did this across the board and had pocket money bundles, no one would have any complaints.
Increase. Carnifexes were also £20 and are now sold in a box of 2 for £64.50. That is an astonishingly low 61.3% increase.
But you have to buy 2 of them. What if I only want 1 Carnifex? Well, you shit out of luck. You can't do that. Right? If there was a box, so it's per model, not a massive increase, but I'm having to buy 2 of them, so it actually feels more expensive.
Lictors, once £15, are now £32.50, which is 116.7%.
A bit high.
War Walkers were also £15, and you now get 2 for £52, which is 73.3%.
But again, I have to buy 2 of them. I'm not going to keep flogging this dead horse. If I only want 1, I don't have the option to just buy 1.
3% each, plus you get all the extra plastic weapons in the sprue. Elder Dreadnoughts were £15, they are now called Wraith Lords, and £40. That's a 166.7% increase, but again, they have more plastic options these days.
But they went from metal, a more expensive material, to plastic, a cheaper material. So in many ways, it balances out. In many ways. They should be £30.
To be honest with you, it's all pretty decent, if not under inflation in time.
I don't think it is pretty decent. I think some things are decent. I'll give them that. But 167% is still 67% over where it really feels like it should be. And it only feels like a good deal because you were just talking about 500% on characters.
Especially when you consider that these dreadnought-sized monsters usually end up in Combat Patrol box sets at a discount. Also, if you ever tried to...
We've already discussed that.
Dreadnought, you will have felt the true pain of 90s wargaming.
Nah, it was fine, man. Bit of milliput, bit of super glue, job done. People... I've built a lot of resin and metal models recently because I couldn't wait for all the conflicts to come out in plastic, so I just bought all the old stuff in metal because I've got poor impulse control. And you know what? It's a piece of piss. Resin and metal, the pains of resin and metal get massively over-exaggerated. This thing here is probably easier to build than a modern kit. It's in 1, 2, 3, 4 parts. If I want to run it with the Power Fist, and the smoke launcher, 5 parts. With the Power Fist, 6 parts. Call me crazy, but I'm totally okay with this being in metal. Bit of milliput, bit of green stuff, literally not even a problem. Piece of piss to build.
Now, up to now, we have pretty much been talking about models that have changed since 1998. However, there are models that Games Workshop sell that are almost...
It doesn't fall apart, Joe Camel. Trust me. I am not an expert modelist. I'm not an expert hobbyist. Okay? I'm not an expert model. Ooh. Bit of milliput, bit of super glue. They don't fall apart.
almost exactly the same as they were back then. The Elder Viper jet bike was £12 and is currently £25, which is a 108.3% increase. It now has a full set of heavy weapons in the box as well. Same deal with the Elder Falcon, which was £17 and is currently £42.50. Same deal with the Elder £12.
I understand that it's keeping pace with inflation. But there are some things that when you go over a certain price, it stops becoming about logic and it starts becoming about, like, humans aren't logical all the time. If you ask me to pay £25 for a Viper, I'm not going to pay it. If you ask me to pay £42 for a Falcon or Wave Serpent, I'm not going to pay it. Now, you can tell me it's about inflation. You can tell me it keeps in line with inflation. But at the end of the day, 40 quid's 40 quid. £40 40 quid. And all the logical arguments in the world isn't going to change that. In my fucking head, 40 quid's a lot to spend on one tank. What if I need 6 of them? Right? Because the game, like, £17 back in the day might be somewhat in line, or should I say, £12 back in the day might be somewhat in line with inflation. But, you know, I only ever needed like 1 or 2. I didn't need 3 or 4 or 3 with the Viper. With the Wave Serpent / Falcon, you know, £17 back in the, you know, £17. What's the
£17 and is currently £42.50, which is up 150%.
So it's not even in line with inflation. It's above inflation. But even if it was in line with inflation, I only ever needed like 2 of them. Now I need 6 of them. So it's not just about comparing number to number. You've got to actually look at the real life practicalities. And this is something I have been banging on about this entire video. This is the financial equivalent of Theory Hammer versus Table Hammer. There's a lot of stuff that makes sense in Math Hammer and in Theory Hammer. But a lot of that goes completely by the fucking wayside when you play fucking tabletop.
But the box does contain the parts to build the multi-part Wave Serpent. A Fire Prism was £19, it's now £42.50 as well, which is up 123.7%, but does build...
I will happily pay the Fire Prism price because I never saw one of the old metal Fire Prisms intact. Ever. Sometimes metal isn't better. And sometimes the quality has gone up in line with the cost. I am not a salty boy. I treat these things very, very fairly. And where I see something that I think, that's okay, that's legit, I will point it out.
A multi-part Night Spinner. A Rhino was £10, which technically can still be bought as part of the Razorback box. The Razorback used to be £20 and is now £36.
I'm pretty certain they still sell Rhinos separately. 1 minute. This bit of the video did confuse me. Yeah, I don't really know what he's on about. You can still buy the Rhino, totally standalone. It's fine. It's not like my videos don't have any mistakes in it. Oh, maybe I'm just misunderstanding.
Which is only an 80% increase. If you are just...
It is only an 80% increase, but And it has improved in quality as well. But you're asking me for £36 and I need 6 of them. You're asking me for £36 for a unit. And the big thing is, you're asking me for £36. This is the point I've not made yet. You're asking me for £36 for a unit which I don't know is still going to be around next edition. You know, most companies, when they have a going out of production, like, leaving soon, they have a sale. Like 50% off. When it's gone, it's gone. GW sell it at the full price right up to the point when they take it away from you and they don't tell you when it's going away.
Buying those kits to get the Rhino, it's a 260% increase, but you also get the parts to make a Razorback as well. The Space Marine Predator back then was £20, it is now £47.50.
It looks a lot better now.
137.5%, but the kit builds you both
it's
the
still
Annihilator and
£47.
variants.
It's very
the Land
expensive.
Raider was released in the year 2000 for £30 and is now $58. That's an increase of 93.3%.
It's still
These prices have remained fairly
£60.
consistent and quite low. The Predator
It's still £6, but to be fair, you only need like 1 or 2 Land Raiders. So you only need 1 or 2 Land Raiders. It's a big model. It's a bit of a treat. I think it gets the pass.
and Fire Prism are now fully plastic, which should account for their increased
Exactly,
price.
Siriade.
Now,
Exactly.
to be fair, you could make the argument that in the case of those Space Marine tanks, those units have been depreciated in-game, while Games Workshop pushes the more expensive Primaris versions, i.e. the Impulsor,
Great
the
point.
Gladiator, and the Repulsor. It's an argument that I've heard, but it's worth remembering that as of 2025, Vindicators are still considered very good in-game. Plus,
That's true.
You also have a
But they were
game
considered
system
bad
you
for a
can use
long
them in,
time.
The Horus Heresy. But making in-game use
I don't think you appreciate the level of sci-fi rivet counting that exists in the Horus Heresy community. If you turn up to Horus Heresy game with a Mark 7 Tactical Marine, you're going to be asked to leave. If you turn up to Horus Heresy game with the wrong type of Vindicator, you're going to be asked to leave.
comparisons is probably another video's worth of content, so I'm going to move on because I need to talk about Battle Forces. At this time, you could also buy a Battle Force box set for £40.
Fucking love the Battle Forces.
£15 squad of monopose plastic Terminators and a little bit of terrain for free, saving you
Used to-
38.5%.
You used to get a little bit of terrain in your combat patrols.
You could also buy
Not
a
really
Dark
needed
Elder
anymore.
Battle Force for £40, getting
You got the tree. These trees were included. These trees were included. Now, one thing I do want to go back on here. So, for £40, you got 5 Terminators, metal. You got 10 Space Marines, plastic. 3 bikes, plastic. And a Land Speeder. I'm pretty certain plastic. For £40. By today's prices, that would be £80. Take into account inflation. If we keep the Tactical Marines, you're looking at £36. Terminators, I believe, are £45. So that's about 80 right there. And then the Outriders, I'm pretty certain, are like £40. And the Land Speed is like £40. So it's like £160 worth of models by today's standards. But of course, Legends, now in plastic, so on and so forth. So it's not really a fair comparison. I guess the best way of looking at it is how useful are these units? How useful, a better way of comparing this is how useful were these units by the standard of the day? I think and Siriade, the Terminators were plastic at that point. Interesting. Siriade will probably back me up on this. I think the majority of these units would be described as mid. So not great, but not terrible. Like, Tactical Marines were fine, but a lot of the times they were used as for filling out Devastator squads. Terminators were fine, but a big issue is they only had 1 wound, so if you failed to up save, they died. Bikes, I think the bikes and the Land Speeder are actually the most useful part of this, in some ways. So every unit in this box was usable. Every unit in this box was usable, but none of them were like particularly mind-blowing. But here's the thing. There's no wanky character in here. So the big thing about these is that they had multiple purchase potential. It was entirely possible to build an entire Space Marine army, or 90% of your Space Marine army, off this box set. You can't, and I mean, it was at 1,500 points. This is probably about 700 points worth of models. So if you bought 2 of these and like a Predator or something, you had a Space Marine army. So yeah, each Terminator was like that's like a 200 point unit. That's like a 200 point unit. That's 400 points. Probably about 200 points between these. So we'll say about 600 points. So a couple of these and an extra box, and you were probably fairly quids in. Bear in mind, you could turn one of the Terminators into like a captain if you wanted to. If we go to the next box, this was pretty much all killer, no filler. This was pretty much all killer, no filler. Because Raider, good. Dark Elder Warriors, good. Bikes, good. Trees, obviously the main selling point. By the way, we didn't take into account that you did get L-shaped ruins in this box.
Reporting for duty, sir.
This ruin here and this ruin here, you did get those. So weirdly, by 10th edition standards, this was a very useful box set because you got L-shaped ruins in it. The trees in this one were a bit of a meme.
There's only one man keeping the streets safe.
I still missed them, but they were a bit of a meme. But this box is all killer, no filler, because as a Dark Elder player, you could never go wrong with having more Raiders. You can never go wrong with having more Warriors, and you could never go wrong with having more bikes. Like this, you'd probably buy 2 or 3 of these things, easy peasy. And the Warriors, a lot of people used the because these were plastic. A lot of people used them and then converted the ever-living fuck out of them because they came with like combat blades and all sorts of stuff. So you could, I know loads of people that turn the my brother, for example, turned a lot of the splinter cannons and stuff into things like Dark Lances, who took a lot of the combat blade stuff and turned these guys into like witches and stuff. So there's a lot of potential from these kits.
20 warriors models, a 25% saving. The prices for these Battle Forces Start Collecting sets or Combat Patrol sets have always given you a wide set of discounts, as low as 18% in some cases and as high as the high 40s. Set of discounts as low as 8.
So the big difference here, I think, comes down to like the repeat sales. The Krieg one is okay, but you really don't want to be taking shitloads. Okay, some people want loads of horses, but the cavalry is a bit of a... The heavy weapons squad's a bit of a... Like, this bit's good, but the cavalry's a bit... Not sure. And then with these guys, a lot of Space Marine players would argue, like... I mean, I think the contents of this box is fine. But you do, I guess, maybe a bit of a pisser is the captain getting multiple. You guys can't see it because it's behind the chat. I'll turn that off 1 second. A big part of the discount of this box is that this captain's like 30 quid. And do you really want multiple Gravis captains? You reckon that's the best Marine box? Fair enough.
18% in some cases and as high as the high 40s in.
I don't think you get this Combat Patrol anymore. I think this is out of date, but I could be wrong.
Others. I think there is an interesting video in going through the current crop of boxes and pricing them up individually using 1998 prices, but that would add on another half hour to this video. Current Combat Patrols average out at around a 30% discount. Some are more, some are less. I'm not going through them all now.
Yeah.
You're just going to have to take my word for it. Because
These are perfectly good
we need
boxes
to talk
unless you're trying to be
about
hyper competitive.
elite infantry.
So they're not
You
good
do
then.
have a lot of 3-man elite infantry boxes that are
What
sold
edition are
for
we
the
playing,
same
bro?
price as
What
10
edition are we playing?
squads. I'm talking about Inceptor squads, Blade Guard veterans, Eliminators,
Yeah, this is a
and
problem.
Aggressors. Weirdly here, the problem is that these models are human. You see, back in the day for Warhammer Fantasy, you used to get models that were roughly this size and scale in comparison to basic infantry.
Yeah.
I'm talking about trolls,
Ogres,
Kroxigors,
yeah.
ogres, rat ogres, and
I mean, that's an
Ogres.
ogrin,
They
but
all
fine,
came
but yeah.
to about £8 or £9 a model.
That's pretty
Three
legit.
months. They all came to about £8.
So, if you compare this to today's prices, it's like £18 per model. So obviously that's very expensive. But remember, it comes back to what I said before. You could buy them for pocket money. Like, how did I get the river trolls that I have today? I've got 3 river trolls in my Orc and Goblin army. I didn't get all 3 in one go. Every time I was a good boy and I was able to get a blister, I picked a river troll and I got 1. If I'd had to buy all 3 of my river trolls in one go, my mum never would have allowed me to do it. We never would have bought anything from GW.
Or £9 a model. A 3-man unit of those models
I don't
back in the
dispute
day
that.
would come to £24.
I don't dispute
which
that,
matches up
Siriade.
nicely with the
It's more about
£38
the.
you are paying
We're not talking about
today.
quality here. We're
A
talking about
81% increase, which would
the amount
be
of
below
you're forced to
inflation.
buy, the volume you're
problem
forced to
here
buy in.
is that it really depends on your perception of whether these are special enough to justify special pricing.
Yeah.
Maybe in the case of the size of the aggressors and inceptors, but in the case of eliminators, they still look a lot like scouts with
Yeah.
sniper rifles to me, and flawless blades just look like regular size space marines.
Yeah.
I told you.
I remember when the Eliminators first came out, they were everyone thought they were going to replace scout snipers. I mean, I guess in a funny kind of way they have done, but the scouts still around.
This bit got a little bit weird, and it depended on your perception of the model itself. Talking of the size of models, Chaos Greater Demons and the Catan and the like have ballooned up like they are on HGH, and the prices have followed them. And in fairness to them, they have been increasing in size since the 80s. Remember the original tiny Avatar model?
Yeah.
Well, Greater Demons and the Bloodthirster were £25.
Wow.
And are now £105, a 320% increase. The Elder Avatar was £15 and is now £60.50, which is a 303.3%
That's actually
increase.
That's actually a pretty good price for the Avatar, because he is a big bad. He is a big bad. Scale creep is a thing. In some ways, I like the scale creep. In some ways, I wonder how big everything will be in 10 years. Yeah. But obviously the new Great and Clean one is just better than the old one. Although the old one does have some like weird goofy charm about it. The new one is better. Obviously, the new Avatar of Cain is just better. Like I said, I'm not going to be here just blindly saying everything is better back in the day. I don't like the cost of these things, but they're so much bigger now. And they're so much bigger, and they're doing so much more on the tabletop as well. Like, I think an Avatar back in the day had like 4 wounds, maybe 5. Now the new one's probably got like 18 or something mental. Do you know what I mean? So they're not just. It's funny when you see a Demon Prince in Old World and someone's got one of the new AOS Demon Prince models and they use it in Old World because it's only got like 4 wounds. And you look at it and you go, wow, that should have more than 4 wounds. Yeah.
Now £60.50, which is a 303.3% increase. It's the same thing when we compare Abaddon the Despoiler, who was £8 in White Dwarf, but £9 in the catalogue. Either way, he is £44.50 now, so either a 400 or 450%.
The mental thing is that, yeah, his arms, okay, Fail Baden's arms always fell off. But I bet if you took the old model and just like put it on a big base and like built him up on some cork, he'd be totally fine to use in a tournament. Yeah. Yeah, man. It's a big increase. And again, it comes down to like, look, sometimes you can explain things to me in the most logical way, but 8 quid's 8 quid. 40 quid's 40 quid. At some point, like, the number's just like too big to get it. At some point, the number's just too big. You know? And just because inflation's gone up doesn't actually mean like, a lot of other companies don't just increase everything in line with inflation. A good example. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, no, 14 years ago, when I was at uni, I used to live off the £3 meal deal. This is where you got a sandwich, a drink, and a bag of crisps. Now, the meal deal is now a £4 meal deal. Typically £4. That's a 25% increase. But, you know, £3 to £4 is fine. Oh, it's an extra quid. An extra quid over 10 years? Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, that's fine. Even if it's extra 2 quid. I think the place that I get them from now, it's like it's £4.75 if you're not a member, but it's 4 quid if you are a member. And so it's my local. It's I think that's Morrison's. And so I've sold my personal data to Morrison's, so they give me an extra 75p off my meal deal, which is pretty sick. So the point is that sometimes percentages are not the best way of looking at things. Sometimes you got to think, well, it's only an extra £1. It's only an extra £2, right? Which is, you know, and at the end of the day, 8 quid's 8 quid. 45 is 45. You can make all the logical arguments in the world. You can throw all the numbers at me in the world, but the circle ain't squaring.
An increase. He is hit by the character tax as well. The trouble is, it's a difficult comparison when the scale increases this much, particularly as Games Workshop has invested in the machinery to make these large-scale plastic models. But we are missing the elephant in the room because we also have to talk about real-life circumstances since 1998. So you might be poorer, but you might also be richer. You see, I can show you these stats for UK minimum wage and UK average wage.
Wading into a bit of territory here.
Because people generally start off their life earning minimum wage, and then as they progress up the career ladder, these earnings peak at around 40 to 50 and then decline. You see, this is where the system of averages and percentages breaks down, because there is no point in me telling you that you are earning more or less, because your lived experience will trump my stats. UK
Very
minimum
true.
wage started
Very,
in
very true.
1999, but could be estimated to be £3 per hour in 1998. It's now £10 if you are 18 to 20, or £12.
Okay. £3 doesn't sound like a lot. But £3 an hour meant that every hour you worked, you could buy a Space Marine. One of those special weapon guys. So, back in the day, you earned 1 Space Marine an hour. But now, if you work for an hour, you can buy no Space Marines. Because they only sell them in boxes of 10. Economic lessons with Mordi. Back in the day, you worked 2 hours on minimum wage. you could buy yourself 3 Howling Banshees and have £2 left over. Now, on minimum wage, if you work for 2 hours, you can buy no Howling Banshees because they don't sell them in 1s and 2s or 3s. You have to buy 5 for £40. Now, you have to work 4 hours. Now you have to work 4 hours to buy 5. Which might work out better. But if you work an 8-hour shift, you can buy... If you sacrifice a day of your life at McDonald's, you can buy a squad of Howling Banshees. A 10-man squad of Howling Banshees. Or a 5-man squad with Jane's R. So 1 day of your life is worth a squad of Howling Banshees. But back in the day, I mean, that's actually proper dystopian, isn't it? 1 day of your life working at McDonald's is worth 1 squad of Howling, 1 tabletop squad of Howling Banshees. Yeah, depressing when you put it like that. But back in the day, if you did a, how much was it? Was it 14? For the same squad, it was like £14, right? So if you worked 5 hours, so this inflation explained by Warhammer, and no, inflation to workers' wages explained by Warhammer. In 2025, if you work at McDonald's for a full day and you give 1 day to McDonald's, you can earn 1 squad of Howling Banshees. In 1998, you would only have to give up half a day of your finite existence on this earth to get the same squad. So the prices have kept up with inflation, but the wages have not, which everybody knows, but we've now explained it in terms of Warhammer models.
Round 21 for a 21-year-old or over, an increase of 233%. Or
actually, I was
7%.
going off a tenner.
UK
It's actually 12.
average wage was £18,000. It's now £34,500, which is a 92% increase, but these figures are difficult to pin down exactly. However, what is easier to pin down are normal everyday items. The Office for National Statistics in the UK records their prices over the years. Chicken breast cost £2.26 in 1998 and £3.79 in 2004. That is only a 67.7%.
This is what I was saying about the meal
A
deal.
loaf of white bread cost.
That's what I was saying about the meal deal.
Costs £1.40. A
Nah.
170.
Nah, it doesn't cost £1.40. Bro, I get my bread for £1. I just buy the shitty bread. I'm paying the same amount as I was 10 years ago. Now, my bread is just lower quality. I could spend £1.40 on a loaf of bread, but I refuse to. Until there is no £1 loaf of bread option, I buy the £1 loaf of bread.
4% increase. Beef, £3.84 up to £8.43, a 120% increase. A single can of
Beef!
Coke up from 24p
Beef!
to £1.28, an eye-watering 430.
Yeah, but everyone knows Coca-Cola's a massive bag of dicks scumbag company. So obviously, so what you're telling me is some companies have tried to do things right and some companies are a bunch of cunts.
3%. The newspaper The Economist publishes a Big Mac index that tracks the price of a Big Mac around the world every.
Where's the cheapest Big Mac? Is it Pakistan? Bro, I'm moving to Pakistan for the Big Macs. 191 for that's in dollars. We get that down to the Kings. We're talking like a pound. £1 Big Mac, baby. That's what it's all about. I don't care about any of the other considerations. I just care about the price of the Big Mac.
Every year, and between 1998 and 2025, a Big Mac has increased 184% from £1.79 to £5.09.
Yeah, but
We
everyone
should
knows
probably
fast
look at
food
house
is
prices and
not
rent
cheap
while we
anymore.
are here, the average house price in the UK was £66,000.
So
It's now
£269,000. So depressing.
Using data from the Land Registry, this is a whopping 304%.
This is why no one can buy a house
UK
anymore.
Average annual rent was £480. It's now £16,000.
Kinda. Five years ago, which isn't that long ago, and it was during the event, I had an apartment, a 2-bedroom apartment, which I rented for £550 a month in the centre of town. That would come to about £6,000. So it really, I think London is doing some fucking powerlifting here, is all I'm going to say.
236% increase, although those figures can be disputed due to the recording measurements at the time. Now, there are still many
location.
more units than I could pick for this. Elder Warlocks, Flayed Ones, Wrathguard, Ogryns. I'd also love to look through the specialist games catalogue at Necromunda, Warcry or Blood Bowl to see the effects of these rises on these skirmish level games. But for now, here are the takeaways that you need to know. I wish I could get caviar as a takeaway. Never thought you'd hear that on a Holden Demon video. Like for like,
The power's going to his head.
Decreased in line with the measures of inflation that I am using. Infantry kits have slightly increased, but generally have been given many more options and are all fully plastic. Elite infantry have held on to their value, but the perception of them being larger and elite has in many cases reduced. The other big increases we've seen are character models, which have vastly increased, but again are larger and in all plastic. Large-scale plastic kits are now available that command a higher price than the highest priced miniatures in the 90s, but have increased in price less.
I used to have those Bloodthirsters. I had 3 of them.
Now, if you are not earning at least minimum wage at the moment, the prices and higher discount sets will be largely out of reach.
I mean,
Plus, you also prices and higher discount sets.
I mean,
will
that
be
is frankly abysmal. What the fuck is that box?
largely out of reach. Plus, you also have to consider in-game factors in this analysis. More character models can fit into a legal army, and therefore you might be purchasing more of them
Yes.
at a higher price.
I'm glad he
than you
mentioned
ever
this.
Needed to before. Tournament points limits are now fixed at 2,000 points,
Yep.
up from the 1,750 or 1,500
1,500 points. That, guys, this is such a big moment. Look at the size of that army. It's fucking nothing, bro. That army was 1,500 points. Like, it's tiny. Look at the difference. This army is double. This army is like double the size, if not triple. Yeah.
500 that there used to be in the 90s. And as we have seen a slight increase, customers will be more affected if they collect an army that requires a large amount of models. Like
And if models get
orcs or
invalidated.
tyrants. However, the same applies in reverse. So if you collect an army that requires a significantly smaller amount of models, like Custodes or Grey Knights,
You can't say Grey Knights require less models to play. It's an 1850 point unit of Grey Knights in 5th edition was 3 5-man squads of Paladins and like Calador Drago. Like and they beat the piss out of everybody.
Game great. Plus, we can't ignore that Games Workshop has increased its lines of Combat Patrol boxes, new Army boxes, and Christmas Battle Force has increased its lines.
Out of date, 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 out. Maybe still around. Soon to be squatted. Out of date. Probably still around. Probably still around. Probably still around. Out of date. Probably still around. So 50-50. But I think they're all out. They must all be out of date at this point, right?
Combat Patrol boxes, new Army boxes, and Christmas.
Is it all? Are they all gone?
Fair.
Fair.
A high variety of kits at around a 30% discount. Customers these days have ways of accessing an additional 15 to 20% discount from third-party retailers. This means that for items that have kept price with inflation, you can purchase a better version of them at a cheaper price. 40
Kind of.
starter boxes like
It's not like discounts weren't available. Like there were plenty of third-party retailers that stocked Warhammer at discounts back in the day. That's not a new thing.
Leviathan and Indomitus now give huge amounts of models and a bunch of characters for an even larger discounted price.
I think Leviathan actually looks better.
Kind of
Look, I'm just going to say it. I think the Leviathan box set's probably a better deal than this one. Like the 3rd edition box set, you got 10 tactical marines and a land speeder. Like I love it. But Leviathan was an amazing box set. Absolutely fucking amazing. Cannot be overstated. Stern, I mean, I kind of regret not getting it just because it's such a good deal. I guess that's a bit of FOMO because I'd literally used none of the models in it. But yeah, it was a good deal.
A bunch of characters for an even larger discounted price than ever before. We also kind of have to factor in the fact that these products are collectible, so when they drop out of production, they see huge price rises.
True.
Plus, if you are sitting on a load of stuff you've purchased and saved
It's the wall area.
for a rainy day, then it is increasing in value passively. Unless you've invested in a bunch of Big Macs, then it's best to just throw them straight in the bin. As a conclusion, I'd like to share with you a story I once heard while looking in a shop window. So, I was looking in the window of a watch shop and I overheard a chat between an old woman and her son. She said, "I'd never buy a Rolex, they are a rip-off." And she was right. An entry-level Rolex would typically cost upwards of £5,000 and is less accurate than a quartz Casio watch that you can buy.
It's all about the Casio Foxtrot 91 whiskey. If you have any other watch than the Foxtrot 91 whiskey, you're a fool.
For 15 quid. But she was also wrong. In the long run, Rolex increases its retail prices by around 4 to 5% on average each year. £10 invested in a Rolex in 1998 will be worth about £32 in 2025, comprehensively smashing inflation. But then again, she was also right again, because £10 invested and held in the S&P 500 in 1998 will be worth about £74 today. The only
If only I had bought a house when it was like, if only I had bought a house for like when it was 60 grand when I was 5 years old instead of playing the Pharaoh City building game. If only I had known that. I was there wasting my time playing Crash Bandicoot when I could have been hustling. If only.
Trouble is, you can't play miniature war games with your stock portfolio. So that old lady had a moment of wisdom. If only she hadn't spoilt it by wandering off in the direction of McDonald's afterwards, presumably to purchase a Big Mac. Be nice to each other, and I'll see you next time.
No!
In 2009, two gentlemen played what made...
No, I won't be nice to you. You're all bastards. Right. Right. So an interesting video. And let me go back and link it to you guys.
Is Warhammer really?
Some of you will have come in, obviously, partway through and you'll want to know what we're looking at. And I know we've got some super chats to catch up on as well, so don't worry, I've not missed that. So, an interesting video. Look at my hair. It's got like a... I'm not a particularly vain person, but better. So, an interesting video, but I think, just to summarize, some costs have gone up in line with inflation. A lot has gone up in line above inflation. Now, overall, I would say stuff has gone up above inflation, even just a little bit. Mostly it's gone up above inflation. But the issue is that now you are forced to buy in different quantities. And it's arguable whether the quality has really gone. It's arguable in some places that the quality has really gone up in line. Like asking for 400% more. Asking for 300% more on a box of like Eldar infantry, for example, is kind of insane. And the issue is that armies are bigger. So costs have gone up above inflation, or in general. There's less entry level and pocket money level kits, and armies are bigger, and often you have to buy more multiples now. So a great example that sums all of this up is something like the Wave Serpent that was given, the Wave Serpent / Falcon that was given as an example. It went up by about 150% to buy one model. But back in 1998, you only needed 2 of them. Now, you probably want 6. So it's not even about how much it's gone up. There's so many other factors, which is why 40k in my mind has crossed over into too expensive. It's not just the prices, it's everything else. But of course, that's what I think. But let me know what you guys think. If you're watching this post live, down in chat, the comment section. And if you're watching this live, let us know down in chat. Let's have a look at some super chats and stuff as well. Okay. So, some of these you guys have been waiting a little while for me to get to, so apologies. We've got Squidfist. Thank you for the 35-month member flex. Arise! Arise! 07 sir, almost 3 years. Battle report and stream discussion. Arise, dude. Almost 3 years, man. Crazy times. Actually, crazy times, man. Let's have a look here. Oh, wait, you put it in... You didn't put it in stream discussion, did you? You put it in Old World instead. I think you did another super chat. Yeah, Squidfist. Thank you for another super chat, man. I put my post on Old Chat on accident to... too late to repost. Here's some money for your troubles. Amazing, man. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the double super chat, and I'll take a look at it now. Aloha, sir. Good news. I've painted about 400 points of Empire. Bad news is none of it is in my Vow, and I'm still stuck on Vow 1. Sorry. Sorry, Peanut Legion. Hey, if you're not in my team, that's okay. Also, Old World again. First time with Empire. Here's a quick bat rep. 1k Empire versus Vampires. First turn. So, this is either going to be an amazing game because it's going to be like zombies and shit, or it's going to be an awful game because vampires are OP as fuck. Let's find out. Turn 1, not much happened. Everyone moved up and jockeyed for position. My engineer, who has no artillery to man, sent off his pigeon, but he forgot to put a bomb on it, so it just flew home. Amazing. Turn 2, little more jockeying position. Moved up my militia and my great swords on the right flank. And Captain Reinhardt moved up on the left flank. Few shots from the handgunners into some zombies, but nothing exciting. Except this turn the pigeon bomb had a direct hit, killing several zombies. Quite satisfying. I do say pigeon bombs! Yes. Turn 3, more zombies, more shooting, and finally some combats. His Graveguard charged my militia, and trying to be cheeky, I did a flee to try and get him out of position so my state troops could get a charge later. But the Graveguard redirected into the state troops, where several rounds of glorious combat would take place. His White Lord versus my captain was also in the melee. So you tried to be too clever, is what you're saying. On the right flank, the melee between the Graveguard and state troops. Oh, sorry. Turn 4. My militia charged into his summoned zombies and handled them quite nicely. While the Greatswords also got a charge off and got into combat with a brick of skellies. Ooh, I didn't know you could still summon zombies. I need to look into vampire counts. I might need to get some fucking zombies. On the right flank, the melee between the Graveguard and the state troops continued. My captain eventually bested the White Lord. Amazing. But the Graveguard got my troops to run. My state troops and captain proceeded to flee for a turn before eventually getting run down with the Graveguard. Ah, that's a shame. So you won the battle. You won the challenge, but lost the overall combat. So far, the pigeon bombs just had one success and a few duds that brained a guy in the head. Well, there's no brains, but I know what you mean. Turn 5, my handgunners had been slowly whittling down the zombies and finished a few off in combat. Huzzah! Yes! Combat handgunners. Right flank, my BSB and my greatswords finished off the skellies and corpse cat that joined the combat. My militia got charged and eaten by a big monster. Continued in part 2. Part 2, my militia were eaten by Vargeists or some T5 monster that ate them right up. Probably Vargeists, yeah. Big batty boys. That sounds wrong. I won the right flank. He won the left flank. Long story short, had a great game. Love me Empire. Pics below. I saw you to the long post. No need to apologize, sir. The longer you talk about Empire, the more my dick gets hard. Nice. That looks cool, man. The Empire Infantry Corps. Yes. Yes. For the Empire men. For Tal. Well, actually, these are pretty Talian. They've got the black and the yellow and the red. So yeah, Mark and Talbot Land will be pretty happy. Nice. Oh yeah, those are Vargeists. They're pretty bad. As in, like, they're very good. They're pretty hard to fight. Yeah. Keep fighting, men. Keep firing, assholes. Hey, it's going okay. It's going okay. You know, handgunners whittling. Oh, those poor boys. Yeah. Those poor boys. Those poor Free Company. Nice. All right. It sounds like you had fun. Hey, more pictures. I mean, both armies look pretty sick. Oh, you're fighting around the graveyard. That's so cool, man. Yeah. Oh, those poor boys. Hey, they got one of them though. They took one out. Yes, great swords, baby. Looking pretty sick. Looking pretty cool. Yeah, man. Nice. Yeah, they do look pretty great. Yeah, big fan. Hey, got some Imperial Ogres. Nice. Squid Fist, looking good. Fun battle. Love it. What have we got next? Inquisitor Ishtabal. Thank you for the super chat, man. Also, thank you for your patience as well. Orcs first army broke my heart. I used to drown armies in waves of Orc boys. I remember beating my brother. He had 10 Terminators and Volcanistan against 60 Orc boys and a war boss in a game. Still talk about it. Yeah. So it was actually what's really interesting is I watched a little bit because I was thinking of maybe reacting to it, but it's not. Thinking of maybe doing like a commentary on it, I should say, rather than reacting to it. I watched a Liam Dempsey video. I don't agree. Some things I agree with what Liam said, some things I don't. Oh, but I still respect him. He's a very good content creator. Got a lot of time for him. But he said something that I've been saying recently, which is that he hates the command point rerolls. He thinks because the dice should fall where they may. And one of the big reasons for that is because that's what creates the epic moments in 40k. That he was talking about how, like, the narrative forms on the table. The narrative is formed from the game, not from the headcanon that you've come up with. And you can come up with headcanon, but the narrative forms in game. And one of the big problems is when back in the day, if someone charged you with like a Terminator captain or something, and you maybe like did like Overwatch, like Overwatch on him or something similar, and that Terminator captain was like 1 wound, and then he failed. You did like 1 wound to him, and he failed his 2-up save. then he died. That was an epic moment where the guards were like, oh, they managed to bring him down before he made it to combat. Now he fails to save, and they have a command point reroll, and he passes it, and the epic moment is wasted. And I remember, do you guys remember when I did that narrative battle report with Simon, and he did the final wound to my Valkyrie, and I command point rerolled it, and after the game we both said, I said, I wish I hadn't command point rerolled it, because by using that command point reroll, even though it was like the right thing to do tactically, it ruined the fact that the Scarabs managed to kill the Valkyrie. And it would have been so much funnier and so much more narrative if the Scarabs had just, you know, swarmed over the Valkyrie, gone into like the engine ports and like destroyed it. But instead it was like, that almost happened, and then I command point rerolled it, and suddenly that was all a dream. So yeah, I think I absolutely agree. Yeah, I think there are less I feel like there are less moments organically these days where that stuff happens. We still have moments like, you know, I keep referring to like Fun Jacob in recent streams where he charged a stomp with like 120 infantry. You still have epic moments, but you, the player, have to really work hard to manufacture them, whereas in the past they were a lot more organic. You know, 60 York Boys versus 10 Terminators, that's a pretty organic epic moment. The dice will land where they will. Yeah. Inquisitor Instabal. No, I woot when you said Warlord Games. Love them, dude. I love Warlord Games. I am a Warlord Games ball washer unreservedly, because you know what? You can still buy models from Warlord Games for pocket money. Pocket money. This is one of my favorite things. I love showing this off. I can buy a single model from Warlord Games for £3. And this is not the only time you can do that. If I go bolt action, sort by low to high, I mean, hey, some stuff here seems to be free, which is kind of interesting. But if we get to, there'll be some models when we get past all the transfers and stuff. Sergeant Rock, £3. Pattern, £3. Hey, you can buy a little Soviet upgrade driver for £3. Buy an MG42 gunner in winter kit, £3. RAF pilot, £3. Hans Hock, £3. Single guy with Panzerfaust, £3. Soviet standard bearer, £4. I mean, that standard bearer for £4 is fucking epic, man. It's fucking epic. Japanese LMG team, £5. Yeah, you can buy the plastic one, but if you buy the plastic one, you got to buy a box of £37. Or maybe, you know, you've been doing some shopping. Maybe you're in Nottingham, and you want to get you've got your kid's you've been doing some shopping. Your kid's been a good boy or a good girl. And you're like, hey, let's go to the Warlord Game Shop. Do you want to buy a little thing for Warlord Games? Yeah. Yeah, okay, you got a £5. Okay, Mum. What can I get for a £5, Mr. Warlord? Well, you can get this Japanese Type 99 LMG team. Oh, that's so sick. You know, hypothetical scenario. Now, I want the Ox. I want the Ox meta incoming. I want the Ox. You know, that's what I'm talking about. I want the dead guy's mummy. That's exactly the kind of shit I would say as a kid. Yeah. There we go. Lower Decks, thank you for the super chat, man. How hard can it be? Check stream discussion. Let's have a look. How hard can it be? Sir, I might have made a mistake. The Eldar have informed me we are traveling through their secret space tunnels to a human world. Only it's not a human world in their eyes, but an Eldar world. I am confused. They explained it to me. I did not understand. They tried using smaller words. I still did not understand. They used a series of blocks of miniatures. If I'm getting this right, it is a world that has both Eldar of some variety locked in a war with humans at a feudal level of technology, I think. Apparently, I am to act as diplomatic envoy and convince the humans to leave the world. Only they have no starships with which to leave. Shit. I really wish Riker said that. Do you ever feel like we're just shitting our lives away on the internet? Absolutely. And hey, it's my life to shit away. Inquisitor Instrabal, thank you for super chat, man. How do we beat inflation? We go to Warlord. Hey, true dat. True dat. Yeah, man. True dat. Again, dude, another super chat. Amazing, man. Oh, that's amazing. Inquisitor Instrabal, yes, there's 1 minute. No, yes, there's no way to get a guy because Auntie gave you 5. Yes, there's no way to buy like. There's no way to buy a guy because someone like your auntie or something gave you like a $5 or a $10 for your birthday, right? Don't be shit, GW. If I went into a Games Workshop, now, if I went into a Games Workshop with £5, there is nothing I can buy. No models I can buy. If I went into Games Workshop with £10, there's no models that I could buy. If I go into a Games Workshop with £15, I could buy these 2 tactical drones, but these aren't even like models, they're tokens, these in 10th edition, so they don't count. If I go, the cheapest thing that I can buy is these Gretchen. Now, to be fair, 16 Gretchen. Sorry, 10 Gretchen, is it? Is it 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 10. 11 models for £16. You know what, GW? I think you've forgotten to upgrade the price on these guys. That's actually pretty good. That's actually pretty good. You need £20 to buy anything from Games Workshop. That's the thing. Some of these things are surprising. Like the Mephitic Blight. You know what's crazy? I actually think the Mephitic Blight Hall is a totally reasonable price. It's kind of... Look, this thing is the equivalent of a Sentinel and is £6.50 cheaper. I think. Sentinels are £28 now, aren't they? This is actually... This is actually... I would buy this. That's actually good. The mech's fucked. Homunculus is fucked. All the characters are fucked. If you work for 2 hours at McDonald's, you can buy a Mephitic Blight Hauler and still have money left over for your lunch. It's a lot of characters. But you need more than £20 to buy most characters. I remember this guy, I bought this guy for £4 off eBay. Oh my god, they still sell Eisenhorn? What the fuck? I thought they took his rules away. I think where it starts getting a bit crazy is £25 for a Commissar. It really wasn't that long ago when you could buy this guy for £6. It really wasn't that. It was even less time ago when you could buy this, you could buy arguably a better sculpt for £9. Mm. This guy being £25 is actually a piss take. Yeah. Some stuff's okay, but a lot of it's not. We haven't got to like a proper unit yet. I mean, you got, I guess, the catch on Jungle Fighters, right? But we haven't got to like a proper modern GW squad. Like, it's all okay. The Storm Boys are probably the first one. £27 for 5 Storm Boys. That's not so bad. Oh, the Gretchen. No, to be fair, the Gretchen. The Gretchen. Yeah, yeah. It's just, look, I'm old, boys. I'm old, Gandalf. I'm old. The problem I have is I am cursed with remembering when a Blood Angels captain was £6. And I know that was a long time ago. I know. But I can't shake it. I can't shake. That's the thing, boys. I can't shake it. That's a cool model. But it's not £28 cool. Yeah. Look, it's not that these models aren't beautiful. It's not these models. If I'm going to be brutally honest with myself and with you guys, it's not that these models aren't beautiful. It's not these models aren't a vast improvement in so many ways. There's so many arguments that can be made that, you know, some of the prices for Games Workshop on a model by model basis are fine, but I think it just comes down to the fact, quite simply, that I don't want to spend £800 on a brand new inbox army from Games Workshop. You know, I think if I buy a 2,000 point army from Games Workshop, it's going to cost me £800, and I just don't want to spend that. Yeah. There you go. What have we got? Fun Jacob. Thank you for Super Chat, bro. Where does a guy like me go if I want metal models? You go to Conflict 47. You go to Conflict 47. You want metal models? I got metal models for you. Bolt Action and Conflict 47. That's where you go, Fun Jacob. Or do you want 40k? Okay, Fun Jacob. Are we talking metal 40k models? Because you go to eBay. Yeah. You go to eBay. Or you go to... Or if you're not bothered about 40k, you go to Conflict 47. That market doesn't exist for someone like me. Make it exist. Be the change you want to see. Start the revolution in your area. Mordian, the winning AdMech army comes out at just under £1,000. True, and that's very expensive. If you bought it from Element Games, you could get 20% off, and it would only cost you £800. A fucking steal. Market outline, US eBay, there aren't deals like you get in the UK. Well, you shouldn't have thrown the tea in the harbour. Because if you hadn't thrown the tea in the harbour... I mean, what's more important to you, America? Freedom and guns, or cheaper Warhammer? It's sometimes you got to pay a non-financial price for that cheaper Warhammer. Oh my god. No, you can't fund Jacob. Freedom and guns, but we'll really trade the freedom for the guns. Okay, you out of freedom, guns, and cheap Warhammer, you get to pick 2 options. What 2 do you pick? Out of the 3, what 2 do you pick? You can only pick 2. In our hypothetical mental exercise. There you are. All right. Freedom and guns. Guns and freedom, it seems. Guns and hammer. But Joe's like, fuck the freedom, I'm out of here. Social credit score has increased. Yeah, social credit has increased, man. There you go. 1 second. I'm just checking something here, boys. Give me a second. Oh, yeah, that was it. There we are. Wall 58. Where's the 50? I need to stop some total core. Nice. Guns and freedom can net you free Warhammer if you apply yourself. This is true. But then you might not get to keep the freedom. Depending on how you use the gun to attain the Warhammer. You only ever get 2. However it pans out, you only ever get 2. Yeah. I've run out of Warhammer. That's never happened to me before. I mean, that is actually true. And no, actually, that's not true because I've not run out of Warhammer. No one ever has. Oh, my days. All right. All right, you scary dogs. Oh, we got a super chat coming in here from Commander HHL. Thank you for super chat, bro. I summon Larkin. We need banana flavored peptides. Look, I don't think this was a particularly salty stream. Obviously, whenever you talk about something like price, it's going to come across as a little bit salty. But actually, it's I think it's Warhammer 40k prices. It's one of those things. It's not. It's Games Workshop prices. It's one of those things where, you know, there's only really one answer, and you know, people can talk. Yeah, I think let's talk about it objectively for a moment, which is I think I think at the end of the day, you know, 40k is just very expensive. But you know, this is where some people will run in and say, oh, it's not as expensive as some hobbies. Like, hey, look at golf. And then it's like, yeah, but also it's more expensive than others. There's always going to be something that's more expensive than something else. There's always going to be something that is less expensive than something. Like, at the end of the day, 40k prices are an interesting topic to talk about in some regards, but in other regards, it's the same shit, different day. Now, what would, you know, which is kind of boring in some ways. Like, oh, GW prices got up. You know, in other news, water's wet. I guess what I would like, I tell you what would be interesting. If Games Workshop ever brought the prices down. And they don't need to, when I say bring the prices down, I don't mean they have to suddenly go, okay, Tactical Marines 50% off. What I mean is if they started bringing back some of those other ladders, those other options. It's not that And you know, and look, and actually they actually have done that in sort of recent times. When you look at the Combat Patrol magazine, Combat Patrol magazine is a really good example of, you know, people when that came out, people loved it. People absolutely loved it because it was actually being able to get Warhammer at a discount. And for me, I don't mind if Games Workshop wants to sell premium products. I just wish that they sold a variety of products. Some entry level, some snap fit, some easy to build, some more premium ones. Back in the day, because we always talk about things from the cheap point of view, but you've also got the more expensive point of view. Back in the day, Games Workshop basically had like 3 tiers of models. Yeah, at the bottom, you had snap fit and the little pocket money blisters and stuff like that. And then in the middle, you had the regular box sets. And then at the top, you had Forge World. Well, Forge World is gone now. And we can only presume it's gone because it was not viable. Why was it not viable? Because it was too expensive and people weren't buying stuff. And the bottom's gone. So the only thing we've only got one option left. And that's not even to say the current option is the most expensive. But back in the day, it's like what Olden Demon said. You know, you could buy something that felt like a treat. So if you're someone like me who would be buying a lot of the pocket money boxes and stuff, getting me Snapfit Guardsman, getting the occasional £3 special weapon guy, all that kind of stuff, that was awesome. And then occasionally you would treat yourself to like a big box. And then occasionally, or for Christmas or for birthday or something, you would treat yourself, or someone would treat you to something from like Forge World or something, right? And now there's that sort of ecosystem is gone. And there's basically no Forge World stuff left over. And at the same time, there's no pocket money stuff left over. And I think that's why 40k, I don't know, I don't know what that means. But it's kind of interesting to see the approach that Games Workshop's taken. Instead of having the 3 tiers, they just have the 1 tier now. Everything goes into the 1 tier. I guess at the end of the day, it's not that complicated. Sometimes when you talk about these kind of topics, you almost try and spend too much time explaining things, and that can make things seem very complicated. At the end of the day, it's not that complicated. Warhammer is expensive, and I wish it wasn't. And that might not be logical. That might be purely emotional. But at the end of the day, Warhammer's expensive, and I wish it wasn't. You know, maybe it's just getting old. Maybe it's just the passage of time. But I'm telling you right now, no questions asked. If Games Workshop brought out that old, limited as in limited in terms of what you got in the box, tactical marine box set, you know, the one that only came with the flamer, the one that only came with the missile launcher, The one whose sergeant only came with a bolt pistol and chainsword. And if they brought that out for a tenner, just like in 1998, yeah, it's totally... No, they'd never do it, boy! I know they'd never do it. But if they did, I would buy them. All of them. That's it, right? That's it. And even if they brought them out for 12 quid, I'd still buy it. I'd still buy it. But I suppose that's just not the way of the world. There you are. Yeah, just the old, yeah. There you are. £10 tactical marines would be sick. Okay, I actually do have one more thing to add, though. Or ask. I know we say that's not the way of the world anymore. And I know we say it's not possible anymore. And I know we say GW would never do it anymore. But I do have a question for you. Why can War Games Atlantic do it, but Games Workshop can't? This is 30 models for £29.50. This is £1 per model. That's what the sprues look like. Is it simply because these are made in China? Maybe. Maybe. Maybe that's simply it. But fine. Then why can Warlord Games do it for only £7 more? And these models came out this year. I wonder if there's a picture of the sprues or not. Okay, no picture of the sprues. Oh, maybe actually. Wow, they put a lot of pictures of this box set. I'm just wondering. I guess a lot of people would say they probably... Games Workshop models are more detailed than these. Games Workshop models are higher quality than these. That's okay. I can accept those arguments. I can accept and understand those arguments, but what this shows me is it's possible. It's possible for Games Workshop to produce miniatures at the cost, the same price that other companies do, but for potentially totally valid reasons, they choose to produce miniatures at a different cost and a different quality. Yeah. I guess that's It's all about decisions, right? I think Games Workshop. I'm just sort of musing out loud here, and I'm not being like, GW, if other companies can do it, you should be able to do it. No, I understand. Games Workshop might be thinking, but we want to produce better models than that. Okay, fine. Like, I will accept that as a totally valid reason. Don't get me wrong. I'm willing to accept that. I guess it's just it's more of a comment on the fact that Games Workshop has, it's not necessarily about the price, but it's some of the other decisions they've made. Like, we won't sell small boxes, we'll only sell bigger boxes. We won't sell easier, less detailed models. We'll only sell more difficult, more detailed models. The more difficult, because that difficulty is because of it allows us the final finish to be more detailed. I understand that maybe that's what they're the decisions that they've made. But I don't know why these decisions have... I suppose... I don't know. I guess if I was to have a question, or if I was to question the decision, I would say, why do these decisions have to be mutually exclusive? You know, in the nicest possible way, Games Workshop is like the biggest miniature company. Why can't we have... Games Workshop is the biggest miniature company, and yet sometimes it feels like they offer less than much smaller companies. I guess that's the big question. That's the big thing. Why? Who decided that Games Workshop was only going to sell? Who decided Games Workshop was only going to be the premium product, guys? That's a decision. That's a business decision. And I would love to be a fly on the wall and be like, when that was being discussed. I guess that's the at some point I can understand why they've done these things, but it'd be interesting to know why they made those decisions. Yeah. It's because they are the biggest. They feel like they can get away with it. I guess that could be part of it, Eric. I guess when you feel like you are the biggest, you feel like you don't have... If you feel like you're on top, I guess it doesn't feel like you have to put as much effort in anymore. Maybe? I don't know. What I know is I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. I'm very tired. And I'm talking very slowly now because I'm fucking shattered. So I'll probably wrap things up. Yeah. Average Wizardlander, did you see the made-to-order Empire models? I did. For a moment, I got really, 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 really excited. Because I thought they were bringing back the 6th edition. The 6th edition Lion Shield Spearman. And then they didn't. And I'm sad. I'm holding out for those old Lion Shield Spearmen. I'm holding out. Very much holding out for them. Yeah. Picante's pantaloons. Same reason there's no economy class Lamborghini. Yeah. But on the one hand, I get the analogy. But on the other hand, I don't quite think Games Workshop's in the same category as Lamborghinis. You know? A Lamborghini is a Lamborghini. Maybe it's just because I was there when Games Workshop was coming up, as it were. But I don't really see GW as a...
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping it.
I don't know if I see Games Workshop as the Lamborghini of wargaming. You know?
Indeed.
Not that Games Workshop and Lamborghini should be compared directly. That's silly. Very, very silly. But to more of a turn of phrase, is Games Workshop the Lamborghini of the industry? I don't know. I think some of the models they produce are very good. Actually, do you know what? I've got it. I've got it. They're not the Lamborghini. They're the Alfa Romeo. Arguably very pretty cars, but they always break down. There you go. They're the Alfa Romeo of the wargaming industry. There you are. And yeah. And there's a reason why, despite the fact that I quite like the look of Alfa Romeo, I've never bought one. I'm going to buy an expensive car. Expensive-ish car. Well, no, pretty expensive. If I'm going to buy an expensive car, I'm not going to buy an Alfa. Yeah. Because I'd actually like it to get from point A to point B without bits falling off it. Yeah. Anyway, I think we have talked this topic to death. This stream will forever go down in history as the second Deathwatch stream. If you know, you know. Jimmy Squid, thank you for the super chat, man. Mini Alpharis update, in-stream discussion. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Miniature Alpharis update. Won't make you read too much as you're tired, but here is the Lord. Dude, he looks great. 6666666666666. Cunt. He is built for performance. Yes. I love that built for performance is next to him. He looks perfect. Perfect slogan, yeah. Dude, I love it. Charging forward a big fucking Thunderhammer. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I love it. Can never go wrong with a big old Thunderhammer. Nice. Jimmy Squid, is this army for 10th edition or is it for... I feel like you said it was for 4th edition. All right, I want to say a big thank you to Nick the Salamander. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Plastic injection molding is very fast, and once you pay the molding costs, very cheap to run. They should never be out of stock and much cheaper. On the one hand, I understand what you're saying, but I think it's more complicated than that. Not much more complicated than that. Games Workshop does some strange things. One of the things that I think is very strange that Games Workshop does is they produce models in plastic on a limited time only basis. Now, maybe this is a FOMO thing, but I always wonder, like, you know, they produced the like Katachan kernel back in the day. That model was so awesome. Like, so awesome. So awesome that if they still produced it now, it would be one of the most popular Imperial Guard models. For those of you that haven't seen it, I better put it on screen. I shit you not, Games Workshop made this model. I shit you not. Right? Look at this thing. It's one of the best Imperial Guard officer models they've ever produced. It's even got the Predator blood on the leaf. Like, inarguably one of the best officer models they've ever produced. It's even better than some of the old classics. Right? It's even better than some of the old classics. For some reason, Games Workshop decided to produce this for like a week. Like, I kid you not. It was like, I think it was literally a limited run. You couldn't even, I don't even know if you could pre-order them. You could, like, each Games Workshop store got like a handful of them or something. It was very, very limited. Now, this was a plastic injection molded model. So this is expensive for them. It was very expensive for them to make this mold. So why the fuck did they only do it for a limited run? If this model was still available today, it would still sell out like hotcakes, left, right, and center. So yeah, I don't know, but they do this shit all the time. Think of Hell's Last. Why was Hell's Last limited run? I don't get it. Hell's Last was is plastic injection molding. It takes a lot. It's expensive to create a mold like that for five unique models. But they just produced it for a limited run they produced it for a limited run at a very inflated cost and then stopped. Now, if they produced Hell's Last as a named character command squad for the same price as a regular command squad, I would own one. If they produced this Katchan Colonel today, I'd probably own 3 of them. I'd kit bash them. I'd have especially if they had variable points costs, I'd buy 3 of these fucking things, have one with a bolt pistol, one with a plasma pistol, one just pointing like that, And they do this shit all the time. And I don't get it. You've paid you've paid a high price to produce a model in a limited run. I don't get it. And I think there's a lot when people, look at Games Workshop and they're like, well, why do the models cost so much? This is the thing that we don't talk about. And this is the thing that I think explains a lot of why GW prices go the way they do. I think Games Workshop makes a lot of money, but I think they also fuck up quite a lot. And then basically they charge a lot of money, kind of like it as an insurance policy to cover their fuck ups. So here's an example. Horus Heresy 3.0. Massive fuck up. Even if in the long run, that game ends up turning out to be really good. I don't think it will do, because it's fundamentally flawed in what it's offering. It's offering new Hammer when people wanted Heresy for the old Hammer vibes. And so even if objectively the rule set is better, it's not about what it's offering is better. It's about what is the product fundamentally that it is offering. And if people are going to play new Hammer, they will play 40k. That's the problem with Horus Heresy, right? So I think like what happens is basically Games Workshop semi-consistently fucks up, and then basically they just charge more money to cover those fuck ups. So why don't they produce this model consistently? That's a fuck up. Why was Hell's Last limited run more expensive straight to Legends? Who's going to pay £40 for a unit they're not going to use in a game in a system where everything's gameplay led? We know things are gameplay led because fundamentally we've always said the competitive scene leads the casual scene. And secondly, because it's 10th edition, it's the competitive edition. That's a fuck up. Some fuck ups are big, like Horse 3.0. Some fuck ups are small, like Hell's Last and the Catachan Kernel. Okay? So I think the reason why Games Workshop charges so much is because they make, and maybe fuck ups is the wrong decision, but they make some odd, it's the wrong words, but they make some odd decisions. They make some odd decisions and then they charge to cover those odd decisions. I don't know. It's not just about inflation. It's not just about the cost of the world going up. I think a lot of it is Games Workshop's choices. Both the Games Workshop choices. Yeah. They have no waste. They grind and reuse it. You have that TV show, How It's Made. We need them to do GW. Yeah. I don't know if I don't think you can grind and reuse. I don't know. Can you grind and reuse plastic sprues? I know you can do for Cyocast. I don't think you can do for plastic injection molding. Can you melt it back down? You can do it with pewter. You can do it Cyocast. Can you recycle Warhammer sprues? I'm going to Google it. Yes, but only through specific programs. You should not put them in the standard curbside recycling as a specific type of plastic not accepted by most local schemes. Okay, I need to ask ChatGPT. Okay. They don't do it. They don't do it. ChatGPT says, "What? Can Games Workshop reuse sprues? In principle, yes. However, in practice, no. Why they don't currently do it? Because of quality control, color contamination, and also regulations. Once sprues leave the factory, they're considered post-consumer waste, so reintroducing them into production lines requires specific handling and certification under UK/EU environmental rules." Ah, the old EU. GW getting diddled by the old EU. There you go. So they don't do it. They don't do it. Yeah. Interesting. So they can't recycle the sprues. Yeah. If they yeah. Interesting. So so GW runs you can recycle the sprues, but you can't recycle them in your curbside recycling. They have to go to a specialist recycler again for regulations. Is what ChatGPT told me. So some Games Workshops do like a sprue bin where you come in and put your old sprues in there. Most of it, I think, is just getting chucked in the regular bin and going out the landfill. Yeah. They could make sprue goo out of it and sell it back to us. This sprue goo is ultramarine sprue goo. It's like the Warhammer equivalent of Gamer Girl bathwater. This is Marnius Calgar's sprue goo. Oh my. Sprue goo TM. Now you've trademarked it. They're going to sue you. They can make a broken parts bin at Warhammer World and sell bits. It's genius. Games Workshop used to sell bits. It's not really needed anymore, but where are they? I bet you can't find it anymore. Is that it? Yeah, baby. So, back in the day, Games Workshop sold 5 plasma guns just separately. They did lots and lots of bits, but this was in the last 5 years. So back in 8th edition, and they got rid of this in 9th edition. Games Workshop used to sell like separate weapons, like melter guns and plasma guns and stuff for things like Space Marines. And it was really, really useful. And what was interesting is they actually did an article. I remember on like Warhammer Community, you could probably find it if you looked hard enough, where they were like, oh, if you need more plasma guns for your Imperial Guard, don't forget, you can buy the Space Marine ones and convert them. And then soon, it's funny, it was kind of funny because like soon after that article went out, they ended up taking it down, like taking the Space Marine plasma guns away. Yeah, but they used to do it with all sorts of stuff. Yeah, I wonder what the old. I wonder if there's like I wonder if there's a like PDF of the old Space Marines, not Space Marines, like Warhammer bits catalog. Warhammer bits catalog PDF. Ooh, maybe. Shall we look at this and then maybe go to bed? Where's this from? Oh, no, that's from something else. Oh, let's have a look here. I found something. Okay, let me see if this is like legit. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god, I fucking found something, man. We found something. Alright. I fucking found something. So, let me move my face down here. This website is called The Stuff of Legends, and it has Citadel Miniatures Catalog. And it has every catalog and every unit, it looks like. available. So if I go to the this is the 2008 Citadel catalog, and I can go to Warhammer Battle for Skull Pass, and it shows me what it is. I don't know if it tells me how much it is, but that's crazy. Shout out some things. Shout out some things. Let's have a look at some stuff. What do you want to see? The Inquisition HQ. Oh, wow. Look at some of these models, man. That's crazy. Well, should we look at some Imperial Guard stuff? Where's the Imperial Guard? Okay. Imperial Guard troops. Oh, that doesn't show me very... Oh, is this just like... Oh, because it's just like a catalog page? That's so weird. They were like, hey, you can buy this. You can buy... This is the stuff you bought for troops. Oh, that can't be fucking troops. That's more like elites, right? What was the Cadian battle force? So, for £40... Remember, battle forces were £40. You got a Lehman Russ, 2 squads of Cadians, a heavy weapon teams, and some L-shaped ruins. Wow. Would buy. This is from 2008. This is from 2008. So, like, only a couple of years ago. 17 years ago. I mean, it's a long... in some ways, it's a long time ago, I guess. But here's the thing. If they sold that for double the price today, would you buy it? Of course you would. £80 for a Rust and 2 squads and heavy, and yeah, of course you would. Even with the random terrain, you would. Yeah. What are people shouting out in chat? Space Wolves. iKel says Space Wolves. Space Wolves. This was the Space Wolves Battle Force. So for £40, you didn't get any L-shaped ruins, unfortunately. But you did get a Rhino, a squad of Grey Hunters, a squad of Blood Claws, and 3 bikes. That's all right. That's okay, you know. Solid, and yeah, solid. Very solid. Yeah, no complaints. What have we, go on, keep shouting things out, chat. What have we got? That's a real start collecting. Yeah. Eldar, you want to see Eldar? Okay, let's see some Eldar. By the way, I want to make something clear. We're not even being, this is the way I want to look at this. We're not even being salty. We're just looking back at some of the cool boxes, right? It's just cool. It's cool to look at the old stuff and check out this cool website, right? I'm not even comparing this to like nowadays. I'm just saying like, hey, look, this stuff's kind of fucking cool, right? So Eldar Battle Force. Okay. For £40, you got a squad of Guardians and it says right here actually, 1 Dire Avenger squad, 1 Guardian squad, 1 War Walker, 1 Falcon, 1 Eldar heavy weapon with 2 crew. So, but that would realistically just be with the Guardian squad by today's standards. Yeah, you didn't get any. So you got all this basically: a squad of Guardians, squad of Dire Avengers, Wave Serpent / Falcon, and War Walker. Pretty decent. I don't know if we think this is a particularly good one. I mean, it looks fine to me. Yeah. So, Tech Priest Gabriel, so they didn't used to put characters inside battle forces. The battle forces were more about getting like regular units for a good deal, and then you bought the characters separately. But the characters were like Eldrad, for example, was like £6 in like a one piece like metal model kind of thing. And now it's the other way around. Now they put characters in the boxes. Someone said, well, Nick Salman says Blood Angels. We can have a look at some Blood Angels, man. What do the Blood Angels get? Okay, so the catalog, it doesn't give me a Blood Angels battle. Maybe you guys didn't have, you might not have had a battle force. I don't know if you guys had a battle force. I think you just got, so you had Tycho, Mephiston, Dante, Brother Cabulo. You got Blood Angels Honor Guard. That's a mental unit. I literally don't remember seeing that. That's kind of crazy. And then you got the old Death Company and Lamartis. Apparently that's all you had in 2008. I don't know if that's true or not. But bear in mind, this is only from 2008. Like, maybe there's other things. Yeah, maybe there's like, if we went to like a different part of the catalog, maybe you'd find something Blood Angel, maybe 2009. Let's have a look. No. 2010. Aha. Here we go. It's looking a little bit more legit now. So 2010 is when Blood Angels seem to hit their stride. You can see things like the new Aseroth turning up, Sanguinary Guard turning up, the Land Raider Redeemer turning up, and the Death Company Dreadnought turning up. It doesn't look like you guys had a battle force though. I'm sure you did though. It might just not be in this. It's strange you don't have. It doesn't look like you guys have a battle force, but maybe it came later. I mean, it has one for the Dark Angels. There was a lot more stuff here. Like, you can see your HQs, elites, troops, fast attack. So yeah, there was a. So you guys got a. So Blood Angels got a massive expansion, but apparently didn't have a battle force. For a while. But that could be wrong. This website could be limited, right? Could be a bit of limitation there. And it only covers up to 2010, it seems. So don't know if obviously there was stuff that came out after this that made a lot of sense. Yeah. There you go. Look for Sister Battle Force, please. Oh, Tech Priest, they definitely didn't have one. I can tell you that right now. I don't know if they had fucking models, bro. Yeah, they definitely 2008. I don't even see Sisters of Battle, bro. I think they were under Inquisition. Yeah, you had. This was what you had. You had. You were part of Codex Demon Hunters. No, Witch Hunters. You were part of Codex Witch Hunters. Yeah, you had. You didn't have a battle force. I can tell you that for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Not everything is covered here, but you definitely didn't have a battle force. Tau? Tau had a battle force and a mega force. So mega forces were like, I think, were a bit more. It's not got the full thing, I don't think. That's a shame. We've got the battle force though. Pretty tame, TBH. One crisis suit that could be used as a commander. One Devilfish, 3 Tau stealth suits, 12 Fire Warriors, 12 crew. Pretty tame, to be honest. The Mega Force, Page, unfortunately, not particularly accurate. But I think the Megaforce maybe gave you the extra drones, extra suits, and some piranhas and a hammerhead, maybe. But we might be able to find it on another. If we go to maybe 2010 catalog, that might give us a better idea. Nope, it was the same battle force. Tal kept the same battle force for a little while. So you didn't get a new start collecting set. Like, you know how we get a new combat patrol every edition now? We don't have that anymore. There's a next page button? Is there? Oh shit, man. Okay. So the Megaforce was maybe that will we should have a look and see if I miss anything in other things. So the Megaforce, you got an extra crisis suit, 8 more fire warriors, 3 piranhas, and a tower hammerhead, and I think that was £100. So for £100, you got 2 crisis suits, 3 stealth suits, 20 fire warriors, 3 piranhas, 1 devilfish, 1 hammerhead. I'm pretty certain the Megaforces were £100. Maybe maybe 95. Maybe 95. But we'll say we'll estimate about 100 quid. Yeah. Shall we see if we can find some other bits then? Now that we know there's a next page button. Oh wow, we've missed loads. Oh no, it just takes, okay, not too bad. So there's 2 pages of HQ. Okay. So you can basically just pick a faction and then go through the catalog. Ah. Okay, so if we go 2008 troops and then we go next page. Ah. Oh man. There you go. Look at those Katachan demo teams, man. 20 Cajun shock troops, £15. And yeah, you had to buy the melter gun, the plasma gun separately, but typically you were totally okay with the flame or grenade launcher, because remember, the go-to Imperial Guard configuration was autocannon and grenade launcher. So that was legit. Or a flamer, because it auto hit. You put the template down. Yeah. Next page. Oh, wow. Look at these things, man. So that's the old Chimera design. You can always tell it's the old Chimera because it came with the track guards and the upgrade sprue and everything. But it also came with you see how the turret's flatter? Now, you only got the multi-laser option, so, you know, it wasn't all good. But I actually prefer that flatter looking turret. Yeah. But there you go. Look, you got you bought a blister pack, and I think it was like £4. And it came with 1 plasma gun and 1 melter gun. So, you know, it was you bought like 20 Cadians, and then you basically rounded it up to about a 20 quid note by getting the plasma gun and melter gun blister. Or remember, you could buy a single weapon team for a £5. So you could be like, okay, I'm going to buy a single weapon team. There was a few ways that you could basically, you know, round it up to for your 20 quid note kind of thing, which is kind of cool. Obviously now you just spend £32.50 and you get everything. So, you know, there's it swings and roundabouts. But like I said, for a lot of guard players, it was just, I only want my guys to have las guns because I'm trying to take them cheap, right? So yeah. Historians are great though. Look at that. I wonder if we can zoom in a bit. No, okay. I'll move my face out of the way. Look at the prone. Look at the prone heavy bolter, man. So these guys cost the same as the plastic models. Actually, they may be a bit more. They may have cost like £20 for them. But I don't think they were, because I remember when I when they took Steel Legion away, I bought 5 boxes of them before they went out of stock, and that was for £22.50. So I'm pretty certain these guys weren't that much more. Yeah, I'm pretty certain they weren't that much more. Maybe 50. Maybe they were £15 and you got 10 guys, but you got the heavy bolter. Heavy bolter flamer wasn't like the greatest loadout, but these models were the greatest in the world. So there you go. Yeah. What's the next page? Yeah, you go get some more, but you could buy 3 extra Destroyers. And look at I love the detail on them, man. Can we zoom in a bit? Yeah, there we go. The Destroyer models, I think to this day, are still the prettiest guard models that they've made. Like, and I do compare those to new Kriegers, and I do compare those to new plastic Cadians. Yeah. I think they are the prettiest. I think they're the prettiest guard models Games Workshop ever made. Personal preference, of course, but it's amazing because these guys were made out of metal. We often think of metal models as cruder, but they're not. They're not. It's just metal models were tended to be older, but the Destroyers showed that you could really, it all comes down to how good your sculptor is. Yeah. People with those models are better than us, and they know it. Yeah. What we got next? Next page. The Humble Sentinel. So the Sentinel used to come in multiple different kits. You didn't just buy one kit. So you had the generic Imperial Guard Sentinel, and that just came with the multi-laser. That's all it came with. But I think it was a $5. I think it may be a $10. Between £5 and £10, for sure. And then they released the Cadian Pattern Sentinel, which came with these bits were actually, it came with a metal upgrade sprue. So you see how this bit hasn't got the front panel. It came with the front panel and the autocannon, and that was in metal. And then you got the Armageddon pattern, which was also a metal upgrade kit, which came with the las cannon, the front panel, and the fully enclosed thing. And those were 3 separate kits that they produced. Basically, it was the same base Sentinel, and then they added metal upgrade parts in. And now, obviously, they've streamlined things a lot now. But, sometimes, Sentinel for a $5, Sentinel for a $10. Yeah. These are the old Sentinels, but they were pretty good. They did like resin forge world things for Sentinels as well, which is kind of cool. I remember that. The old battle tank. So this is the old version. It only came with the battle cannon, heavy bolter, and las cannon. That's all. That was the loadout you had to take. Basilisk unchanged. Demolisher came with the upgraded metal Demolisher turret and plasma cannon sponsons. It was actually and it actually came with a different metal back hatch as well. The metal Cade heavy weapon teams, beautiful models. And then you had the Katachan ones with the funky plant. Still there, obviously, you've still got that one, funky plant. And then you had the Destroyer ones, which just, yeah, man, gorgeous. Unreservedly gorgeous. And then there's the first plastic Baneblade. So I actually bought 2 of these kits well after their release, like only 10 years ago. Remember, this is like 17 years ago. So the Baneblades used to just build the Baneblade. And then there was another kit which came out which built the Hellhammer. And then obviously now we're very spoiled because you get all of the different variants in one box. Yeah. Or maybe it built the Baneblade and the Hellhammer. I might be misremembering that. I definitely remember buying a box that said Hellhammer on the front of it. I bought a Baneblade. I bought a Hellhammer, new in box for £30, but that wasn't from Games Workshop. That was a very, 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 very good deal. that was in 7th edition when Guard Super Heavies could be one-shot by destroyer weapons. Yeah, so that's why people were selling them so cheap. All right. What do we... Don't look at the 05 prices pages. Let's look at the 05 ones. This is the worldwide catalog. Would it be this one then? Catalog and hobby reference? Warhammer 40k. It's 3rd edition, right? There's some cool stuff in here. Look at the old Chaos Dreadnought, man. Wow. The Chaos Battle Force. 8 Chaos Space Marines. 16 Khorne Berserkers. 3 bikes and a Rhino. That was 40. Oh, 12. Sorry, 12. 12 Khorne Berserkers, 8 Chaos Space Marines, 3 Chaos Bikers, 1 Chaos Rhino, and a set of Jungle Trees. £40. The old Demon Prince. Iconic. Dawn of War Demon Prince, that. I don't know if it's got the prices on here. So we need to explain this to people that don't understand. So some of you might be wondering, why is it showing me an individual bolt pistol arm? Why is it showing me an individual Chaos Lord plasma pistol? Because you could buy from Games Workshop that bit. This code down here, you'd put that code into on your order, and that would be the bit that they would I think how it worked is you sent in a list of the bits that you wanted with the codes, and then I think this was before. I don't know if this is on the website. I think this was the bit that you sent in your little mail order sheet, and then they would basically send you back like a cost, and then you would pay that cost, and then they would send you the bits out. I'm pretty certain. Anyway, all of these bits could be bought separately. You could buy a single Reaper autocannon if you wanted to. Yeah, everything. These are the old obliterators. Kind of shitty looking. Kind of shitty to build. Yeah, you could buy an individual sprue. You don't have to buy the whole box. You could just buy one sprue. Remember, 8 Chaos Space Marines was £10. Or you could buy the metal ones. Oh, I just want like 2 extra Space Marines for a 10-man squad. Okay, here you go. Buy 2. There you go. You could buy individual Rhino sprue. Look at the Rhino box art, man. It's so cool. It's probably a little small to see, but yeah. Oh man, look at the converting Chaos Bikers. Look at this guy with like a chopper, and they showed you how to make the chopper. So cool. Yeah. The old Raptors, the old Raptors. The new ones are better, but I like the new ones are better. The old ones were cool, but the new ones are better. The old look, right. Not everything in the past is better. I'm just gonna say it. Not everything in the past was better. Havocs. So Havocs, basically you just bought the you basically just bought the extra heavy weapons. Yeah. Who remembers in Dawn of War, the original base Dawn of War game, when you could give your Chaos Space Marines missile launchers? Defi, exactly the same kit still going. Land Raider, Predator, exactly the same kits. All of these guys have been replaced now. Iron Warriors. So, yeah, you upgraded your Iron Warriors with these, like, torsos and shit, man. Yeah, they were pretty... I had a shitload of these guys. Sold them all for next to nothing. Look at the Night Lords. Look at those giant, ridiculous Batwing heads. Yeah. And here's the price list. Okay. So, a Chaos Space Marine Sorcerer was $8. This is in American money as well. So bear in mind, this would be a lot cheaper in the UK. You could buy a Chaos Space Sorcerer for £8. The Chaos Space Marine Battle Force was $100. So you guys were paying a lot for that. Yeah, it was only 40 or £50 in the UK. Yeah. Oh, a single plasma pistol, £1.50. Yeah. You could buy a single... Yeah, so you could buy the Chaos Space Marine Raptors for £35. Or you could... This is the thing. So you could buy the Chaos Space Marine Raptors for $35. But what if you just wanted, like, oh, I want a 6-man squad? That's okay. Just buy one more for $7. That's crazy. Right. So that's a Chaos Space Marine price list. I kind of want to... All right, 1 minute. Price list. Okay, so where's the Imperial Guard price list? Okay, here we go. Baby. All right. Okay, Americans, hold on to your butts. So, for the low price, I don't think it goes any... No, it doesn't. For the low price of $90, you would get 20 Cadian Guardsmen, a Cadian Heavy Weapon Squad, a Lehman Russ, and a set of Ruins. What year was this? I think it was 2003. You could buy... Let's have a look. Interesting. The Cadian Command Squad, 6 models. One of them was a little injured dude. $30. So not that cheap. Who remembers the little Cadian like injured guy clutching his arm like, oh. Cadian officers, £9. Cadian medic and stand. You got 2 of them. One with a plasma pistol and a power sword. One with a las pistol and a power fist. Cadian medic and standard bearer, £9. Catachan captain, $8. Or you could buy 2 Catachan officers for $9. So I don't know why you'd ever buy the you'd buy the $8 one because it was the iconic like fist and bolter guy, but yeah. Steel Legion Lieutenant, $7 for one. Commissar, $8 for your commissar. Now bear in mind, it's important to mention that according to inflation, these prices should be double by today. So How much is a commissar? We're going to get a little salty now, guys. We're going to get a little salty. Chat, you're going to have to, when I'm going to ask you questions, you guys are going to give me answers. How much is a commissar model in US dollars today? Because according to inflation, it should be $16. It should be $16. Steel Legion Commissar, very coveted model. $8. Colonel Iron Hand Strachan. $10. Commissar Yarrick. $10. Sly Marbo. $10. Okay, let's have a look at some other ones here. Okay, this one will make you feel better. A single Ogrin was $15. So a single Ogrin by today's standards would be $30. So a squad of 3 would be $90. How much is a squad of 3 Ogrins today in dollars? I bet they're not $90. $65. So you're doing good on Ogrins. You're doing good on Ogrins. You're saving money on Ogrins. Hand over fist. And the sculpts are way better because these sculpts were goofy sculpts. Yeah. All of this was metal. Yeah, all of this was metal basically. Okay. Do you want to get a little salty? Do you want to get a little salty? 20 Cadian shock troops. 20. $30 back in the day. So that would be $60 for 20 by today's standards. How much is a squad of Cadian shock troops? 53 for 10. So $106 for 20 of them. Salt me like a snowplow. There you are. Ooh, back in the day. So I was right. So you used to buy 20 of the plastic ones or 10 of the metal ones because you would Armageddon Steel Legion with $30 for 10. So the Armageddon Steel Legion models would be $60 today, but you would get a heavy weapon team in there. But I guess that's only the same as getting all the special weapons that you get today. So the Armageddon Steel Legion squads were basically the same price, maybe a little bit more expensive, but basically the same price back in the day as they would have been today if they still existed, in comparison to the plastic ones. So there you are. Imperial Guard Sentinel was $20 back in the day, so it should be $40 by today's standard. But was well, to be fair, you had to compare how much is a Sentinel today in today's dollars, because to get a proper Sentinel that would be able to compare to the new kits, you would be looking at $25 olden time, so $50 converted. So how much is a Sentinel? $48. So you're paying basically the same as you were for the Sentinels. Okay. So you used to pay $8 per Rough Rider, which would be $16 by today's standards. Or you bought a squad of 5 of them and saved a little bit of money. So a squad of 5 Rough Riders used to be $35, which would be $70 by today's standard. So that's probably about, but they were metal, so that's probably about in line. I bet they're about $70 now. Someone will be able to confirm in chat. Yeah. metal bits. So you could buy a Cadian comlink for so you could buy a single Voxcaster backpack, just one backpack, for $2. Which sounds silly, but it means that you could buy your, if you bought your plastic Cajun shock troops, you could then just buy the that came with Voxcaster, you wouldn't do that. So I have no idea why you'd do that. Maybe you just wanted, oh, actually there is a reason you would do it, because there was a difference between a Voxcaster and a Master Vox like there is today. And if you were a bit picky about wanting to differentiate between a Master Vox, you could just buy, or it was a slightly different design as well. The area was much bigger. So for $2, you could just buy yourself a slightly chunkier backpack. You could buy a casualty model for $4. $5 for a Cadian sniper rifle guy. So, and the point of this is, like, you know, some of this stuff isn't a better deal, but the point is, you could go, if in 2003, if you went into a Games Workshop with your mum or your dad, you could buy yourself a little sniper for a $5, take it home, open it, you know, put it on the slaughter base, bit of super glue, paint it that evening. Sick. Yeah. So I think when we're looking at this, it's kind of like, it's like what I said when we were watching the Olden Demon video. It's not really about the, oh, you can, you know, it's cheaper. It's not really about the fact that, well, when you look at some of the boxes, they've kept price with inflation. The big thing is that you didn't have to, like, I don't have to buy all 5 Rough Riders. I can buy one, right? That's the big difference. So I don't have to buy, if I want to get a sniper for my for one of my squads, I don't have to buy a whole 10-man squad. I can just buy one sniper. That's what that, I think that's the big mystery solved. The big mystery solved of why does 40k feel so expensive these days? Because the only boxes you can buy are full boxes. And sometimes you just want a little something. Sometimes you just want a little something. If I had, that's what eBay is for now. That's true. But then GW doesn't see that. But yeah, that's true. But like, because Warlord Games, I know, slotting them in everywhere I can talk about them. Because Warlord Games does those little pocket money things, I can guarantee you, if I had a local Warlord Games shop where I lived, I would be in there every weekend buying a little something. Sometimes I buy a big something. But I'd be in there buying, you know, I'd walk in and I'd see like, ooh, Schwertruppen officer. Like £10.50? Sick. There you go. Here's it, you know, £10. No doubt. No dramas. Yeah. I'd be like, boom, I'll pick that up. Take that home, build it, paint it the same fucking weekend, you know. Oh, it's a sunny day. It's not a damp day. What do I want to do? Oh, I know. I'll just go down to the Warlord Game Store and buy myself a fucking, you know what? I'm going to buy an MMG team. Just the one MMG team. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to take that home and build it and paint it right now. Not even going to think about it. Every weekend I would go down. I can say with no doubt in my heart, if I had a Warlord Game shop, that's or if game I can say with no doubt, I can say with no doubt in my heart that if Games Workshop still sold those Wanners, those pocket money things, I would be down there every weekend. Every goddamn weekend. Sometimes twice in a weekend. I go down and be like, you know what? I'm going to pick up Snapfit Cadians today. A couple of boxes, please. I'm going to pick up, you know what? I need a heavy weapon team. I'll go down and pick up a heavy weapon team. I'm going to pick up an officer today. You know, and over every month I'd be building, you know, and I've got poor control and I work from home now. So I'd be like, I got nothing going on today. Fucking go down to GW, get myself a fucking box. Midweek? I know. There you go, man. Yeah, there you are. So, that's why I really want us to come back. Because they're a big part of how I like to... they just remind me of when I was a kid. You know, that's it. Yeah. Anyway, where are we up to? We've got one super chat and then I think we're done. That was fun, though. Do you guys want to listen to that? Do you guys want a link to that website? Here you go. 1 minute. Like, why are you doing this to me? Ah, here you go. There you go. There's a link to the website, boys. Go nuts. Go nuts. There you are. Super chat from Commando HHL. Picture in stream discussion for Wizenlander. Let's have a look, man. The goods and the source of the goods. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Forge World Catalog 2022. Yeah, I remember that. You could buy busts. You could buy busts, man. And you could, like, Abaddon busts and Commissar busts. And you bought a resin Baneblade. This thing was chunky. This thing was heckin' chunky. Warhammer World entrance. Why is there like a random hole in the door? Did you make a hole in a piece of paper for a joke? I cut a hole in the picture because it was on the back of my front door around the spy hole. You made a hole in a piece of paper. God damn it. God damn it. 23 years ago, you were making the same joke. Fuck's sake. For one because I don't really hate the towel. There we go. Let's have a look. The towel Barracuda. 60 fucking quid. I wonder, do they still sell that model now? Don't they sell that model in plastic now? It's crazy to see GW credit people. Yeah. $39. I'll give you 8. I'll give you 8. All right. How much is the Tau Barracuda? Tau Barracuda. For sale. Oh no, they don't sell them anymore. $145 on eBay apparently. So, not too bad. No, you're thinking of the Manta, Ikel. You're thinking of the Manta. I think they still sell that. Yeah. Tau Manta for sale. Pro painted. £3,648 and 10 pence. The 10 pence is important. With a mere £105 delivery fee. There's another one here for £4,385.91 with a £613.99 postage. But that manta does come with 4 devilfish and 6 crisis suits, and is also pro painted. So a steal. Yeah, Town Manta's big though. It's very, very big. Can't really complain about it. All right. Oh my god, I had an alert on eBay. What? Oh my god, what was it? Oh. Ooh. No, no, no. It's it. No, I don't know. Okay, thank you. It was nothing. It was nothing. It was nothing. It was nothing. It wasn't. Stop telling me to buy it. No. Okay, so can confirm Warhammer Best Investment, also we're an economic channel now. I tell you what. How much do they want for destroying Firstborn? Expensive. £10 per model. That's £12 a model. Expensive. Or less if you 3D print them. A little less. Just less. Not that I ever would, of course. You know, that would be highly unethical. Highly, highly unethical. Yeah. There we go. All right. Anywho, shall we wrap things up? Yes, we should. But I need to remember something. I'm just checking something here. Okay, that was the old one. I'm looking for... I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Oh, wow, I did. I am a genius. Right, gentlemen, let us wrap the stream up. I've been streaming for a little bit longer than expected, but it's been a good stream. It's been an interesting stream tonight. We've actually talked about a couple of different things. Everything I've said tonight may be considered legal and or financial advice. Morning Glory 2025. That is not true. You shut your dirty whore mouth. Gathering my thoughts together. I've actually really enjoyed tonight's stream because not only have we had a look at some competitive stuff with the whole like beef alert thing, but also we've had a look at some of the old prices. And trying to understand, like, you know, hey, it's not a simple case of just comparing old prices to new prices. There's a lot of other factors at play. And then actually finding the old website and, like, dipping down and diving into some of the old catalogs, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy, and, yeah, I kind of love it. So, yeah, I hope you guys have enjoyed today's stream. It's been a pretty chill one. It's been a oh, and we had some eBaying. Don't forget, I went and bid on a bunch of shit on eBay that I know I shouldn't have done. So, taking all of that into account, I have really enjoyed today's stream, but tomorrow's stream, I hope you guys have enjoyed it as well. But tomorrow's stream, we are going to be doing some hobbying. In fact, I should have. We should be painting some. Oh, that was my Instagram reels when I was having a shit earlier. So let's have a look. Should have. Should be painting some towels. Not towel. Fucking hell. Should be. I want to try and get my Japanese finished. You know, tomorrow and Thursday. And if that's the case, then we will have. We would actually have a full Conflict 47 army built and painted then, which would be pretty cool. And then it's kind of like, what do I paint next? More K47? I'm getting the itch for some Warhammer. I'm getting the itch for some Warhammer. So I'm not sure what. Maybe like a. I can't decide if I want to build something or paint something. But I'm getting the itch for a little bit of Warhammer. Yeah. But we'll see. We'll see. But gentlemen, thank you so much for joining today's stream. I hope you've enjoyed it. It's been definitely a bit of a chill one. And yeah, just thank you so much for joining. Thank you for joining. Thank you for liking and subscribing, for chatting away. And thank you for keeping me company. I've really enjoyed it tonight. And a big, big thank you, of course, to everyone who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with the big super chats and the big and the member flex and the gift memberships and all of that amazing stuff. You guys are absolute fucking legends. But that's all for now. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you for watching. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.
The night on Mordian never fades, and the sun's a ghostly flame. We march to war on full display in the Emperor's holy name. Hey! The drums they pound, the boots they shine, and step through death's domain. For the 50th Rifles hold the line, and never shall we wane. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron God will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3, 4, stand tall, 3, 4. We march through ash and shattered halls where demons scream and die. Our volleys ring like chapel calls neath Emperor's watching eye. Oh, some will bend and others burn and others fade away. But the 50th Rifles never turn, with iron will we stay. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron God will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3, 4, stand tall, 3, 4. Our boots are bright, our banners high, our buttons catch no grime. We fight as one, we live, we die in perfect holy time. No fear, no drop of cowardice, our thunder breaks the night. Our last guns cut through fog and mist with volley